Chapter 2651. Last time, he brought Feng Shi to Iceheart Valley to pick up the bride, but in the end, he suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai. Not only was he beaten up by Yang Kai using the Emperor Authority bead, but his space ring containing the betrothal gifts was also snatched away. At that time, Yang Kai was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. This was a great humiliation, and now that he had met his enemy, it was natural for him to be enraged. Yao Zhuo's strength was already extraordinary, and now that he had broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm, his attacks were even more majestic, as if they could tear the world apart. An ordinary First Order Emperor realm master was no match for him, and when he swung his saber, he would most likely die on the spot. Yang Kai, be careful. Brother Yang, be careful. Bing Yun, Ji Yao, and the others all cried out in alarm and worry. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood there motionless, as if he hadn't reacted yet. He didn't even show any intention of dodging. This scene made Bing Yun and the others even more nervous. Yao Zhuo was overjoyed and increased the strength in his hand, causing a dazzling saber light to shine. At that moment, everyone's vision blurred as an unpredictable figure brushed past Yao Zhuo, turned into a wisp of blue smoke, and appeared behind him. At the same time, Yao Zhuo, who was rushing towards Yang Kai aggressively, froze in place, as if he had been hit by a body immobilization technique. The Emperor artifact saber in his hand suddenly shattered, and his Third Order Emperor realm aura rapidly withered like a punctured balloon. Poo, inexplicably, Yao Zhuo coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning as white as paper, and his body tottering. What? Everyone from Seeking Passion sect was shocked, and their eyes filled with horror. They all stared at the wisp of blue smoke behind Yao Zhuo. The wisp of blue smoke slowly stretched out. A figure gradually appeared, and at this moment this figure, who had jumped out of nowhere, stood behind Yao Zhuo with a leisurely expression, holding something in his hand. Dong dong. Dong dong. A series of thumping sounds came from that object, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. He trembled with fear. They could clearly see that the thing in this person's hand was none other than a beating heart that was still emitting warmth. The heart was about the size of a fist, and the thick blood vessels were clearly visible. Every time it beat, dark red blood would flow out from the heart. Gulp, swallowing sounds rang out, and everyone's eyes naturally focused on Yao Zhuo's back. Just a single glance was enough to make their faces turn ashen and their bodies tremble. Because at the center of Yao Zhuo's back, a hole had appeared at some unknown time. That hole went straight through Yao Zhuo's body, and from his back, he could see the scenery in front of him. And in that chest, the place where the heart should have been was actually empty. The matter in front of them was already very obvious. Yao Zhuo's heart was actually grabbed out by this middle-aged man in a green robe. What kind of method was this? After all, Yao Zhuo was now a Third Order Emperor realm master. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Northern Territory? Questions popped up in everyone's hearts one after another, but they couldn't find an answer. Monster King! Feng Xian suddenly shouted, as if he had recognized something. At the same time, Yao Zhuo lowered his head with difficulty and glanced at the hole in his chest. Blood drained from his face as he turned back and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, save me." Fortunately, he was strong enough, otherwise he would have died immediately after his heart was pulled out. If Feng Xian could help him get his heart back, and with some healing pills he might be able to come back to life. So, Yao Zhuo used his great cultivation to seal the circulation of his blood and anxiously asked for help. Your sect master is already a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He can't even save himself, so how could he have the time to save you? Yang Kai sneered and flicked his finger, sending a moon blade towards Yao Zhuo. If it were any other time, even if Yao Zhuo couldn't dodge such an attack, he would definitely have a way to resolve it. But now, most of his cultivation was used to suppress his injuries, so how could he have any spare energy to dodge and resolve it? With a swish, the moon blade struck and directly cut Yao Zhuo in half. Yao Zhuo's broken body fell from the sky and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of meat paste. A Third Order Emperor realm master had been killed so easily. Everyone from Seeking Passion sect was silent out of fear, their eyes filled with horror. Poo, King Fei crushed the heart in his hand and swept his hawk-like gaze across the Seeking Passion sect's crowd, asking, "Young Master Yang, are these the people?" Yang Kai nodded and, the corner of Ing Fei's mouth twitched as he said indifferently, "Young Master Yang, how should we deal with them?" Yang Kai snorted, What else can we do? Naturally, we'll kill them all. Ing Fei nodded, and in the next moment, his figure suddenly turned into a wisp of blue light and rushed directly into the camp of the 20 or so seeking passion sect masters from the Emperor realm, moving back and forth leisurely as if there was no one there. Everyone panicked and used all kinds of methods to dodge and resist. Feng Xian was even more furious, and his Wind Thunder Divine Spear transformed into the power of wind and thunder and shot towards Ing Fei. Among everyone present, only his cultivation was comparable to Ing Fei's, so he might be able to resist for a bit. However, Ing Fei's true form was that of a giant eagle, so he was naturally fast. Ing Fei seemed to be deliberately creating panic, so he didn't come into direct contact with Feng Xian. He just swayed back and forth in the crowd a few times before suddenly flashing back. Asterisk pu piu piu. Asterisk a few muffled sounds rang out as several Emperor Realm masters from the Emperor Realm coughed up blood. When the others looked over, they saw that there was a hole in each of their chests, and the place where their hearts should have been was empty. This scene was exactly the same as what Yaozhua had encountered before. Looking at Ing Fei's big hand again, sure enough, that hand was holding a few hearts that were still beating. They were of different sizes and were still beating. He clenched his fist and crushed the hearts into pieces. When the injured Emperor Realm masters saw this, their faces instantly turned ashen, and their bodies swayed as they fell from the sky. Although they could hold on for a while with their cultivation, their hearts had been dug out, so no matter how hard they tried, they would only be able to struggle at death's door. Sooner or later, they would die. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Emperor Realm masters from the Emperor Realm had been killed, and panic suddenly spread in the Seeking Passion Sect's camp. The Emperor Realm masters looked at Ing Fei as if he was an evil demon. They didn't have the courage to fight him, and all they wanted was to leave this place as soon as possible. On the other hand, the morale of Ice Heart Valley's disciples was greatly boosted, and the previous worry and determination in their beautiful eyes were replaced with a dazzling luster. A trivial monster king dares to be presumptuous in front of this king. Feng Xian was furious. Sensing that the morale of his own camp was unstable, he naturally wanted to salvage the situation. Things had already reached this point, and either his Seeking Passion sect or Ice Heart Valley had to die. There was no other choice. The originally complacent encirclement and suppression plan was now full of twists and turns because of the sudden appearance of the Monster King. Feng Xian naturally hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him to stabilize the morale of his people. If one Monster King isn't enough, what about 2? A muffled, thunderous voice rang out, followed by a bolt of lightning that turned into a burly figure standing side by side with Ing Fei. Shilei. If 2 isn't enough, then 3. Another figure strolled over and stood beside Ing Fei and Shilei. The 3 Monster Kings had gathered, and at this moment, they no longer hid their strength. Monster chi rolled around their bodies, as if it was about to break through the 9 heavens. Sensing the strength of these 3, the remaining members of the Seeking Passion sect from the Emperor Realm trembled in an instant. Even Feng Xian's face paled, his eyes filled with disbelief. One had to know that although the Monster King's cultivation was similar to that of a third-order Emperor Realm master, due to the sensitivity of his race's identity, he rarely moved around the human world. Under normal circumstances, he would hide deep in the mountains and forests, ruling over his own territory. Of course, there were also some powerful monster race members who sought refuge in human sects and became elders or protectors. But that was only a small minority. Feng Xian had never thought that there would be 3 monster kings in this world gathered together, and all of them were targeting his Seeking Passion sect. At this moment, Feng Xian ate a bitter pill. If it was just 1 monster king, he would still have the heart to fight, but 3 had appeared at the same time. Even if Yaozhua came back from the dead, the Seeking Passion sect would definitely be no match for them. 3 monster kings. Where did Brother Yang find them? He has been missing all this time. Could it be that he went to get reinforcements? I thought he saw that our Ice Heart Valley was in danger and ran away alone. How shameful. We're saved. Those from Bingyun Valley who didn't know the truth of the Emperor Realm were overjoyed and looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of gratitude. Now they finally understood why Yang Kai could kill 10 people from the Emperor Realm at once. With 3 monster kings by his side, 10 people from the Emperor Realm were nothing. How is it going? Yang Kai asked after seeing Shilei and Xiaowei come over together. Xiaowei replied, Brother Shilei and I joined forces to kill more than 10,000 people. There is still a lot of trash left, but the people's hearts have already scattered. More than 10,000, all of a sudden, everyone from the Seeking Passion sect staggered. They didn't doubt Xie Wuwei's words. It wasn't difficult for two Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters to kill more than 10,000 people. After all, those people weren't from the Emperor Realm, so no one could stop them. With more than 10,000 people dead at once, all the sects would suffer heavy losses. This didn't include the people from the Emperor Realm who died. After this battle, Yuan Qi in the Northern Territory would suffer heavy losses. However, what they were most concerned about was their own fate. Previously, they had aggressively attacked other sects and thought that victory was in their hands. But in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Now they were meat on the chopping block. Senior Bing Yun, leave this to us. Senior should take these junior sisters to the valley to have a look. Yang Kai turned to Bing Yun and said. Bing Yun pondered for a moment, but didn't refuse and nodded. Okay? Although the outcome of this battle was already decided and Ice Heart Valley was destined to win, an army of 100,000 was no laughing matter. With just 7,000 disciples, Ice Heart Valley was unlikely to be able to resist such a force. Fortunately, the two monster kings had taken action before this, causing the enemy's morale to falter, minimizing Ice Heart Valley's losses. They were going there now to clean up the mess and preserve Ice Heart Valley's Yuan Qi as much as possible. Chapter 2652. Seeing that Bing Yun and the others were about to leave, Songlu Valley's Chen Guzhong opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Looking at his difficult expression, it seemed he wanted to admit defeat, but when he thought of his previous actions, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew that things had reached this point, and it was useless for him to say anything. For a moment, regret filled his heart. If he had known that Ice Heart Valley could pull in such strong reinforcements, how could he have gotten involved with Seeking Passion sect? Now, not only was Seeking Passion sect in danger, even his Tsonglu Valley might not be able to protect itself. With a thin face, he couldn't open his mouth, but someone else did. Elder Sisterin, please don't go. I ask Elder Sister to spare Junior Sister this time. Junior Sister was really wrong this time. Please let me go. It was Elder Yu, who was dressed like a married woman, who shouted in panic. Previously, when many Seeking Passion sect masters arrived, she and Enrua Yun had a very unpleasant exchange. She even said that Enrua Yun didn't know how to appreciate kindness, and that if she didn't wake up, she would definitely not have a good end today. She even said that she was willing to follow Seeking Passion sect's lead. But who would have thought that in less than a stick of incense, the situation would change? It had to be said that this Elder Yu's face was thick enough. As soon as she said this, many people cast contemptuous looks at her. But on second thought, losing face was better than losing life. If she could save her life by saying a few words, what harm was there in putting down her face? Unfortunately, Enrua Yun was destined to not pay attention to a petty person like her who changed the rudder according to the wind. In the past, this Elder Yu had come to Ice Heart Valley many times as a guest and had a good relationship with Enrua Yun. Today, she had come here together with Seeking Passion sect. They were enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. So, even though she heard her words, Enrua Yun didn't pay her any attention. She didn't even bother to say a word to her. She just quickly rushed into the valley under Bing Yun's lead. Elder Sisterin. Elder Yu's face was ashen as she screamed, but it was useless. Seeing that it was useless to plead with Enrua Yun, Elder Yu suddenly turned her gaze back to Yang Kai and squeezed out a smile. This little brother, this mistress is not a member of Seeking Passion sect. This mistress made a mistake this time and really should not have become an enemy of Ice Heart Valley. However, this mistress now understands and also repents. I ask little brother to be magnanimous. This concubine is willing to pay any price to bypass this concubine. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes flickered with a watery luster. Her red lips lightly pursed, giving off a pitiful appearance. She could see it too. These three monster kings had suddenly arrived. They all seemed to listen to Yang Kai's instructions, so as long as he could convince Yang Kai, he would be able to save his life this time. Her real age was definitely not young, but she was skilled in maintaining her appearance. Just by looking at her appearance, she was only around 30 years old. She was full of charm. At this moment, she deliberately put on this soft and weak appearance, which was very charming and made people want to eat her. Yang Kai sneered, "That bitch wants to eat young grass. How hateful." Kill her for me, lest she tarnish this young master's eyes." As soon as he said this, Elder Yu's pretty face changed greatly. She did not expect Yang Kai to have such a heart of iron blood and be so ruthless. With a scream, she pushed all her strength to retreat, wanting to escape from this place. But even though she was fast, Ing Fei was even faster. With a flash of blue light, Ing Fei had already appeared in front of her. Using his fingers as a blade, he ruthlessly stabbed towards her chest. The protective Emperor Qi of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master burst like a bubble under Ing Fei's attack. Ing Fei's sharp fingers pierced into Elder Yu's chest like a sharp sword, and with a vicious tug, a red heart was pulled out. Ing Fei sent out another palm strike, directly knocking Elder Yu to the ground and killing her on the spot. Kill! At this time, there was no need for Yang Kai to give any further orders. The two monster kings, Shilei and Xia Wuwei, roared and rushed into the Seeking Passion sect's camp. Ing Fei also turned back, turning into a blue light as he flew back and forth. The three top monster kings were like tigers in a flock of sheep. In an instant, they killed everyone from the Seeking Passion sect. Everyone was thrown off their feet. Wherever they went, no one was able to resist, and no one was able to escape. In front of Ing Fei, who was known for his speed, escaping was just a pipe dream. Mutilated corpses fell from the sky one after another, blood blooming like flowers. Amidst the beauty, there was a murderous intent. In less than 10 breaths of time, 14 to 15 people from the Emperor realm had died. Whether it was intentional or not, everyone else died except for Feng Xian, who was unscathed. The three monster kings did not seem to have attacked him at all. While the three monster kings were slaughtering, Feng Xian did not have any intention of stopping them. He just stood in midair, watching coldly. After everyone else died, Feng Xian sighed softly. His face seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Seeking Passion sect had fallen. The Seeking Passion sect, which had stood tall in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years and had been passed down by the great emperors of the Seeking Passion sect, had fallen. Not at the hands of Ice Heart Valley, but at the hands of a young man in the First Order Emperor realm. Feng Xian still could not figure out who this young man was. Why was he so similar to the nemesis of Seeking Passion sect? Back then, when he appeared in Ice Heart Valley, the marriage alliance between Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley fell through. Later, Yang Kai's son was killed by him, and now, even the entire sect had failed miserably. He's the last one. Who's up? Shilei stared at Feng Xian and asked indifferently. As the monster kings of the ancient wild lands, Shilei and the others had the right to be proud. Previously, the three of them had joined forces to kill the enemy because the other side had more people. Now that there was only one left, there was naturally no need for them to work together. However, it was troublesome as to who would be the one to kill this person. The three monster kings knew that this was an opportunity to show their faces in front of Yang Kai, so they naturally did not want to give this opportunity to others. "I'll do it," Xia Wuwei immediately replied. As he pushed his monster Qi, the phantom of a huge scorpion appeared behind him. The scorpion's tail flickered and flickered with a green light. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a highly poisonous creature. "Why should you do it?" Ing Fei looked at him with an unhappy expression. "Do you want to do it?" Xia Wuwei curled his lips and snorted coldly. "Why not?" Ing Fei raised his brow and took a step forward, ready to take action at any time. "This king will do it," Shilei grinned meaningfully, revealing his fox tail. "Nonsense." Ing Fei and Xia Wuwei glared at him at the same time. At that moment, Feng Xian, who had been silent all this time, glared at them and suddenly released an astonishing light. His powerful Third-Order Emperor realm cultivation erupted and poured into the Wind Thunder Divine spear in his hand. This relic of the great emperors suddenly shook violently and turned into a purple thunderbolt. "Little beast, die!" Feng Xian roared. His figure flickered as he wrapped himself in the purple thunderbolt and rushed in front of Yang Kai. Shilei and the others did not have time to argue. The moment Feng Xian suddenly attacked, the three of them had already made their move. Ing Fei was the fastest and rushed straight towards Feng Xian. As an eagle's cry rang out, his hands turned into eagle claws that filled the sky, as if he could seal the world. Meanwhile, Xia Wuwei and Shilei were wrapped in their demonic qi and attacked Feng Xian from both sides. They did not hold back at all. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a loud bang rang out as Emperor Qi and demonic qi surged. The purple thunderbolt was filled with a will to destroy everything. It tore through space and collided with the three monster kings in an instant. With a muffled groan, Ing Fei's figure was knocked back. After he staggered to his feet, his hands were covered in blood. Even his 5 fingers were a little twisted and scorched, as if he had been struck by lightning. Xia Wuwei also spat out a mouthful of blood. The giant scorpion phantom behind him suddenly collapsed. His face was pale, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Shi Lei, who was the strongest, was also sent flying 1,000 meters away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, his face filled with shock. The 3 monster kings had joined forces, but they were all injured by Feng Xian alone. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun, the purple thunderbolt flickered a few times before suddenly collapsing. Feng Xian stood less than 10 meters in front of Yang Kai in a daze, holding the Wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand and glaring at him with gritted teeth. But at this moment, this 10 meters distance was like a heavenly moat blocking Feng Xian's path, making it impossible for him to cross. Yang Kai did not move, but his eyes were cold. Little beast, this king will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Feng Xian grinned as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, his third-order Emperor realm aura rapidly weakened. Even his black hair turned white in the blink of an eye. Although Feng Xian had injured 3 monster kings by himself, Shi Lei and the others were not to be trifled with. They had not only blocked Feng Xian's life-risking attack, but they had also left a fatal wound on him. Let's see if you have the chance to become a ghost. Yang Kai sneered. He stretched out his hand, and a black banner appeared in his palm. The black banner was filled with Yin Qi, and from time to time, it would emit cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. The Netherworld Purgatory Banner. The relic of the Netherworld Sect's elder Hua Fei Chun. This was an emperor artifact, the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. It could devour 10,000 souls, and its power was unfathomable. Holding the Netherworld Purgatory Banner, Yang Kai snorted. After you die, this young master will collect your soul into the banner. TSK, a third-order Emperor Realm soul should be enough to be the main soul. Asterisk poo. Asterisk hearing this, Feng Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone could not hold it in and vomited blood. The blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. With such an evil artifact, even if he died, he would not have the chance to become a ghost. In the end, he would only be collected into this evil artifact by Yang Kai and become a puppet. It seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, Feng Xian's eyes became dim, and the vitality in his body quickly dissipated. His body swayed and fell from the sky. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. He did not really collect Feng Xian's soul into the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. After all, he had not refined this thing before and did not know how to do so. Before Feng Xian's body hit the ground, Yang Kai had already sent out a palm strike. When his Emperor Qi erupted, Feng Xian exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yang Kai stretched out his hand again and summoned the Wind Thunder Divine Spear back to his hand. This guy is so strong. At this time, Ing Fei and the others gradually came over and looked down with some lingering fear on their faces. It's not him that's strong, it's this thing. Yang Kai played with the Wind Thunder Divine Spear for a while before stuffing it into his space ring. Chapter 2653. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear was a relic left behind by the great emperors of Seeking Passion, so it was naturally extraordinary. However, Yang Kai had countless rare treasures on him now, so he didn't really care about it. He would just put it away and see if he could give it away in the future. Go help Ice Heart Valley deal with this mess. Yang Kai turned his head and said to the 3 monster kings. The 3 monster kings didn't say a word and left in a flash. Inside Ice Heart Valley, fluctuations of various sizes could be heard from time to time, mixed with screams. However, most of the sounds were men's, so it should be the sound of enemies being killed. Looking around, there were more than 30 corpses of the Emperor Realm's masters on the ground. No one would have thought that these people, who were still alive and kicking just a stick of incense worth of time ago, would die in just that short time. Yang Kai collected their space rings one by one. Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang. At that moment, a shout came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and said indifferently, "What's wrong?" Grandmaster Nan Men has enjoyed a good show and hasn't left yet. Don't tell me you still want to stay as a guest in Ice Heart Valley? Ice Heart Valley has never welcomed men, so Southern Gate Army should leave as soon as possible. The Southern Gate Army had been watching from the sidelines. Neither Ice Heart Valley nor Seeking Passion Sect had any intention of making things difficult for him, so he was safe and sound. Hearing the warning in Yang Kai's words, he just smiled meaningfully and said, "Young Master Yang, aren't you also a man?" Yang Kai sneered, "How can you compare to this young master?" The Southern Gate Army didn't care about such shameless boasting. He didn't have the arrogance of a legendary array master. After all, from Ice Heart Valley's point of view, he really couldn't compare with Yang Kai. The reason Ice Heart Valley could survive was all because of Yang Kai's contribution. For a sect, this was like giving a new lease on life. He just rubbed his hands and said, "Young Master Yang, this one wants to ask you something." No comment. Yang Kai coldly snorted, not interested in talking to him at all. Although the Southern Gate Army was a generation array master, Yang Kai's ability wasn't bad either. He was an Emperor Realm alchemist, so there was no need for him to lower his status and give others face. Especially Ice Heart Valley's crisis. Yang Kai was already lucky that he didn't kill him, yet he still wanted to ask for more information. "Young Master Yang, don't be so unreasonable." Southgate Dajuan laughed dryly. "Young Master Yang Kai didn't Young Master, Yang, and Young Master. Yang, God sect of God, and Yang. Yang, as Yang Yangs." His sharp eyes glared at the Southern Gate Army's army as he said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to speak so rashly at your age. Be careful of your words." Shi Lei and the other two monster kings were brought out by him from the ancient wild lands. Although there weren't many of them, if the news of the three monster kings coming out of seclusion were to spread, it would arouse the disgust of the human race's masters, especially those from the ancient wild lands. Suspicious people might wonder if the monster race in the ancient wild lands couldn't bear the loneliness and came out to harm the human race's sex. If such a thing really happened, it would be troublesome for Yang Kai. So they really came from that place? The Southern Gate Army's army turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's threat. Instead, his eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang, rest assured. Only the heavens and earth know about this. This one will never spread it to the outside world." Humph. Yang Kai looked at him unhappily, wondering if he should kill him to silence him. The Southern Gate Army's army seemed to be rash, but in fact his heart was as clear as a mirror. As soon as Yang Kai's murderous intent appeared, he sensed it and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang, please calm down. This one is only interested in the many ancient restrictions and natural spirit arrays hidden in that place. In the past, I went in and out several times to study them, but unfortunately, my strength was too low and I didn't dare to go too deep. I couldn't help but sigh and sigh. This one sees that young Master Yang's relationship with the three masters seems to be unusual. Could young Master Yang please? What are you talking about? This young master doesn't understand. Don't mention this again." Yang Kai rudely interrupted him. The Southern Gate Army's army had spoken until now, so Yang Kai understood what he meant. He wanted to borrow Yang Kai's strength to form a good relationship with Shi Lei and the others, so that he could enter the ancient wild lands in the future to study the ancient restrictions and spirit arrays. He was a generation's array grandmaster. He wasn't interested in other things, but he was very interested in anything related to spirit arrays. The Southern Gate Army's army opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed heavily and comforted himself in his heart that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Changing the topic, he said, "Since young Master Yang doesn't want to talk more about this matter, then this one will speak without thinking. However, there is another matter I would like young Master Yang to enlighten me about, and it is related to the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array." Oh. Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. "You know about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array?" Bing Yun and the others had formed the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array here before, so the Southern Gate Army naturally saw it clearly. Yang Kai didn't expect that Yang Kai's eyesight would be so good. He was actually able to recognize the Black Tortoise Spirit Array that had been kept secret for tens of thousands of years. It seemed that this array grandmaster's reputation was well-deserved. In other words, even if he was really a fame-seeking spirit array, he wouldn't be able to break Ice Heart Valley's sect-defending array. Young Master Yang must be joking. This is what this one does. The Southern Gate Army laughed meaningfully. If I can't recognize such a famous spirit array in front of me, then wouldn't this one be blind? What about the 7 points black tortoise spirit array? Do you want to learn how to arrange it? Yang Kai looked at him with interest. The Southern Gate Army rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "If there is a chance, naturally I want to study it." Humph. Yang Kai sneered. "Don't even think about it." The Southern Gate Army was stunned and asked, "Why?" "No reason, just don't think about it." Yang Kai waved his hand. The Southern Gate Army said angrily, "Young Master Yang, don't be so full of yourself. Senior Bing Yun is a kind person. I believe that as long as I show full sincerity, she won't necessarily refuse me." Before, the Southern Gate Army had spoken nicely to Yang Kai mainly because he felt guilty and wanted something from Yang Kai. But now, he just wanted to study the 7 points black tortoise spirit array and was actually rejected by Yang Kai. This was too much. Why? The 7 points black tortoise spirit array was arranged by Ice Heart Valley's people. He found Yang Kai just to ask Yang Kai to help him put in a few good words. It would have been fine if Yang Kai didn't help, but why did Yang Kai reject him and even tell him to forget about it in the future? A peerless spirit array that had been lost for tens of thousands of years suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he just forget about it? If he didn't obtain the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, how could he have the heart to study spirit arrays in the future? "Yo, you're throwing a tantrum." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Humph, this one won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Senior Bing Yun." The Southern Gate Army flicked his sleeves and turned to leave unhappily. Yang Kai sneered, Go. Don't come back and beg me." The Southern Gate Army wanted to retort that only a ghost would beg you, but when he thought about the ancient wild land, he restrained himself. He was also obsessed with the barriers and spirit arrays in the ancient wild land. If he could get Yang Kai to say a few good words, he wouldn't have to worry about the monster race in the ancient wild land finding trouble with him. He could study them to his heart's content, and maybe make another breakthrough in the Spirit Array Tao. However, this young man wasn't easy to talk to, which gave the Southern Gate Army a headache. After the Southern Gate Army left, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the situation in Ice Heart Valley. The result of the battle was no different from what he expected. More than 30 Seeking Passion sect disciples from the Emperor Realm had been wiped out. Previously, Shi Lei and Xia Wuwei had joined forces and killed more than 10,000 people. Although there were many people left, they were like a group of dragons without a leader and were scattered like sand. Then, many of Ice Heart Valley's higher-ups arrived, so the battle was naturally one-sided. At this moment, Ice Heart Valley was already cleaning up the mess, and it wouldn't be long before the dust settled. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew towards the Ice Lake restricted area. Along the way, he naturally killed many people, leaving behind a trail of corpses. A moment later, he appeared in the Ice Lake restricted area where Ice Heart Valley used to be. Looking around, he whistled softly. 2 figures, one old and one young, walked out from a hidden rockery nearby. When they saw Yang Kai, they immediately greeted him with joy. This old and young pair were naturally Old Ban and his granddaughter, who had come to Ice Heart Valley with Yang Kai. Asterisk wung wung wung. Asterisk a strange noise rang out as a swarm of about 100 black insects flew towards Yang Kai right after these 2 figures. Soul-devouring demon insects. Yang Kai took out the insect enslavement bracelet and stored the soul-devouring demon insects inside before looking at Old Ban and Xiao Ling, with a smile. "No one found this place, right?" Old Ban shook his head. "No, it was all thanks to young Master Yang's careful arrangements." As he spoke, he glanced at the insect enslavement bracelet in Yang Kai's hand, and a faint look of horror appeared on his face. Although he didn't know what those black bugs were, every single one of them gave him a sense of fear and trepidation. Old Ban also knew that since Yang Kai had left those insects to protect him and his granddaughter, he was naturally confident in their strength. With the soul-devouring demon insects guarding them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be worried. With more than 100 insects gathered together, they could even fight against a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Not to mention now that the Seeking Passion sect's disciples in the Emperor Realm were all dead. Even if someone happened to find Old Ban and his granddaughter and wanted to harm them, they would only end up being killed by the soul-devouring demon insects. Young Master Yang, the fight outside is fierce. Don't you want to help? Xiao Ling, and I can just hide there. There's no need to worry too much. Old Ban glanced at Ice Heart Valley with some worry. Although he had been hiding in the rockery, he could still hear the noise and shouting outside, so he naturally knew that there was a great battle going on here. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "No, it's almost done. The dust will settle soon. Lowering his head, he smiled and patted Xiao Lingmer's head. Do you like this place? This will be your sect from now on. Xiao Lingmer blinked and said crisply, I like it, but it's a little cold. Yang Kai smiled. This is Ice Heart Valley, so it's normal to be cold. You'll get used to it slowly. Chapter 2654. Half of the entire Northern Territory was covered in ice and snow, but not all of it. However, Ice Heart Valley's inheritance was ice attribute secret arts, so when Bing Yun founded Ice Heart Valley, she naturally chose a place with extreme cold. Although Xiao Ling had also started cultivating, she was still young and weak, so it was normal for her to feel cold. Young Master Yang, Old Ban asked nervously, can the little girl really enter Ice Heart Valley? Although he could see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley was not ordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't have come directly through the space array. This matter was related to Xiao Ling's future, so he naturally couldn't care less. Don't worry, entering Ice Heart Valley is absolutely not a problem. But how much she can achieve in the future will depend on her own efforts and luck. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I don't ask for great achievements, just a safe life for the little girl. Old Ban sighed sincerely, feeling a little happy after receiving a positive answer from Yang Kai. Back in the desolate city, where dragons and snakes mixed together, every time he led someone into the ancient land's passageway, Old Ban would worry about the safety of the little girl. But if he didn't lead the way, they wouldn't be able to establish a foothold there. Now, as long as the little girl could enter Ice Heart Valley, he would no longer have to live in fear. Not far from Ice Heart Valley is Ice Moon City, which is Ice Heart Valley's property. While waiting for the battle to end, Yang Kai chatted with Old Ban. He told him about Ice Heart Valley's situation. After learning that Ice Moon City was not far from Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai was relieved. This way, if Xiao Ling missed him in the future, or if he wanted to see her, it wouldn't be too troublesome. As long as he could find a job in Ice Moon City and maintain his life, he wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Ling. The two chatted casually. The commotion outside became quieter and quieter, and in the end, no sounds of fighting could be heard. Only the cheers of women could be heard. It was obvious that Ice Heart Valley had won a great victory, which was why the disciples were so happy. 7,000 against 100,000, and the final victory was simply a miracle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of strange noises rang out from all directions as swarms of black insects rushed into the Ice Lake Island from various locations in Ice Heart Valley. Seeing this, Yang Kai took out the insect enslavement bracelet. He stored the soul-devouring demon bugs into his bracelet. The soul-devouring demon insect's contribution in today's battle was not small. When Yang Kai returned to Ice Heart Valley, he had released all his soul-devouring demon insects and ordered them to slaughter the enemy. With the soul-devouring demon bug's current strength, it would not be able to help Yang Kai deal with an intense battle. But for a large-scale massacre like this, it was the most convenient method. Without the Emperor Realm's 100,000 troops, the Emperor Realm's army was gone. No one could stop the soul-devouring demon insect's slaughter. Wherever the insect cloud passed, the Seeking Passion Sect's army would fall like straw. With the soul-devouring demon insects, the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, and the assistance of the Emperor Realm and the 3 Monster Kings, Ice Heart Valley's victory was a foregone conclusion. Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang. At that moment, a person's shout rang out from not far away. Young Master Yang, someone is looking for you. Old Ban glanced in the direction of the voice. Ignore him. Yang Kai curled his lips and continued talking to Old Ban. Old Ban observed Yang Kai's expression. Although he did not know why Yang Kai did not want to see that person, he tactfully did not ask. After a while, the Southern Gate Army finally discovered Yang Kai's figure. Overjoyed, they hurriedly rushed over and cupped their fists. Young Master Yang, so you were here? Fortunately, Yang Kai had killed some enemies along the way, allowing many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples to discover his tracks. Otherwise, the Southern Gate Army would not have been able to find this place. The Southern Gate Army had asked many people and followed the tracks to this place. When they saw that Yang Kai was here, they were overjoyed. This place was originally the Ice Lake Restricted Area. It was hidden and ordinary people would not be able to find it. The Southern Gate Army's previous indignant attitude was swept away. Instead, they became arrogant and respectful. If someone who did not know the truth saw this, they would think that this guy was a flatterer. He did not have the demeanor of a grandmaster at all. His moral integrity had been shattered. Young Master Yang, you really hid it from me. If I had known that the spirit array was created by young Master Yang, I would not have bothered Senior Bing Yun. The Southern Gate Army's face was full of smiles, but in fact, his heart was bitter. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, it was simply a complex feeling. After parting with Yang Kai, he went to find Bing Yun to inquire about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. However, at that time, Bing Yun was commanding the battle, so it was not convenient for him to disturb her. He waited until the dust had settled before he dared to approach her. After asking, the Southern Gate Army was stunned. It turned out that Ice Heart Valley's 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was passed down by Yang Kai more than a month ago. It was not something that belonged to Ice Heart Valley. Bing Yun also clearly told the Southern Gate Army that it was not convenient for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with him about the Spirit Array. If he wanted to know the details, he could only ask Yang Kai. The Southern Gate Army was dumbfounded. He also realized what Yang Kai's last words meant when he parted with Yang Kai. At that time, he snorted and did not take it seriously. It turned out that Yang Kai had already dug a big hole and was waiting for him to jump into it. For a moment, the Southern Gate Army's army was regretful and angry. He was a generation's array grandmaster. Although he did not have a big background, he was still a respected existence. Even Third Order Emperor Realm Sect masters had to be respectful when they saw him. After all, which sect did not have a sect-protecting array? Which sect did not need to arrange a spirit array? Now, if he went back and begged Yang Kai for a spirit array, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? He had already been slapped once in the ancient wild lands. Wouldn't he be slapping the left side of his face now? How could he be so cheap? The Southern Gate Army despised himself in his heart. After thinking about it for a while, he really could not do anything. Even if he was humiliating himself, he was also unable to cut off the allure of this peerless treasure. In his heart, he secretly decided that no matter how hard Kai Yang tried to make things difficult for him, he would bite the bullet and swallow it into his stomach. He would force Kai Yang to show him the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Are we familiar with each other? Yang Kai glanced at him with an indifferent expression. The Southern Gate Army's army laughed dryly and said, "The first time, the second time, the second time. The third time is a walk in the park." No need. Yang Kai put on a fake smile and said, "Grandmaster Nanman's fame is in the star boundary, a spirit array grandmaster. This young master is insignificant and cannot compare to you." The Southern Gate Army's face turned bitter, and he said, "Young Master Yang, you're too serious. This one has only done some research on spirit arrays. How could I dare call myself a spirit array grandmaster? Young Master Yang, you're flattering me to death." If it were anyone else who praised him like this, he would have accepted it without hesitation. But in front of Yang Kai, he could not be unyielding. After eating someone's food, one's mouth should be closed, and one's hands should be soft. They hadn't even eaten anything yet they were already inferior to Kai Yang. Yang Kai ignored him. He just chatted with Old Ban. Old Ban did not know what was going on. However, he could also see that this Grandmaster Nan Men had something to ask of Yang Kai, so it was naturally inappropriate for him to intervene. He simply didn't have the qualifications to do so, so he simply pretended to be ignorant and asked Yang Kai questions. Kai Yang's arrogance really made the Southern Gate Army's anger not light, but he could only suppress this anger in his heart. Laughing dryly, he stood to the side, hoping that his sincerity would be able to move metal and stone. When Yang Kai changed his mind, after listening for a while, the Southern Gate Army's army suddenly looked down at Pippa and asked kindly, "Little girl, what's your name?" Di Ling Yen glanced at him and replied in a crisp voice. The Southern Gate Army smiled and said, "Little girl is smart and cute, and her eyes are simple. It is fate that we met. Come, this king will give you a little thing." As he spoke, an item suddenly appeared in the hand of the South Gate Dajuan. It looked like a jade pendant, but the pendant was not jade in color. Instead, it was pale yellow in color. It was unknown what material it was made of. Taking it out, he hung it around Di Ling Er's neck without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. Old Ban, who was talking to Yang Kai, was shocked and said, "Grandmaster, you can't accept such a precious gift. The little girl is ashamed to accept it." Although he did not recognize what the jade pendant was, he knew that the other party would not go easy on him. The Southern Gate Army chuckled and said, "Old Master is too serious. Since you know Yang Kai, you are my friend. This is the first time we met, so I didn't prepare anything. Please accept this small gift as a token of my respect." Old Ban opened his mouth, but did not know how to refuse. He could only look at Yang Kai for help. The other party did not know him, so there was no reason for him to suddenly give something to Pippa. He was just trying to curry favor with Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could handle this matter. Yang Kai said lightly, "Grandmaster Nan Men is so bold. You gave away an array plate just like that." The Southern Gate Army's eyes lit up. Young Master Yang saw through it. He was afraid that Yang Kai did not know the value of this thing, so he wanted to say a few words. Who knew that he had underestimated Yang Kai's eyesight? What, an array plate? Old Ban was taken aback and looked a little frightened. If it really was an array plate, then this gift was too great. A formation plate was sealed with a formation. When facing an enemy, one only needed to take out the plate to easily set up a large formation. The reason Old Ban had heard of formation plates was because he had been in the savage, desolate ancient land for a long time and had come into contact with many people. Naturally, his knowledge wasn't lacking. "It's just a small thing. I refined it in my spare time. It is useless in my hands, so please don't refuse it." The Southern Gate Army chuckled. Yang Kai did not speak. He just reached out and touched the array plate. He nodded and said, "Not bad. It should be able to trap 1 or 2 people in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Anyone below the Third Order realm will be killed." This time, it was the Southern Gate Army's turn to be surprised. He said in surprise, "Young Master Yang has good eyesight." Old Ban, who was listening from the side, sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out, "Anyone below the Third Order realm will be killed." Chapter 2655. This array plate was of little value to Yang Kai. Even to the Southern Gate Army, it was something that could be casually refined, so it wasn't too valuable. However, it was different for Old Ban and Ling Er. Old Ban was only in the First Order Dao Source realm, so how could he not be shocked when he saw a formation plate that could trap even the Third Order Dao Source realm? In other words, this formation plate was enough to kill him 1,000 times over. What's more, this formation plate was made by the South Gate Army, so it was definitely the best of the best. It was enough to protect Ling Er for a long time as she grew up. Old Ban couldn't help but feel terrified. He didn't want to accept such a valuable gift, especially since Yang Kai and Grandmaster Nan Men weren't on good terms, so he couldn't accept it. But before he could refuse, Yang Kai put down the jade pendant and said, "Since it's for Ling Er, then accept it." The South Gate Army was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that his strategy had succeeded and couldn't help but chuckle. With a complicated expression, Old Ban cupped his fists and said, "This old man thanks the Grandmaster on behalf of Ling Er. You're welcome. If you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." The South Gate Army was in a good mood and took on the responsibility. In any case, Old Ban looked like an honest person. Whether or not he would be thick-skinned enough to ask him for help in the future was another matter altogether. Even if that day came, the First Order Dao Source realm would be a piece of cake for him, so he might as well leave a good impression on Yang Kai. As it turned out, his approach was indeed effective. Yang Kai restrained his indifference and nodded slightly. "Grandmaster Nan Men is considerate." The South Gate Army laughed heartily. "Young Master Yang is too kind." He was slightly relieved. However, he knew that it wasn't the right time to push too much, so he simply didn't mention the 7 points Black Tortoise Formation and the savage, desolate ancient lands. He just stood to the side and waited quietly. In any case, there was still plenty of time in the future, so he wasn't afraid of not finding an opportunity. Looking left and right, the South Gate Army's eyes were suddenly attracted by a formation array. This was an island on the ice lake. The space array that Yang Kai had previously arranged was located here. When the South Gate Army first arrived, they only cared about Yang Kai's attitude and didn't see anything else. Now that they were relaxed, they could see the extraordinariness of this array at a glance. He let out a soft cry of surprise and walked towards the space array with great interest. He circled around the space array and sized it up. A moment later, the South Gate Army seemed to have discovered something incredible. All of a sudden, they cried out in alarm, and their eyes shone with a shocking light. He directly pounced on the array and reached out to touch here and there. After a while, he said in horror, "A spatial array that crosses territory." He didn't know how he saw this, but he was able to determine that this was a territory-crossing space array. In an instant, the South Gate Army's faces turned red. That was a sign of extreme excitement. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter as he began to study it with extreme concentration. At this moment, for the Southgate Army, this spatial array that crosses territory was the only thing left in the entire world. There was nothing else that could disturb him. As time passed, he would frown from time to time, as if he had encountered some difficult problem, but he would also smile from time to time. He would even laugh sinisterly like a lunatic. A spatial array that crosses territory was rare in the entire star boundary. They were all treasures left behind from ancient times, and these spatial arrays were all controlled by the sects established by the great emperors. It could even be said that in the entire Northern Territory, there was not a single spatial array that crossed territory. It could be said that spatial arrays that crossed territory were extremely precious in the star boundary. Even if the Southgate Army had some fame, they couldn't find one to study. The Southgate Army never expected that he would be able to see one in Ice Heart Valley. This was his luck, and also his opportunity. If he could crack the secrets of this spatial array that crossed territory, with his ability, he might be able to replicate it. At that time, it would be a blessing to the entire star boundary, and the Southgate Army's name would resound throughout the entire star boundary. Fame didn't matter. The main thing was that if he could make another breakthrough with the help of this ancient array, he could die without regrets. For people like the Southgate Army, a spatial array that crossed territory was more attractive than anything else. Wonderful, wonderful. After a long time, the Southgate Army slowly stood up and praised. Although it was unknown what he saw, the admiration on his face was obvious. Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Young Master Yang, you are familiar with Ice Heart Valley. Do you know who arranged this thing?" "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The Southgate Army pondered for a moment before explaining. "This one is certain that this is a spatial array that crosses territory. The design of this array is extremely exquisite and rare, but what?" Yang Kai frowned. "But why does this technique feel a little awkward? That's not right. To be able to arrange such an exquisite spirit array, this person's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays are definitely not low, at least several levels higher than this one's. But why does it feel like this one isn't very skilled?" The Southgate Army didn't know whether he was explaining to Yang Kai or talking to himself, but after a while he shook his head and said, "I don't understand, I really don't understand." It was no wonder he couldn't figure it out. Although he had good eyesight and recognized that this was a spatial array that crossed territory, he probably couldn't have imagined that this array was created by Yang Kai. What he said wasn't wrong. The concept of this spirit array was indeed exquisite and rarely seen in this world. Because the concept and method of arranging this spirit array came from Yang Yen, the person who arranged it was Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays and only knew how to arrange this one spirit array, so he was somewhat unfamiliar with the details. The reason was that when Yang Kai arranged the array, he knew how it looked, but he didn't know why. He just followed the instructions of Yang Yen and didn't have his own understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. What I don't understand the most is that this array doesn't seem to have been passed down from ancient times, but seems to have been arranged recently. The Southgate Army frowned, then laughed and said, "Maybe I'm wrong." Even he didn't quite believe this judgment. As everyone knew, the method of arranging a spatial array that crossed territory had long been lost. Now, who had the ability to arrange such a spatial array that crossed territory? Grandmaster Southgate really has good eyesight. At that moment, a voice called out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of beautiful women with different temperaments walking over. They were none other than Ice Heart Valley's disciples from the Emperor Realm. Leading them was naturally Bing Yun. Yang Kai, Southgate Army, and the others hurriedly saluted. Although Old Ban had never seen Bing Yun before, after hearing Yang Kai's greeting, how could he not know that this beautiful woman in front of him was Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master? He immediately pulled Ling to greet her in fear. A strange light flashed in Bing Yun's eyes. She didn't know why Yang Kai had brought an old man here, but she didn't ask. She just stretched out her hand and lifted Old Ban up, saying, "No need to be so polite." Glancing at Ling, Bing Yun smiled and said, "What a clever little girl. Yang Kai, where did you kidnap her from?" Yang Kai smiled and explained the origins of Old Ban and Ling, before asking, "Senior, I want Ling to join Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. I wonder if it's convenient?" Bing Yun nodded and said, "It's not inconvenient at all. There are many disciples of her age in Ice Heart Valley. She can cultivate with them in the future." Old Ban was overjoyed and said excitedly, Quick, Ling, quickly greet the Valley Master." Saying so, he pushed the little girl. The little girl was quick-witted and immediately knelt down, saying crisply, "Ling greets the Valley Master and all the seniors." Sure enough, she's a clever little girl. A strange light flashed in Bing Yun's eyes as he reached out and pulled her up, turning back and saying, arrange a place for her." Zhang Suning stepped forward and whispered a few words to Di Ling, only to see Di Ling, constantly nodding. After a while, Ling turned back and said, "Grandpa, take care of yourself. When Ling has time, she will come to see you." Old Ban's eyes were wet as he suppressed the reluctance in his heart and waved his hand. "Go, Grandpa will live in Ice Moon City in the future. Cultivate well, and don't let the seniors worry." Ling was pulled away by Zhang Suning and gradually walked away, looking back 3 times with each step. Old Ban should be happy that Ling can join Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai comforted from the side. "I'm happy. This old man is just too happy." Old Ban raised his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. Although he felt that with Yang Kai's guarantee, it shouldn't be difficult for the little girl to join Ice Heart Valley. Now that his wish was fulfilled so easily, he was moved to tears. "Senior Bingyun, when you arrived earlier, what did you mean by those words?" The Southern Gate Army had been waiting for a long time, and now that they finally had time, they hurriedly asked, could it be that this territory crossing space array was really arranged recently? "You'll have to ask Yang Kai about this." Bingyun smiled slightly and looked to the side meaningfully. "What?" The Southern Gate Army was shocked. They looked at Bingyun, then at Yang Kai, and asked suspiciously, "Senior means that this space array was arranged by young Master Yang? Senior Bingyun isn't joking, right?" Bingyun said, "In any case, my Ice Heart Valley didn't have such a thing before. More than a month ago, Yang Kai asked me for a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. And then we had one." Her words were very clear. With Bingyun's identity and status, she wouldn't make such a joke. The Southern Gate Army's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. After a long time, he excitedly said, "Young Master Yang." No, Grandmaster Yang. Please accept this one's respect, Grandmaster." As he spoke, he really bowed to the ground with a respectful attitude. If the Southern Gate Army had to please Yang Kai because of all kinds of selfish motives before, then they were truly convinced now. Being able to arrange a territory-crossing space array, Yang Kai's attainments in spirit arrays were definitely not something they could compare with. Chapter 2656. There were 3,000 ways to achieve the Great Tao, and those who reached the top were the first. Southgate Dejun mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was some great hidden master and was full of admiration for him. "Grandmaster Yang, you're really good at hiding yourself. I hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive me for my previous rudeness." Southgate Dejun smiled bitterly and was sincerely convinced. Yang Kai blushed slightly, but he was too lazy to explain too much to him. He just said, "This space array was indeed arranged by me, but it's not what you think. Grandmaster Yang is too modest." It was this one who displayed his slight skill in front of an expert. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored him. He turned to look at Bingyun and asked, "Senior, how are the casualties?" Bingyun sighed slightly and said, "Thousands of disciples died, and more than half were injured. Although the loss is not small, it is still a fortunate outcome. It is all thanks to you and the 3 Monster King." Although Yang Kai did not participate in the battle, the soul-devouring demon insects he released made a great contribution. If it were not for the soul-devouring demon insects, Ice Heart Valley's casualties would be at least several times higher. After all, the number of enemies was too large. With the Emperor Realm and the 3 Monster King on Ice Heart Valley's side, it was impossible to kill them all. But the soul-devouring demon insects were different. Wherever the insect cloud passed, seeking passion sex people would fall. It could be said that they were a large-scale killing machine. "What about seeking passion sect?" Yang Kai asked again. Half of the 100,000 people died, 20 to 30,000 escaped, and the rest surrendered. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. This result was within his expectations. However, from now on, the behemoth that was the Seeking Passion sect had completely declined. Everyone in the sect, from the sect master down to the sect master. The sect master of the Emperor Realm was almost completely wiped out. Even if there were masters left to guard the sect, they would not be able to do much. "What is Senior's plan next?" Bingyun said, "First settle the injured disciples." The sect-defending array also needs to be repaired. As for those who surrendered, it will be difficult to deal with them. There were 20 to 30,000 cultivator who surrendered. Killing all of them would cause bad consequences, but letting them go would make Ice Heart Valley seem easy to bully. That was why Bing Yun was so hesitant. After all, only a small number of these people were from Seeking Passion sect, while the rest had been recruited by Seeking Passion sect recently. They didn't have any deep hatred for Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be avoided. We can let them go, but we must let them suffer a little." Bing Yun nodded and said, "I think so too." While the two of them were talking, Southgate Dajuan suddenly said, "Senior Bing Yun wants to repair the sect protection array. This humble one can help." Bing Yun smiled and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm just afraid that Grandmaster Nanmen won't agree." Yes. How could we not be willing? The Southern Gate Army was overjoyed. As they spoke, they glanced at the space array. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? As long as you can repair Ice Heart Valley's sect-defending array, you can study this territory-crossing space array however you want. In any case, this thing was set up by him using the space divine technique. No matter how thorough the research of the South Gate Army was, they would never be able to do anything about it. It could not be replicated either. Yang Kai wasn't afraid that he would steal it. The South Gate Army's eyes lit up when they heard this. They quickly cupped their hands and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster Yang." He really thought that Yang Kai was an even better array formation master than himself. "Senior, I want to go to the Seeking Passion sect." Yang Kai's face suddenly turned solemn as a faint murderous intent lingered around his body. Hearing this, Bing Yun understood. She nodded and said, "Then let Yaoer accompany you." Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bing Yun, and nodded in agreement. Without any delay, he took Ji Yao and flew out of the small island on the ice lake. After calling out to Shi Lei and the other two Monster King, they left Ice Heart Valley. "Young Master Yang, where are we going?" Shi Lei was a straightforward person. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, he knew that he was going to cause trouble, so he couldn't help but ask. "Seeking Passion sect." Yang Kai replied. Shi Lei and the others understood and didn't say anything else. They just followed behind Ji Yao. This time, Ice Heart Valley's matter was more or less related to Yang Kai. In the final analysis, it was Yang Kai who had caused the trouble. If he hadn't killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been besieged. Now that the Seeking Passion sect's upper echelons had suffered, Yang Kai obviously didn't intend to let it go so easily. Since the enmity had already been formed, it was natural to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. What's more, Seeking Passion sect had stood tall in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, so there must be a lot of good things stored in the sect. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Not long after, the group arrived at Ice Moon City. Previously, Ice Moon City had been occupied by Seeking Passion sect, but after today's battle, Seeking Passion sect's troops had been utterly defeated. Ice Moon City had become even more desolate, and the streets that used to be bustling with activity were now empty. They went straight into the City Lord's mansion, found the space array, and set up the source crystals. After activating it, their figures disappeared. Clear Inquiry Mountain Range was the foundation of Seeking Passion sect. It was rumored that the great emperors of Seeking Passion sect had started from scratch here and established such a huge sect. It was also here that they comprehended the great Tao and became great emperors. A sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years naturally had extraordinary heritage. The rolling mountains, rugged rocks, and clear waters were a place where outstanding people lived. There were countless peaks in Clear Inquiry Mountain Range, and the world energy here was extremely rich. Unlike Ice Heart Valley, which was built in a world of ice and snow, Clear Inquiry Mountain Range's climate was suitable, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. A day later, when Yang Kai arrived with the Monster King and Ji Yao, they found that Seeking Passion sect's gate was wide open. Not only was the spirit array not activated, but there were also no disciples guarding the gate. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the entire Seeking Passion sect was like a ghost town, without a single living person. They sure ran fast. Shi Lei obviously also noticed this and couldn't help but mutter. Even if Feng Xian had taken away a lot of disciples and elders, he would definitely have left some people behind to guard the sect. But now, the entire Seeking Passion sect was nowhere to be seen. Undoubtedly, the The cultivators who escaped from Ice Heart Valley had spread the news. As a result, the remaining disciples of Seeking Passion sect had abandoned their ancestral home. They had gone to avoid disaster. In other words, Seeking Passion sect had been completely wiped out since yesterday. Looking up at the gate, Yang Kai saw the white jade plaque with the words Seeking Passion sect shining brightly, as if someone had cleaned it all year round. Yang Kai raised his hand and struck. The plaque was smashed to pieces. After greeting the others, Yang Kai walked straight inside. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't see the slightest sign of life. All the pavilions he passed were in a mess, probably because the disciples of Seeking Passion sect had taken some valuable things with them when they fled. In any case, along the way, not only did Yang Kai not see anyone, but he also didn't see anything valuable. The only thing left was this huge foundation. This place is not bad. The world energy here is rich, so there should be a good earth vein here. Shilei looked around. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This is a sect with the inheritance of the great emperors, and the founders were the great emperors themselves. If the place was bad, how could they take a fancy to it? There is probably no place better than this in the entire Northern Territory." What a pity, what a pity. They provoked someone they shouldn't have. A foundation of 10,000 years is ruined just like that, Ing Fei sighed. Xia Wue rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, why don't you take over this place? Why don't you take over this place and establish your own sect? In any case, this place is now ownerless, so it would be a pity to waste it." As soon as this statement came out, Shilei and Ing Fei were both stunned. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't have the qualifications to establish a sect. After all, he was an Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally had the qualifications and a ready-made location. Moreover, with such a good environment, there was really no better place to establish a sect than here. It was just that the two monster kings didn't know what Xia Wue was thinking, or why he suddenly made such a suggestion. However, the two of them weren't idiots. After thinking for a moment, their eyes lit up as they understood Xia Wue's plan. Ing Fei also smiled and said, "Brother Xia's suggestion is good. If young Master Yang establishes a sect here, please reward him with a guardian elder or something." Shilei also grinned and said, "Count old ox in." Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them, secretly laughing in his heart. He understood that the three of them didn't want to return to the ancient lands and only wanted to follow him. He didn't have the face to recruit the three monster kings, but Zhang Ruoshi did. She had an ulterior motive. Yang Kai understood in his heart, but he didn't point it out. He just said, "Aren't you afraid that the Saint Seniors will settle accounts with me? I don't have the guts to poach them." "How could that be?" Xia Wue smiled. "The Saint Seniors aren't stingy people. Young Master Yang can talk to them when the time comes, and they will naturally agree." That's right, that's right. The Saint Venerables are very reasonable." Ing Fei chimed in. If an ordinary person wanted to poach them, the Saint Seniors wouldn't know if they were reasonable or not. In any case, Yang Kai would definitely have no problem talking to them. "We'll see." Yang Kai pondered for a moment, but didn't give a definite answer. The three monster kings' eyes lit up when they heard this. They secretly felt that this matter was very promising and became excited. Xia Wue's sudden proposal also made Yang Kai quite interested. As they said, this place was excellent and ready-made. Even if Yang Kai didn't want it, it wouldn't be long before it was occupied by another great force. After all, this was a place that Yang Kai had conquered. Although there wasn't a single living person here, the current empty situation was all thanks to him. Since this was a territory that he had conquered, there was no reason to give it away. What's more, Yang Kai felt that he had been wandering in the star boundary for so many years without a stable place to go. It didn't matter when he was alone, but if he brought his family and friends from Shadowed Star here in the future, where would they go? There was also Chi Yu, Ghost Ancestor, and the others. He couldn't let them stay in Thousand Leaves sect forever, right? Preparing a place to settle down early would make it convenient for them to stay and cultivate. Therefore, Xia Wue's unintentional words did indeed make Yang Kai feel very tempted. However, he also knew that establishing a sect was not so simple. It was a complete coincidence that he was able to successfully establish High Heaven sect on Shadowed Star back then. Now, if he wanted to establish a foothold in the star boundary, he would need to consider everything carefully. Chapter 2657. Seeking Passion sect's foundation was vast, So it took Yang Kai, Ji Yao, and the others 2 days to wander around this place before they finally managed to explore most of this huge foundation. The more he looked around, the more satisfied Yang Kai was with this place. Previously, when he said that this place might have the richest world energy in the Northern Territory, it was only because of the great reputation of the Seeking Passion sect's great emperors. But now it seemed that he was right, because the cultivation environment here was much better than that of the Azure Sun Temple. The Azure Sun Temple was also a top sect, and in terms of status and strength, it was almost the same as the Seeking Passion sect, but in terms of cultivation environment, it was slightly inferior. Perhaps only the sects founded by the great emperors could compete with the Seeking Passion sect. With such a foundation, so many ready-made buildings, and the heritage left behind by the Seeking Passion sect for tens of thousands of years, Yang Kai was more and more reluctant to hand over this place, so he secretly calculated in his heart. Although they had been to many places, they didn't find anything valuable. In the end, under the leadership of Ji Yao, the group arrived at a towering mountain peak. Ji Yao had visited the Seeking Passion sect several times in the early years with Bing Yun, so she knew that this mountain peak was the most confidential place of the Seeking Passion sect. If the Seeking Passion sect had a storehouse to store their wealth, then this storehouse must be hidden on this mountain peak. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they saw a light curtain enveloping the mountain peak, which looked extremely strong. Obviously, it was because a barrier had been activated. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up, and instead of being surprised, he was happy. The light curtain was intact, which meant that no one had broken through it since it was activated. If there really was something good inside, then it was definitely still inside. It was unlikely that the Seeking Passion sect's disciples would take it away. After stopping the Monster King from trying to break through the barrier with brute force, Yang Kai rummaged through his space ring and found several extremely extraordinary tokens, then immediately poured his Emperor Qi into them one by one. After a short while, a light flashed from one of the tokens and shot into the light curtain, instantly splitting it open. These tokens, Yang Kai had found all of them from the space ring of the Seeking Passion sect's high-level cultivator, especially the token that could open the restriction. It should be Feng Xian's sect master's token. Let's go in and see if there's anything good inside. Yang Kai was excited and walked in first. There was a palace at the top of the mountain. It was built with a majestic aura, looking extraordinary. The few of them entered the palace and saw that the decorations were simple and unadorned. It seemed that the furniture was old, and the traces of the flowing time great emperor were obvious. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He pondered for a moment and said, "Let's split up and search. If there's anything suspicious, let me know." "Yes, sir." The three Monster King immediately split up. Ji Yao didn't leave. She just followed behind Yang Kai and wandered around. "Are you really going to establish a sect here?" After walking for a while, Ji Yao suddenly asked. The three Monster Kings were straightforward and open-minded people. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's expression over the past few days. Ji Yao, on the other hand, had been silently observing Yang Kai and found that he was really tempted to establish a sect here. "I have a little idea." Yang Kai looked back at Ji Yao and grinned. "What's wrong?" Ji Yao shook her head gently. "Nothing. It's just that if you want to establish a sect here, it's a good choice." "You also think it's a good choice?" Ji Yao said, "Seeking Passion sect and my Ice Heart Valley are both in the Northern Territory. If you can take root here, you can help Ice Heart Valley. Moreover, you have the qualifications." Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. However, Ji Yao knew that Yang Kai, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. Even if she were to fight him alone, she definitely wouldn't be his opponent. In this world, only Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters could fight him. If even he wasn't qualified to establish a sect, then most sects in this world weren't qualified to exist. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I think so too, but I don't have a complete plan yet. There will be a lot of trouble if I really want to implement it." Ji Yao smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem. When the time comes, just tell Honored Master and she will help you. Ice Heart Valley will also lend you a hand." Yang Kai nodded and said, "This matter isn't urgent. I'm just thinking about it. If that day really comes, I will definitely ask Senior Bing Yun to come out and give me some pointers." Ji Yao nodded, a trace of expectation growing in her heart. Yang Kai had a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley and had a deep relationship with her honored master Bing Yun. Once he really took root in Seeking Passion sect, he could really support Ice Heart Valley. At that time, with two behemoths here, who would dare to provoke them? Ice Heart Valley definitely wouldn't be besieged this time. The reason why Ice Heart Valley suffered such a disaster this time was mainly because they had been too conservative and had too little communication with the outside world. Their relationship with the outside sects was too shallow. But you have to think carefully about the name of this sect. You can't keep using Seeking Passion sect's name, right? Jiao reminded. Yang Kai smiled slightly and nodded. I have my own plans. He already had a name for the sect in mind. At that moment, an eagle's cry suddenly came from a certain direction. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in that direction, saying, Ing Fei seems to have found something. Let's go and take a look. Jiao nodded and followed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a precipice. This precipice stood on top of a mountain peak and looked unremarkable, but Ing Fei's eyes were burning as he looked at it with interest. From time to time, he would even reach out and pat here and there, touching there. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Ing Fei hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, there's something strange here. Yang Kai glanced at the cliff in front of him and released his divine sense to investigate it. He nodded and said, Sure enough, there's something strange here. At first glance, this cliff looked inconspicuous, but in fact, it was shrouded in a very clever barrier, making it impossible for anyone to discover it inadvertently. If Yang Kai were here, he might have overlooked it carelessly, but Ing Fei's true form was a giant eagle. Not only was he fast, but his eyesight was also good, so he immediately saw what was wrong. I wonder if those tokens can open this barrier, Ing Fei said with some concern. We'll know when we try. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took out the tokens he plundered from Seeking Passion sect's elders again, testing them one by one. While he was busy, Shilei and Xiaowei also heard the commotion and rushed over. After asking about the situation, they both had a look of interest on their faces. They secretly felt that this should be the Seeking Passion sect's storehouse, or the location of their hidden treasures. A top sect with tens of thousands of years of inheritance would naturally have a lot of wealth stored here. It turned out that the tokens Yang Kai had plundered were really useful. He didn't know which token had a miraculous effect, but just like how it had opened the mountain's barrier before, after a flash of light, the precipice in front of him rumbled and opened, revealing a dark passage that led straight to the belly of the mountain. Immediately afterward, a light suddenly appeared in the passage. This light was like a prairie fire. More and more light bloomed, extending all the way down, illuminating the passage. Let's go, Yang Kai called out, carefully looking around while taking the lead. The others naturally hurriedly followed. After entering the passage, the cliff closed again, but with the illumination of the surrounding light, the passage was still very bright. After walking all the way down for an unknown amount of time, the path ahead suddenly opened up, and a huge underground cave appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After seeing the situation inside the cave, Xiaowei sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but exclaim, Sure enough, it's a storehouse for treasures. Not only him, but the other two Monster King and even Yang Kai couldn't remain calm. On the other hand, Ji Yao's expression remained the same, as if she didn't care about money at all. After all, she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, so her heart was as clear as ice. Even if the sky collapsed, she wouldn't be shocked. Inside the rock cave, there were piles of source crystals like small hills. Low-grade source crystals, mid-grade source crystals, high-grade source crystals, there were all kinds of source crystals. It was impossible to tell how many there were. At first glance, Yang Kai was almost dazzled by the light refracted by the source crystals. Although he had taken advantage of the situation in the savage, desolate ancient land and obtained hundreds of millions of source crystals, the source crystals in front of him were definitely not cheap. They were even more than what he had obtained in the savage, desolate ancient land. After all, this was the accumulation of the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. It was indeed not something an ordinary sect could compare with. Since Yang Kai had already decided to establish a sect here, the more resources he had, the better. When he had the ability to bring his family and friends from Shadowed Star to this place, he would at least be able to provide them with cultivation resources. After the origin crystals, there was a wooden shelf. On the wooden shelf, countless boxes were placed. There were wooden boxes, jade boxes, gold boxes, and so on. Kai Yang brought everyone to a wooden shelf and casually picked up a few things to examine. He discovered that the contents of this box were similar to what he had guessed. They were all rare and precious herbs, each of them incomparably precious and full of medicinal age. The Monster King wasn't interested in these herbs because the savage, desolate ancient land was rich in spirit grasses and medicines. If there was a place to find the best spirit herbs in this world, the savage, desolate ancient land would definitely be one of them. So, they just took a few glances and didn't pay any more attention. There were also many wooden shelves on the other side, but instead of boxes, they were filled with jade bottles. After Yang Kai checked, he found that these bottles were filled with refined spirit pills of different grades. However, they were all needed for a cultivator's cultivation. There were tens of thousands of jade bottles. Further down, there were all kinds of ancient books, including many secrets of the Seeking Passion sect. These things made Yang Kai's eyes light up, because these were all treasures left behind by the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. When he established a sect in the future, his disciples would all be able to use these treasures. In the depths of the grotto, there were a large number of artifacts. The lowest grade of these artifacts was Tao Source grade, and there were even hundreds of Emperor artifacts. With so many artifacts placed in one place, the energy fluctuations emanating from them were truly frightening. Chapter 2658. Along the way, Yang Kai could be considered a knowledgeable person, but he was still shocked by the wealth of the Seeking Passion sect. And such a large fortune would belong to him from today onwards. This was truly a windfall from the sky. There's more over there. Ji Yao suddenly pointed. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw 3 stone platforms in the deepest part of the grotto. Each stone platform was shrouded in a light barrier, and a box was placed on each of them. The fact that they were so carefully preserved showed that the things on these 3 stone platforms were absolutely extraordinary. Yang Kai walked over in high spirits, took out the token that opened the storehouse before, and waved it casually on one of the stone platforms. With a flash of light, the light barrier opened. Yang Kai directly picked up a long box placed on the stone platform. Let's see what kind of treasure it is. The 3 Monster Kings gathered together and looked at it with great interest. Everyone was curious, and the Monster Kings were no exception. Yang Kai weighed the long box in his hand with a strange expression and said, "It seems to be empty." "No way." Ying Fei was stunned. Xia Wuwei and Shi Lei also looked unwilling to believe it, but they also knew that Yang Kai had no reason to lie in front of them. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai opened the long box in his hand. Sure enough, it was empty. Why would an empty box be placed here so openly? Ying Fei said angrily, somewhat disappointed. Yang Kai glanced at the length of the empty box and suddenly thought of something. He took out something from his space ring. Then he placed it in the box, which fit perfectly. This is the Emperor artifact that Feng Xian used before? Xia Wuwei raised his brow as he recognized the Emperor artifact Yang Kai took out. Yang Kai nodded and said, "The Wind Thunder Divine Spear. It is said to be a relic of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors." So that's how it is. In that case, this Wind Thunder Divine Spear was originally enshrined here and would only be taken out when Feng Xian needed it. Xia Wuwei suddenly understood. It should be. After all, this is an artifact left behind by our ancestor. Even if Feng Xian is the Seeking Passion sect master, he can't carry this Emperor artifact with him at all times. Yang Kai nodded and put away the box. Now, it was certain that the Wind Thunder Divine Spear was originally placed in this empty box. As for the remaining 2 items, since they were also placed here solemnly, their value would definitely not be much lower than the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. Yang Kai was also curious about what was in the remaining 2 boxes, so he didn't hesitate. He immediately activated the restrictions on the 2 stone platforms and picked up a box to take a look. Ying Fei was quick to pick up the other box. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with bright eyes, "This is..." As soon as he opened the box in his hand, an extremely pure world energy rippled out, resonating with the Emperor Qi in his body. It was as if this pure spiritual energy was very beneficial to cultivation. "Source crystals," Xia Wuwei continued. But soon his expression changed. "No, it's a top-rank source crystal." "Top-rank source crystal?" Shi Lei's eyes also widened as he looked at the box in Yang Kai's hand. Even Ji Yao, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but take a look. "It really is a top-rank source crystal." Yongkai grinned and reached out to take out a thumb-sized, crystal-clear object from the box. This source crystal was one size smaller than a high-rank source crystal, but the world energy stored inside was incomparable to a high-rank source crystal. In the entire star boundary, once a cultivator cultivated to the level of the Emperor realm, low-rank source crystals and even mid-rank source crystals would not be of much use. Generally, a cultivator in the Emperor realm would use a high-rank source crystal to cultivate, and some transactions of valuable items would also use high-rank source crystals as a medium. But above high-rank source crystals, there was an even better existence called the top-rank source crystal. Compared to high-rank source crystals, top-rank source crystals were simply rare and extremely difficult to find. Often, even in 100 source crystal loads, one might not necessarily find one or two. Every top-rank source crystal was formed by seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. It was rumored that top-rank source crystals had many uses, but the most useful for a cultivator was to break through the shackles. If a cultivator encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, top-rank source crystals would be the best auxiliary external force. Moreover, they would not have any hidden dangers like taking some special pills. In the star boundary, countless Emperor Realm masters had cultivated for thousands of years, only to find themselves stuck at a bottleneck, unable to make any progress. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had been searching for this legendary top-rank source crystal, hoping to reach a higher level of enlightenment. However, how could it be so easy to find a top-rank source crystal? Those cultivators who had painstakingly searched for it were destined to be in vain. Now, there was a box of top-rank source crystals in the Seeking Passion sect's storehouse, and there were quite a few of them. There were as many as 7 of them neatly placed in the box. Good stuff, but it's a pity." Shilei praised while shaking his head. The other 2 Monster King heard this and also nodded. It is indeed a pity. Although top-rank source crystals were of great use to a cultivator's breakthrough, the 3 of them were already Monster King-level existences. In other words, they were comparable to third-order Emperor Realm masters. Therefore, although this top-rank source crystal was good, it was of little value to them. If they wanted to make further progress, they could only pin their hopes on the divine spirit source and the bloodline of their ancestors. If not for this reason, with their strength and identity, how could they be willing to follow Yang Kai's orders? Yang Kai also understood why they felt pity, but he did not point it out. He casually put away the box and looked at Ing Fei. "What is that box of yours?" Ing Fei said with a gloomy face, "A secret art." Saying so, he handed the box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it. His face instantly became dignified and he whispered, "Seeking Passion Supreme Art." This was the foundation of the Seeking Passion sect. It was also a peerless secret art created by the Seeking Passion Great Emperors. Cultivating this secret art, the deeper one's emotions were, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. But for those who were implanted with this secret art, it was a disaster. Because once one was affected by the Seeking Passion Supreme Art, they would never be able to extricate themselves. Not only would their cultivation be unable to progress, but they would also be obedient to the cultivator. Back then, Fengxi had taken a fancy to Ziyu from Ice Heart Valley, and although he genuinely liked her, his main purpose was to use Ziyu to fall in love with her. Once the marriage between the 2 families was successful, it was likely that Ziyu would become Fengxi's exclusive property and would never be able to touch the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. This Seeking Passion Supreme art was both good and evil. Although it was a peerless secret art, Yang Kai scoffed at it. He always felt that this secret art relied too much on external forces and could not allow one to pry into the Great Tao. He did not know how the Seeking Passion Great Emperors were able to become supreme. Casually putting away the secret art, Yang Kai turned around and said, "See if there's anything you need. Take whatever you want." The 3 Monster Kings looked at each other and chuckled. They cupped their fists and said, "Then we won't be polite." After entering a treasure mountain, there was naturally no reason for them to return empty-handed. Many of the treasures here were quite tempting, even to the 3 Monster Kings. The 3 immediately dispersed. Obviously, they already had a target in mind. Yang Kai then looked at Ji Yao and said, "You go and look for something too." Ji Yao shook her head and said, "No need." This time, Ice Heart Valley was able to get out of this predicament all thanks to you. "How can we take your things?" "Do as you wish." Yang Kai knew that with her temper, since she said that she would not take anything, it would be useless to persuade her. So, he did not waste his breath. While wandering around the storehouse, he waved his hand and collected all the tens of thousands of years of seeking passion sex accumulation into the small sealed world. After a short while, more than half of the treasures in the storehouse were gone. At this time, the three monster kings also returned. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that they did not take many things. Each of them took some jade bottles containing pills and an emperor artifact each. No one in the monster race could perform alchemy. So although the ancient wild lands was rich in spirit grasses and medicines, the monster race in the ancient wild lands could not use them perfectly. Basically, the monster race directly swallowed them, which greatly wasted the medicinal efficacy of the herbs. Now that there were so many pills here, the three monster kings naturally took some. After all, there was no harm in being prepared. As for the emperor artifacts, they naturally took one each and held it in their hands, grinning from ear to ear. Is this enough? Yang Kai asked with a smile. There are a lot of good things here. It's enough, it's enough. Ying Fei nodded repeatedly. Although there are a lot of good things, there aren't many that are useful to us. This is enough. Xia Wuwei and Shi Lei also nodded, expressing their agreement. Yang Kai did not say anything more and just continued to collect the treasures. After a stick of incense worth of time, the huge underground grotto became empty. Countless treasures were moved into the small sealed world by Yang Kai. With these things as a foundation, if Yang Kai really wanted to establish a sect in the future, resources would definitely not be a problem. I suddenly thought of something. Ji Yao frowned slightly. Yaozhua being able to break through to the Third Order Emperor realm might be due to the top-rank source crystal. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. That makes sense. Yaozhua was previously a Second Order Emperor realm master, so it did not make sense for him to suddenly break through. If he had to find a reason, the top-rank source crystal was the most suspicious. Ji Yao smiled again and said, "It's meaningless to think about this now. He's already dead anyway. Let's go." Yang Kai called out and took the lead to return along the original path. After leaving the storehouse, the cliff closed again. Yang Kai took out the token and activated the barrier again. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai said, "I'm going to set up a space array here. You can do as you please." The three monster king nodded slightly after hearing this and dispersed. Ji Yao asked, "Are you going to connect Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect?" Yang Kai nodded, and if we connect them, it will be convenient for us to communicate in the future. Since he had plans to take root here, he naturally had to interact more with Ice Heart Valley. Now that he had set up a space array in Ice Heart Valley, he could directly connect them if he set up another one here. In the past, Yang Kai did not have a fixed residence, so he did not think much about this, but now that he had some plans, this arrangement was essential. Chapter 2659. Half a day later, a space array was formed. Yang Kai called out to Ji Yao and said, "Junior Sister Yao, please return to Ice Heart Valley and tell the Southern Gate Army to come here after repairing Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." As he spoke, he handed over a special token to Ji Yao. Ji Yao took it and asked suspiciously, "What is this token for?" She could tell at a glance that this token was newly refined by Yang Kai because it still had his residual aura. Yang Kai smiled. "As long as it is a space array arranged by me, no one can use it without this token or me activating it." This was also the reason why Luan Feng failed to activate the space array in Phoenix Luo Palace that day. Because she didn't have Yang Kai's restriction token. She mistakenly thought that the space array was incomplete. She wanted to laugh at Yang Kai, but the result was disappointing. Ji Yao's eyes flashed when she heard this, but she did not say anything and walked directly to the space array. Yang Kai said while inserting source crystals, "This matter is not urgent. Wait until he repairs Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." "I know." Ji Yao nodded lightly, and in the next moment, her figure was enveloped in a white light and disappeared. After Ji Yao left, Yang Kai glanced around for a moment before his figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. Since he planned to take root here, Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore the Seeking Passion Sect's foundation. Although he had been searching for the hidden treasure trove before, he had not carefully explored this place. Now that he had some free time, Yang Kai naturally wanted to examine this land as its owner. His mentality had changed. Everything he saw was completely different now. When he was investigating before, he felt that this foundation was very good. But now, Yang Kai's mood could only be described with one word, and that was satisfaction. Inside Seeking Passion's sect, the world energy was rich, the scenery was beautiful, there were many strange mountains, there were many rare beasts running around in the mountains, and there were many spirit springs and spirit springs. It was the holy land of cultivation that every cultivator yearned for. Such a large estate was enough to accommodate 100,000 disciples without feeling crowded. Yang Kai's friends and relatives on Shadowed Star didn't have such a number. After wandering for several days, Yang Kai had finally carefully examined this piece of land. He didn't miss a single corner. He had some plans in his heart. He returned to the entrance of the Seeking Passion sect. There used to be a plaque here with the words Seeking Passion sect written on it. This plaque had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, but it was destroyed by the Yang Kai. Back here, Yang Kai naturally had his own plans. However, when he scanned the area with his divine will, he discovered that there were many auras around him. These people's strengths were mixed. Some of them were hiding in the dark, while others were standing not far away. All of them were looking at the Seeking Passion sect. From time to time, they would whisper to each other. There were quite a few of them, at least a few thousand of them. Moreover, there were even more people approaching. The Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley had fought a great battle. After the battle, the Seeking Passion sect's army was completely wiped out, and the helpers they had recruited had also suffered heavy casualties. This news could be said to have caused a huge uproar, and it didn't take long for it to spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. These people suddenly appeared outside the Seeking Passion sect's entrance because they had heard the news and wanted to see if they could get some benefits. When the Seeking Passion sect was at its peak, they could only look up to it. How could they dare to approach? However, the present was different from the past. The Seeking Passion sect was destined to be destroyed. How much wealth did a top sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years contain? Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts. When they thought of the huge wealth hidden in the Seeking Passion sect, naturally, many people couldn't sit still. They wanted to investigate and see if they could get some benefits. The Seeking Passion sect was such a behemoth, so even a little bit of wealth would be enough for them to enjoy endlessly. However, they didn't know the situation inside the Seeking Passion sect, so no one dared to take the lead. Naturally, they could only stand outside the entrance and watch. This group of people had arrived one after another over the past few days. They were from various sects and clans, and there were many different kinds of people. After hesitating for a few days, everyone finally thought of recommending a few leaders to discuss this matter together. However, before they could come up with a solution, they suddenly saw Yang Kai slowly walking out of the Seeking Passion sect. For a moment, thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and the discussion came to an abrupt end. In the next moment, the crowd went into an uproar. Someone came out of the Seeking Passion sect. Could it be a master of the Seeking Passion sect? The Seeking Passion sect's reputation in the Northern Territory was too great. Now that they suddenly saw a person appear from inside, many people subconsciously thought that it was a remnant of the Seeking Passion sect. They couldn't help but tremble with fear, afraid that they would be implicated. Nonsense. The Seeking Passion sect's higher-ups are all dead. Even if someone escaped, how could they return to the sect? Isn't this just walking into a trap? That's right. Didn't you see that the Seeking Passion sect's 10,000-year-old signboard has been destroyed? How could anyone from the Seeking Passion sect dare to stay here? In my opinion, this person must have come here to take advantage of us. He just got here one step ahead of us, and he must have harvested something. Damn it! How dare this person trespass on the Seeking Passion sect's foundation? Damn it! As soon as these words came out, many people suddenly lost their calm. They looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. It was as if the Seeking Passion sect was their territory, and Yang Kai daring to come in and out was disrespectful to them. These people had stayed outside for a few days and didn't have the courage to rush in, but now it seemed that someone had already taken the lead. Since that was the case, what were they still waiting for? For a time, the cultivator, whether they were in the open or hidden in the dark, showed up one after another. Some people who boasted of their strength flew out and greeted Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was only one person, and he didn't look very old, so it was inevitable that people would look down on him. These people had teamed up to take advantage of him, so naturally, they weren't afraid of him. Suddenly, more than a dozen people flew to Yang Kai and stood 300 feet in front of him. The middle-aged man in the lead looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, Boy, did you just come out of the Seeking Passion sect? Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered in his heart. How could he not know what they were planning? When he first saw so many people gathered outside, he felt a little strange, but after thinking about it for a moment, he understood their intentions. It was undeniable that their idea was correct. Since the Seeking Passion sect had been destroyed, there must be a lot of good things left behind. Since ancient times, it had always been like this. Unfortunately, the Seeking Passion sect was something Yang Kai had fought for, so how could he give away the many benefits? Faced with the middle-aged man's question, Yang Kai didn't even bother to pay attention to him and just rummaged through his space ring. Yang Kai's indifferent and arrogant appearance made the middle-aged man's face sink. In any case, he was still a sect master. Although the sect he belonged to was not a colossus like the Seeking Passion sect, it was still a decent force in the entire Northern Territory. Now that he had been ignored by this young man, how could he not lose face? Sensing his anger, a young man next to him immediately glared at him and said, "Boy, are you deaf? Didn't you hear my sect master's question?" Yang Kai glanced at the young man and said casually, "Of course this young master isn't deaf. It's just that someone asked some nonsense, and this young master was too lazy to pay attention to it." He had clearly just walked out of the Seeking Passion sect, yet the middle-aged man still asked such a question. Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking. The young man looked angry and was about to scold him, but the middle-aged man waved his hand and stopped him from shouting. He looked Yang Kai up and down and smiled slightly. "This king is Flying Yuan Pavilion's pavilion master, Li Qing Yuan. How should I address little brother?" He suddenly changed his arrogant attitude and became amiable, causing the young man next to him to frown, wondering what the sect master's intentions were. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "We just met by chance, there's no need to ask." Li Qing Yuan frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and the Pavilion Master of Flying Yuan Pavilion. He had taken the initiative to ask for a junior's name, yet he received such a response. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, he still had some self-restraint. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he didn't show it on his face and said, "It's like this, little brother. This king and many other heroes of the Northern Territory came here and saw the Seeking Passion sect in ruins. We were quite sad and wanted to go in and investigate, but we were afraid that a rash visit would cause misunderstandings. Since little brother came out of the Seeking Passion sect, you must know a lot about it. Can you explain it to us?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they all nodded in agreement, asking Yang Kai to explain the Seeking Passion sect's situation in detail. Yang Kai sneered and said, "You dare call yourselves heroes of the Northern Territory?" He casually swept his eyes over them and nodded lightly. A dozen or so First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Let's just say that for now. His shameless boasting made many people from the Emperor Realm around Li Qing Yuan unhappy. They were from the Emperor Realm, not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Every one of them was famous in the Northern Territory, but in Yang Kai's mouth, they were just some random Emperor Realm Masters. This little brat is too arrogant. Yang Kai's smile disappeared, and he glanced at the crowd in front of him. "You're here to take advantage of the situation, aren't you? You're just not sure if there are any masters in the Seeking Passion sect, so you don't dare to go in, right?" Li Qing Yuan and the others couldn't help but blush when they heard this. Although this was the truth, it was still a little embarrassing to be exposed in front of others. Li Qing Yuan said reluctantly, "Little brother, you're wrong. We are all sects, families, and forces that have some relationship with the Seeking Passion sect. When we heard that the Seeking Passion sect was in trouble, we mainly came to ask if there was anything we could do to help. How could we be here to take advantage of the situation? Little brother, don't think too badly of us." Yes. That's right, we're all here to help. Little brat, don't judge others by your own standards and think too badly of us. Chapter 2660. Yang Kai asked in surprise, "You came here to help Seeking Passion sect in their hour of need. Aren't you afraid that Ice Heart Valley will find trouble with you?" The conflict between Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley had long spread throughout the Northern Territory. Now that Seeking Passion sect was in trouble, they actually came here under the guise of providing timely help. If news of this spread, how could Ice Heart Valley tolerate them? Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Ice Heart Valley won't. Master Bingyuan is a kind person. Since we didn't directly oppose Ice Heart Valley, there is no need for her to vent her anger on us. Indeed, although the women of Ice Heart Valley are a bit arrogant and cold, they are all reasonable people. How could they care about such things? So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a look of understanding. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be bullied. Although this saying was somewhat inappropriate for Ice Heart Valley, it was close enough. From another perspective, if Ice Heart Valley was in trouble, and they came here under the guise of providing timely help, Seeking Passion Sect would definitely not let them off. It was precisely because they understood Ice Heart Valley's principles that they were fearless. Little brother, you haven't told us what's going on in Seeking Passion Sect. Li Qingyuan saw that the topic had drifted away and quickly brought it back. Yang Kai said lightly, Seeking Passion Sect's elders were wiped out and countless disciples were killed or injured. What else could it be? It's just a case of monkeys scattering when the tree falls. Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked in surprise, So, Seeking Passion Sect is now empty? Yang Kai looked at him mockingly and said, This master looks very happy. You didn't come here to ask about his well-being. Are you here to provide timely help? Hearing this, Li Qingyuan immediately showed a sad look and said, What's there to be happy about? This king's heart is aching right now. Seeking Passion Sect is a top sect, but now it has been destroyed. Its foundation of several tens of thousands of years has been destroyed. This is a great loss to the Northern Territory. What a pity, what a pity. How could such a great force be destroyed so suddenly? Everyone else also sighed with sorrow. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this, they would really think that they had a good relationship with the Seeking Passion Sect. Changing the topic, Li Qingyuan asked with a burning gaze, Since you came out of the Seeking Passion Sect, did you find anything inside? At this point, he was no longer in a hurry to rush in and take advantage of the situation. Since Yang Kai had entered the Seeking Passion Sect before them, then if there were any benefits, Yang Kai would definitely take them. At this moment, keeping an eye on Yang Kai was the safest choice. I found a treasure trove. Yang Kai's words were extremely shocking. As soon as he said that, countless pairs of greedy and covetous eyes stared at Yang Kai like sharp swords. What is in the treasury? Li Qingyuan's voice couldn't help but tremble. Yang Kai chuckled, source crystals. Hundreds of millions of source crystals. There are all kinds of pills, secret artifacts, emperor artifacts, secret arts, ancient books. There is nothing you can't imagine, nothing you can't see. Hiss, a series of gasps rang out. Everyone was excited, and their eyes were filled with greed. Yang Kai looked at the crowd with a smile and said, Everyone seems to be very interested. Li Qingyuan resisted the urge to gulp. He was thinking about how to take down this boy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and then monopolize everything. If he really obtained the tens of thousands of years of accumulation of the Seeking Passion Sect, the strength of Feiyuan Pavilion would definitely increase significantly. In time, it would not be a dream for them to become the second Seeking Passion Sect. Many people had the same idea as Li Qingyuan. For a moment, everyone felt like they were surrounded by enemies. As they exchanged glances, vigilance rose. Boy, you're full of nonsense. A voice suddenly rang out. It's true that the Seeking Passion Sect has a treasure trove, but how can you open it with your strength? You're so young, yet you're already harboring ulterior motives. Don't be fooled by him. When everyone heard this, they were slightly surprised and felt that this person's words made sense. A sect as big as the Seeking Passion Sect did indeed have a treasure trove, but how could such an existence be opened so casually? It was likely that only people like Feng Xian and Yao Zhuan knew how to open it. Li Qingyuan came back to his senses and immediately said with dissatisfaction, Little brother, you're not being honest. Yang Kai smiled disdainfully. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Saying so, he suddenly took out a strange stone about 10 meters tall from his space ring. As soon as this strange stone appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted and an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Even the dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor realm who were enveloped by this aura suddenly felt that the power in their bodies was no longer flowing smoothly. This is 10,000-year-cold heart iron. What? It's actually 10,000-year-cold heart iron. Such a treasure actually exists in this world, and such a large piece at that. Heavens, where did this thing come from? I heard that a palm-sized piece of 10,000-year-cold heart iron can be refined into an Emperor artifact. How many Emperor artifacts can this 10-meter-tall thing be refined into? If this thing were to be sold, it would be worth at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. This little brat isn't lying. He definitely opened the Seeking Passion sect's treasure trove. This thing belongs to the Seeking Passion sect. Noisy discussions rang out one after another. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the 10-meter-tall, 10,000-year-cold heart iron. They were shocked to the extreme. This thing alone was priceless. If Yang Kai had really opened the Seeking Passion sect's treasure trove, how many good things would he have obtained? Their previous suspicions suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt that Yang Kai had picked up a big bargain in the Seeking Passion sect. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm became restless, eyeing the 10,000-year-cold heart iron covetously, as if they would rush over to snatch it at any moment. However, because there were too many opponents, no one dared to act at will. For a time, the situation was in a deadlock. However, more people were curious. Why did Yang Kai suddenly take out such a peerless treasure? Was he showing off his wealth? There was no need for that. Didn't he know that he would only cause trouble for himself? Just as everyone was wondering, Yang Kai shook his hand, and the myriad sword appeared in his hand. He poured his emperor chi into the sword, and the space principles lingered around his body as he carved stroke after stroke on the 10,000-year-cold heart iron. What is this little brat doing? He seems to be carving words. What a waste of heaven's treasures. How can he carve words on such a treasure? This is simply too wasteful. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk no matter how angry these people were, Yang Kai still carved stroke after stroke with a focused and meticulous expression. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly took a deep breath and put away the myriad's sword, his face faintly pale. It seemed that this action had consumed a great deal of his strength. After all, this was a top-grade artifact refining material, so even carving a few words was not an easy task. However, after Yang Kai looked at it carefully, he was quite satisfied with his masterpiece. At this moment, a strong wind blew past, and some of the fragments on the 10,000-year-cold heart iron were blown away, revealing 3 large characters written in flamboyant calligraphy. The characters were not very beautiful, but they gave people a strange feeling. It was as if they looked at them for too long, they would be unable to extricate themselves from them, as if they wanted to devour their minds. High Heaven Palace. Someone read out the 3 characters engraved on the 10,000-year-cold heart iron, causing everyone to be puzzled. What is this High Heaven Palace? It sounds like the name of a sect, but is there such a sect in the Northern Territory? Never heard of it. Li Qingyuan, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by this?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the 10,000-year-cold heart iron beside him, smiling as he said, "It's nothing. I just want to tell everyone that from now on, this land will be the foundation of my High Heaven Palace. It just so happens that many guests have arrived, so it will save me the trouble of notifying them one by one. I hope that after you return today, you will help this young master spread the word. Otherwise, if anyone dares to intrude into my High Heaven Palace's territory, don't blame this young master for being ruthless." What? What does this little brat mean? Does he want to establish a sect? What a joke. A mere little brat. What ability does he have to establish his own sect here? Yes, this is the property left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. Even if he wants to occupy it, it won't be his turn. This brat's heart is higher than the sky, but his life is as thin as paper. The discussions reached Yang Kai's ears, but Yang Kai remained as calm as a mountain. After the noise subsided, he sneered, "Does anyone have any objections? If you have any, just keep it to yourself, lest you make everyone unhappy. This brat is too arrogant. Does he really think that there is no one in my Northern Territory?" Li Qingyuan's face was also gloomy as he said, "Brat, you are going too far. Since we have gathered here today, then this matter is not up to you alone. The Seeking Passion sect is a sect in my Northern Territory, and the ownership of its inheritance and treasure trove should be discussed and decided by the heroes of my Northern Territory. It is not up to you." With one sentence, he raised the issue of the Seeking Passion sect's inheritance to the Northern Territory. Li Qingyuan was indeed an old fox, and everyone applauded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "In this young master's territory, everyone naturally has to listen to me. If anyone is not convinced, you can stand up." Sect Masterly, this brat is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson today. Yes, we have already given him enough face, but he wants a yard after taking an inch. There is no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's do it. Now that the Seeking Passion sect is empty, There is nothing to worry about. They didn't dare to break in before, because they were afraid that the Seeking Passion sect had left some masters in the sect. But now that they had determined that no one from the Seeking Passion sect was here, and Yang Kai had obtained the treasure trove and wanted to occupy it, naturally no one could resist. Li Qingyuan's eyes flashed with determination as he nodded lightly and said, "Fine, since he is so stubborn, let's teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out. The rest of the crowd naturally didn't want to fall behind and rushed towards Yang Kai, all of them wanting to grab Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai casually took out a 10-meter-tall piece of 10,000-year-cold heart iron. Who knew how many more good things he had in his space ring? In an instant, more than a dozen masters from the Emperor realm rushed over aggressively, making the scene extremely lively. Chapter 2661. Emperor Qi surged, and a great battle was about to break out. Facing the joint attack of more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm, not only did Yang Kai not dodge, he even laughed loudly, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows, wondering what was wrong with this little brat. But at this moment, the arrow was already knocked, so even if everyone noticed that something was wrong, they couldn't stop. All of them were staring at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. In an instant, more than a dozen people pounced in front of Yang Kai, using all kinds of methods to launch a fierce attack. Condense! A cold snort rang out, and under the influence of space principles, the space within a 1,000-meter radius instantly became viscous and solidified. This sudden turn of events caused the dozen or so attackers to turn pale with fright. The Emperor Qi in their bodies suddenly became sluggish, as if they had fallen into a deep swamp, making it extremely difficult for them to even move. The power of their attacks was greatly reduced, and even the brilliance of their Emperor artifacts dimmed. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Realizing that something was wrong, they tried to withdraw, but it was already too late. Yang Kai raised his hands and blasted them forward, filling the sky with palm shadows. With a series of explosions, one figure after another flew out in a sorry state, all of them coughing up blood in midair, their faces as pale as paper. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fell to the ground like dumplings. When they stood up again, everyone's face was ashen, and their souls were shaken. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have used a lot of effort to repel so many cultivators from the Emperor realm at once. His figure swayed slightly, but there was no sign of him retreating. His face also paled slightly before returning to normal. However, that figure still stood tall and straight in front of the mountain gate, like a divine needle that could hold the sky. Like a bottomless abyss. They were guarding this land. How is this possible? He's a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? How did he do it? More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor Realm felt like they were in a dream. Although they didn't know Yang Kai's depth before, they could tell that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high because of his young age, so they didn't put him in their eyes. It turned out that their guess was right. When Yang Kai made his move, Yang Kai's face turned red. His cultivation base was exposed. There was no doubt that he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, weaker than them. But it was this First-Order Emperor Realm Master who defeated the joint attack of more than a dozen people all by himself, injuring all of them. If this didn't happen to him, no one would believe it. This was simply a fantasy story. This was especially true for a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master like Li Qingyuan. He had roamed the Northern Territory for so many years, but he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. He had also fought many First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. It had always been him crushing others, but who was as ferocious as this young man in front of him? His greedy and covetous gaze gradually receded and was replaced by infinite seriousness. It was rumored that there were some martial arts geniuses in this world. Although their cultivation was not high, they could fight and even kill people above their level. Li Qingyuan had also seen such people. However, those so-called geniuses, at most, it would be a tie with him. Compared to this person in front of him, he was simply mediocre. This person in front of him was not only able to fight people above his level, but he was also not at a disadvantage when fighting against more than a dozen people. Li Qingyuan even suspected that this young man had not used his full strength. If he had, perhaps half of the dozen people would have died in an instant. Thinking of this, cold sweat suddenly appeared on Li Qingyuan's forehead. If he was so powerful as a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Wouldn't he be invincible if he advanced to the second order or third order emperor realm? At that time, only those masters who had ascended to the position of great emperors would be his match. Boy, who the hell are you? Someone screamed at the top of his lungs, as if he was unwilling to accept his fate of being sent flying. Thinking that Kai Yang had taken advantage of the situation, his heart was not convinced. This was also a question that everyone wanted to know. It was impossible for such an outstanding young man to be an unknown rising star. At the very least, everyone should have heard of his name. Turning his head to look at the person who asked the question, Yang Kai grinned and said in a clear voice, "This young master is Yang Kai. I believe everyone should be familiar with him." See, he's Yang Kai. The Yang Kai who killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea and angered Feng Xian. The war between Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect started because of him. I heard that the complete annihilation of Seeking Passion Sect was also planned by him. I don't know where he got strong reinforcements from, but he managed to kill Feng Xian, Yao Zhua, and the others in one fell swoop. It had to be said that Yang Kai was quite famous in the Northern Territory, and this was all thanks to Feng Xian's previous publicity. After all, the war between the two sects was of great importance, and it was impossible for Seeking Passion Sect to act without justification. Yang Kai killing Feng Shi and Bing Yun shielding Yang Kai were the reasons for Seeking Passion Sect to declare war on Ice Heart Valley. Before this, all the cultivators in the Northern Territory were very curious about who this guy named Yang Kai was and how he had the guts to kill Feng Shi. They secretly felt that this boy would not have a good ending. However, no one had expected that the Seeking Passion Sect would be destroyed in the end. Moreover, the culprit had actually come to the Seeking Passion Sect's base to establish a new sect, occupying the Magpie's Nest and creating a new towering firmament palace. If this matter was known by the great emperors of Seeking Passion Sect, they would probably be angered to death. For a time, there was silence outside the mountain gate. Whether it was the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm or the thousands of cultivators outside, they all looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as three figures suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. As soon as these three figures appeared, a monstrous pressure surged out from them. This pressure was so strong that it seemed to dim the entire world. Everyone felt their breathing become sluggish, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, causing them to wear bitter looks on their faces. Many pairs of eyes stared at the three figures, and all of them trembled. Although they couldn't see through the real situation of these three people, the powerful pressure told everyone present that any one of these three people could kill everyone here and slaughter them all. A chill instantly rose from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. The thousands of cultivators' faces turned ashen, as if their parents had died. They wanted to escape immediately, but they did not dare to act rashly. They could only stand in place and endure the torment. "Young Master Yang, what happened? Why do I feel that someone is fighting?" Xia Wuwei frowned and asked. It seems that someone is acting wildly here." As Ying Fei spoke, his hawk-like eyes swept across the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm. His expression was extremely unfriendly. "Who dares to act wildly? Let this old ox deal with him." Shilei roared, his monster chi rolling and stirring up a gust of demonic wind, as if he wanted to poke a hole in the sky. A monster race. Someone noticed the demonic chi and immediately exclaimed, "It's the Monster King." Li Qingyuan screamed at the top of his lungs, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. His face was as pale as paper. Although he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was powerless in the face of the Monster King, who was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He instinctively felt terrified. What's more, if he wasn't mistaken, the other two masters were also from the monster race. They were also powerful existences on the same level as the Monster King. Heavens, existences like the Monster King were even rarer than third-order Emperor Realm Masters. But today, he actually saw three of them here. He didn't know if he was lucky or sad. Thinking about what happened before, Li Qingyuan felt that the latter was more likely. After Li Qingyuan shouted Monster King, the dozen cultivators from the Emperor Realm, along with the thousands of cultivators, all took a step back and looked at Shilei in horror, as if Shilei was some kind of scourge that would devour them in the next moment. Who was acting wildly here just now? Stand up for this king. Shilei glared at them, his voice like thunder. Who dared to answer? They were afraid that they would be targeted and die without knowing why. The sound of gulping could be heard, but their feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. The dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm all looked at Li Qingyuan, hoping that he would be the first to speak to the monster king. Li Qingyuan cursed this group of despicable villains in his heart. They had no sense of brotherhood at all, but now that things had come to this, the consequences of not speaking up would not be any better. He could only say dryly, "Monster King, Master, it's a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Shilei glanced at Li Qingyuan and snorted. How is it a misunderstanding? Li Qingyuan racked his brain, his thoughts flying. While choosing his words carefully, he replied, "It's like this. We are all cultivators from the Northern Territory. We heard that young Master Yang from Yangkai was establishing a sect here, so we came here to congratulate you. However, we were blind to not recognize young Master Yang and offended you. We hope that young Master Yang and the other master will forgive us." His words were eloquent and clear. Even Li Qingyuan was impressed by his own wit. Establishing a sect? Shilei was startled and looked at Yangkai inquiringly. Although he had mentioned this a few days ago, Yangkai had not given him a direct answer. He did not know why Li Qingyuan suddenly brought this up. Ing Fei's eyes were sharp. He saw the 10,000-year-cold heart iron and clapped his hands. Young Master Yang is really establishing a sect here. High Heaven Palace, your ambitions are soaring. Wonderful, wonderful. Xia Wei laughed loudly. Very good, very good. Then this Xia will stay in High Heaven Palace from now on. I hope that young Master Yang can bestow upon me some position of protector or deacon. Count me in. Shilei put away his ferocious appearance and instead revealed a flattering smile. He looked at Yangkai and said, "Young Master Yang, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other." Ing Fei nodded. This one also has the same intention. More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fainted at once. The thousands of cultivators were even more dumbfounded. Every one of them felt that this was extremely unreal and questioned their hearing. These were the three great monster kings, masters who were comparable to three third-order Emperor realm masters. Yangkai had just established a sect here and engraved the brand of his sect. He had not even officially established a sect yet, but these three could not wait to join. And they only wanted to be rewarded with the position of protector or deacon. Was there any justice in this world? Which third-order Emperor realm master was not an overlord in the entire star territory? Which one of them was not a grandmaster? With such strength, it was enough for them to establish their own sect. But now, they were begging to join this high heaven palace that had not yet been established. What was so special about Yangkai that the three great monster kings were so eager to join him? Chapter 2662. Li Qingyuan and the others were filled with a bitter taste. The three monster kings had joined the High Heaven Palace only to be rewarded with the position of guardian deacon. Naturally, their strength couldn't compare to the three monster kings. If they were in the High Heaven Palace, would they only be comparable to ordinary disciples? Of course, it was impossible for them to leave their own sects to join the High Heaven Palace. The High Heaven Palace's waters were too deep for them to blend in. However, with the addition of the three monster kings, the High Heaven Palace would probably become a first-class sect in the Northern Territory in the future. Once it developed, it would definitely overshadow the glory of the Seeking Passion sect. Li Qingyuan and the others seemed to see the figure of a behemoth about to rise. They were shocked. For such a good thing to fall into Yangkai's hands, it made the group go crazy with jealousy. If any of the three monster kings could join their sects, they would definitely benefit immensely. But to everyone's surprise, in the face of the three monster kings' earnest request, Yangkai actually said with some difficulty, "We'll discuss this later." Li Qingyuan and the others instantly widened their eyes and secretly cursed Yangkai for not knowing what was good for him. This was something that others couldn't even ask for, but when it came to him, he actually wanted to discuss it again. Was there really something wrong with this guy's head? What was there to discuss? Agreeing was the right thing to do. Shilei and the others looked at each other. They all knew what Yangkai was worried about. Although with his current position among the three holy sages, asking for the three monster kings to come from the savage wildland wasn't a big deal. He obviously didn't want to rashly poach other people's sects, especially the three holy sages. At the very least, he had to inform Luan Feng and the others first. After understanding this point, Shilei and the other three monster kings didn't force him anymore. They pondered for a while. Shilei said, "Young Master Yang, these people, do you want to kill them?" He asked casually, as if he didn't want to kill a few thousand people, but a few thousand chickens and ducks. This made everyone's faces turn pale as they looked at Yang Kai for help. At this time, they also knew that their lives and deaths were in Yang Kai's hands. If Yang Kai wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. The dozen or so leaders of the Emperor realm looked at Yang Kai with flattering smiles and apprehension, fearing that he would say the word kill. "Es all. What's there to kill? We don't have any grudges." He knew that since Yang Kai said such words, their lives would not be in danger, so he was grateful for his magnanimity. Shi Lei nodded and said, "Old Ox was too reckless." Changing the topic, he shouted at Li Qingyuan and the others, "You bunch of trash, since you came to congratulate, why didn't you bring any gifts? Did you just say it casually?" Li Qingyuan and the others were shocked. Hurriedly they said, "We wouldn't dare. Gifts, naturally, we have them, we have them." Saying so, the dozen or so leaders of the Emperor realm quickly rummaged through their space rings, sometimes showing resolute and sometimes hesitant expressions. A moment later, more than a dozen space rings were gathered in Li Qingyuan's hands. Li Qingyuan held them with both hands and walked over to Yang Kai with trembling hands, forcing out a smile and saying, "Young Master Yang, this is a trivial gift. I hope young Master Yang will accept it." Yang Kai accepted the rings casually, not bothering to check the things inside. Now that he was rich, he did not lack these dozen or so space rings. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai said, "Sect Master Li is too kind." A faint look of pain appeared on Li Qingyuan's face. Just now, he had plundered most of his many years of savings and was afraid Yang Kai would not be satisfied. Yang Kai guessed that the other leaders of the Emperor realm were also like this, otherwise, they would not have shown such distressed expressions. How could he have known that once the things were in Yang Kai's hands, Yang Kai would accept them without even looking at them? If he had known this would happen, he would not have spent so much effort and would have just casually stuffed some congratulatory gifts in. Of course, young Master Yang. If there is nothing else, this Li will take his leave." Li Qingyuan's heart was greatly stifled by the loss of his wealth, and he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. "Speaking of which, this young master really does have something he needs your help with," Yang Kai said pleasantly. "Ah!" Li Qingyuan was shocked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he asked in a panic, "What is young Master Yang's instructions?" Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "Sect Master Li need not be so nervous. What I want you to help me with is very simple. After leaving this place, you just need to help this young master spread the word in the Northern Territory that this young master has occupied this land and built the High Heaven Palace." Hearing this, Li Qingyuan's heart relaxed and he let out a long sigh. "So that's what it is." Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully and said, "What does Sect Master Li think it is?" Li Qingyuan said awkwardly, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Leave it to this Li." Although this Li's strength is not enough, he still has some friends who will spread this news as soon as possible, lest some rascals come to harass your palace. "That's good." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, then glanced at the other people from the Emperor realm and said, "I also hope that you can help me a little." How could the people from the Emperor realm not dare to refuse? They all nodded and promised, patting their chests and making promises. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "Since you are all heroes of the Northern Territory, then when my High Heaven Palace officially opens its doors, I will definitely send you invitations. I hope that you will all come and drink a cup of wine at that time." Hearing this, everyone felt bitter in their hearts, knowing that they would definitely have to send a large number of congratulatory gifts when the time came. But on the surface, they kept chatting with Yang Kai, saying that they would definitely come. After a few more words, the group of people couldn't wait to leave. "A bunch of trash. Why should young Master Yang give them face?" Shi Lei snorted coldly. Although he didn't see the conflict between Yang Kai and the people from the Emperor realm, he vaguely guessed some of the truth. According to his personality, directly killing them all could be considered as making a name for the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "The more friends you have, the more options you have. They were just scheming for the sake of benefits. They have no grievances with me, so why should I kill them all? In the future, if the High Heaven Palace wants to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, it's not suitable to make the whole world their enemy. You have to know that snakes have their own ways, and rats have their own ways. One day in the future, they may have a place that they can rely on. Shi Lei immediately flattered. Young Master Yang is wise. Old Ox didn't think it through. Yang Kai wasn't interested in his flattery, so he pretended that he didn't hear it. He raised his hand and said, "Follow me." The three Monster King looked at each other. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, they followed obediently. After a short while, everyone arrived in front of the newly arranged space array Yang Kai had set up. Glancing at the three, Yang Kai said, "This time, I must thank the three Monster Kings. If it weren't for your help, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been able to get out of this predicament so easily. This young master thanks you on behalf of Senior Bing Yun and the thousands of disciples of Ice Heart Valley." Shi Lei and the others were shocked and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang is too serious. It was just a trivial matter." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It may be a trivial matter to you, but to Ice Heart Valley, it was a life-saving grace. You can't mix it up." After a pause, Yang Kai continued, "But since the dust has settled here, the three of you should return to the ancient wildlands first." Ah! Ing Fei was disappointed when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai and stammered, "Young Master Yang, you're letting us go back just like that? We've only been out for a few days." That's right. Xia Wu Wei also nodded vigorously. "Young Master Yang, if there's anything else you want us to do, the three of us will do our best to help." Shi Lei was eager to move. "Young Master Yang, why don't you take us to the Northern Territory and unify the Northern Territory?" This proposal made Ing Fei and Xia Wu Wei applaud loudly. The monster qi in their bodies surged, as if they would go and harm the other sects in the Northern Territory as soon as Yang Kai gave the order. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Although the three of you are masters, there is still a difference between humans and monsters. If you really cause a stir in the Northern Territory, I'm afraid it will attract trouble. I know what you're thinking, but this matter can't be rushed. It's still unknown when that girl will come out of seclusion. Just wait for the news in the ancient wildlands." The three Monster Kings were a little embarrassed when Yang Kai saw through their thoughts. In the end, it was because of Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi's relationship that they submitted to him. Without Zhang Ruoxi, how could Yang Kai have such weight? The three also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. Although they wanted to follow Yang Kai and be close to him, the key was that the blood door had been hidden since it disappeared. No one knew when Zhang Ruoxi would come out of seclusion, so it was useless to follow Yang Kai even if they followed him. But they were quite unwilling to go back just like that. God knows when Yang Kai would think of them again. Xia Wu Wei rolled his eyes and said, "Young Master Yang, let the two of them go back. This Xia will follow you and make it convenient to protect your safety. Heaven and earth are not benevolent and treat all things as dogs. Walking in the star boundary, it's natural to be careful. Why should we go and you stay?" Ing Fei and Shi Lei asked in unison, their faces full of resentment. "This guy wants to eat alone, how hateful." Xia Wu Wei snorted, "No reason." Shi Lei shouted, "Come on, let's fight first. Whoever is stronger will stay. Let's talk with our fists, not with our mouths. Since we want to protect young Master Yang, of course we have to leave the strongest behind." Among the 32 Monster King and the 8 Great Saint Emissaries, his strength was enough to rank in the top 3. In a one-on-one fight, Ing Fei and Xia Wu Wei were definitely not his opponents. Xia Wu Wei sneered, "This king disdains." Ing Fei said, "Brother Xia, that's not right. Even if someone had to stay behind to protect young Master Yang, it wouldn't be you. In terms of strength, Brother Shi Lei is better than you, and in terms of agility, no one would dare to claim to be first. This is the responsibility of a bodyguard, and it's my duty to do so." The corner of Xia Wu Wei's mouth twitched, and he coldly snorted. "So what if this Xia is young Master Yang's sole slave?" As he spoke, he suddenly urged his soul power, and a faint golden light emerged in his mind. The golden light was obviously a layer of soul seal branded in Xia Wu Wei's knowledge sea. From the soul seal, Yang Kai's aura was clearly transmitted. Chapter 2663. Ing Fei and Shi Lei's mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. How could they not know what was going on when they saw this scene? Xia Wu Wei was really Yang Kai's soul slave and had been branded with the Divine Soul brand. But when did this happen? The 3 Monster Kings had been together all this time, but they didn't find any clues. Xia Wu Wei put away the golden light and chuckled. "When young Master Yang entered the ancient land last time, I had already submitted to him. My life and death are all in young Master Yang's hands. If anything happens to young Master Yang, I will definitely die. So, I am loyal to young Master Yang. How can the two of you compare to me? As a demon king of a generation, Xia Wuwei had become the sole slave of another, yet he seemed to be proud of it instead of ashamed. If other people that didn't know the truth were to see this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. But when this fell into the eyes of Ying Fei and Shi Lei, they could only curse in their hearts. Xia Wuwei and Yang Kai had such a relationship. If he really had to leave someone to protect him, there was no doubt who that person would be. For a moment, Shi Lei and Ying Fei were full of unwillingness as they looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Last time in the ancient land's all-spirit tomb, he had no choice but to take Xia Wuwei as a sole slave. He only wanted to borrow his strength. At that time, Xia Wuwei was very unwilling. Later on, after leaving the all-spirit tomb, he was even more distant from Yang Kai. He looked as if he was afraid that others would look down on him if they knew about his relationship with Yang Kai. But now, he actually took the initiative to reveal such information. He only wanted to take the initiative. It had to be said. This change in mentality was quite comical. However, Yang Kai couldn't be said to be eager for quick success. After all, these monster kings had no way to improve their cultivation. Their only hope in this life was the secret of the blood door. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, who wouldn't want to fight for it? Just as Xia Wuwei was feeling smug, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand. A golden light shot out from Xia Wuwei's forehead and returned to Yang Kai's body. Xia Wuwei's complacent expression suddenly froze. Out of nowhere, he felt as if his shackles had been removed. However, what followed was not joy, but rather a crying face. Young Master Yang. Now that the soul brand had been taken back, it meant that the connection between him and Yang Kai had been severed. He was no longer Yang Kai's sole slave and had regained his freedom. Xia Wuwei had never thought that Yang Kai would actually make such a move, and in such a decisive manner. If it was an ordinary person, how could he be willing to let such a powerful soul slave go? Most likely, he was supposed to keep him by his side and wait for orders. But when he came to Yang Kai, he casually abandoned him. How could an ordinary person compare to this kind of magnanimity and attitude? Ha ha ha. Ying Fei and Shi Lei laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. Their eyes were shining brightly. How could they not know what had happened? They were secretly cheering in their hearts. Xia Wuwei, who asked you to show off? Sure enough, karma came quickly. You deserved it. Young Master Yang, you can't do this. Xia Wuwei felt wronged and looked at Yang Kai with a resentful expression. It was as if Yang Kai had abandoned him. Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, Go, go, all of you go. You really have to go? Shi Lei's face was bitter, somewhat unwilling. Yang Kai said, Don't blame me for driving you away after I've used you. It's just that you are the monster king of the ancient lands after all, and there are 3 Saint Venerables above you. If I take you away without telling them, I won't be able to explain it to them. How about this? It's very convenient for me to enter and leave the ancient lands now. If there's anything good next time, I'll call you over at any time. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the 3 monster kings' expressions became much better. They nodded and said, Young Master Yang, you have to keep your word. When the time comes, just call the 3 of us. Don't call the others. In the ancient lands, there were 32 monster kings and 8 saint emissaries. All of them were first-class powerhouses, so the competition was a bit too much. They didn't want the other monster kings and saint emissaries to have too good of a relationship with Yang Kai, so they didn't want to leave. Got it. Yang Kai agreed and kept waving his hand to urge them, as if he was shooing away flies. Only then did the 3 demon kings slowly walk onto the spatial array. Yang Kai casually inlaid source crystals on the side. After a while, he glanced at the 3 and said, Are you ready? They nodded and cupped their fists together. Young Master Yang, take care. Their words were full of reluctance, as if they wanted to part with Yang Kai forever. Yang Kai responded and said in a low voice, Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured his emperor's qi into the space array. Strangely, the space array didn't move. Yang Kai and the 3 monster kings stared at each other for a long time with strange expressions on their faces. Huh. Yang Kai was stunned. He scratched his head and tried again, but he still couldn't activate the space array. The 3 monster kings looked at each other, and their minds became active again. Ying Fei smiled and said, It seems that even God doesn't want us to leave. Xia Wuwei immediately agreed. Yes, young Master Yang. Since God wants us to leave, don't force us. What's going on? Yang Kai was confused. He walked around the space array and observed it. Although he had just set it up, there shouldn't be any problems. After some inspection, he confirmed that the space array was in good condition. Shilei reminded him from the side, "Young Master Yang, last time we were directly teleported from the ancient lands to Ice Heart Valley. Is this space array unable to connect to the ancient lands?" "Impossible." Yang Kai shook his head. The space array he set up could connect to each other. In other words, the space array in the High Heaven Palace could not only connect to Ice Heart Valley, but also to the ancient wild lands. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, a burst of light suddenly burst out from the space array. Then 2 figures suddenly appeared from the space array. They took a closer look and saw that it was Ji Yao and the Southern Gate Army. The 2 of them seemed to be a little dizzy after being teleported, but Ji Yao immediately came back to her senses. The Southern Gate Army, on the other hand, was a little slower. After all, his cultivation was weaker than Ji Yao's. "Brother Yang, I've brought him over." Ji Yao glanced at Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded and looked at the Southern Gate Army. The latter also happened to look at him. When he saw Yang Kai, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Grandmaster Yang, I heard that you were looking for me?" Ever since he saw the space array arranged by Yang Kai had risen to the level of a generation's array grandmaster in his heart. Yang Kai was even more powerful than him. "There is something." Yang Kai nodded and asked suspiciously, "But didn't I tell you to repair Ice Heart Valley's sect-defending array before coming over? Why are you here so soon?" The Southern Gate Army said, "It's already been repaired. When I heard that Grandmaster Yang wanted to see me, I worked day and night. I finally finished my work just now and rushed over without stopping." When he spoke, he had a flattering expression on his face. "You didn't just deal with it casually, did you?" Yang Kai looked at him in disbelief. Ice Heart Valley's sect-defending array was a huge project, so how could it be repaired in just a few days? The Southern Gate Army said in horror, "How could I dare? Grandmaster Yang's attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays are also very profound. How could this one show off his slight skill in front of an expert? The reason why I was able to repair it so quickly was mainly because this one had carefully studied Ice Heart Valley's sect-defending array a few months ago. Moreover, this one was also the one who provided the method to break the array this time, so naturally, it was repaired quickly." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai did not doubt him, but he still said seriously, "I will go to Ice Heart Valley to check it later. If you dare to replace it with a shoddy one, be careful of your head." The Southern Gate Army said confidently, "Grandmaster Yang, you can rest assured." After a pause, he said, "By the way, Grandmaster Yang, why did you call this one here in such a hurry?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Look here." The Southern Gate Army turned his head to look and let out a soft cry of surprise. He immediately flew into the air to investigate for a moment before landing and asking, "Isn't this the Seeking Passion sect?" The last time he came to the Seeking Passion sect, he had been a guest for a period of time, so he naturally recognized this place. However, the last time he came here, this place was full of outstanding people. Although the scenery was still there, the people were nowhere to be seen. The inheritance of the great emperors that had been left behind for tens of thousands of years made him sigh. This used to be the Seeking Passion sect, but now it is the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "High Heaven Palace?" The Southern Gate Army frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. On the other hand, Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face as she vaguely guessed. Yang Kai continued, "I want you to reactivate the sect-defending array here and repair it. Use all your skills on this piece of land and arrange a spirit array that is not inferior to any sect in the world." Hearing this, the Southern Gate Army's spirit immediately rose, as if he had heard a challenge that made him excited. Yang Kai observed the Southern Gate Army's expression and secretly nodded, very satisfied with his reaction. "Grandmaster Yang, do you mean to occupy this piece of land?" The Southern Gate Army's reaction was also very fast, naturally guessing Yang Kai's intentions. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded and admitted, "How long will such a huge project take?" The Southern Gate Army didn't answer immediately, and instead pondered seriously for a moment before replying. "The Seeking Passion sect's sect-defending array hasn't been destroyed. It has just been artificially closed. I need to carefully study the layout of this spirit array and then come up with a way to improve it." I will definitely give Grandmaster Yang a satisfactory result in 2 months and 3 months at the latest. Good, I'll give you 3 months, Yang Kai nodded readily. The Southern Gate Army said, but the materials needed to arrange and improve such a spirit array. What materials do you need? Just make a list, and I can provide them to you, Yang Kai said without hesitation. Now that he had plundered so much wealth, even emptying the Seeking Passion sect's storehouse, he naturally had the materials needed to arrange a sect-defending array. The Southern Gate Army's face immediately lit up with a smile. It'll be easy if you have the materials. By the way, Grandmaster Yang, would you like to work with me? Yang Kai quickly said. This young master is busy and I'm afraid I can't share your burden. You can deal with the spirit array on your own. If you need help. He turned his head and looked at Ji Yao. Ji Yao understood and immediately said, don't hesitate to look for me. I'll go back to the sect and call some sisters over. Chapter 2664. Then, all right, I'll have to trouble Elder Ji Yao then. The Southern Gate Army commander was quite disappointed. He wanted to take this opportunity to exchange insights and experiences with Yang Kai on the Tao of Spirit Arrays. But Yang Kai didn't give him the opportunity at all, which made him feel a little disappointed. However, it was his long-cherished wish as a Spirit Array Grandmaster to be able to rearrange and perfect the sect-defending array in such a large area. He quickly sorted out his thoughts, excused himself, and ran out to check the sect-defending array that originally belonged to Seeking Passion sect. After he left, Yang Kai stroked his chin and looked at the space array next to him. It's really not broken. If there was a problem with the array, Ji Yao and the Southern Gate Army wouldn't have been able to teleport over from Ice Heart Valley. What's not broken? Ji Yao asked curiously. Shi Lei immediately told her what had just happened with a grin on his face, unable to contain his joy. After hearing this, Ji Yao thoughtfully said, the space array is connected to both ends. Since it's not broken, and neither is Ice Heart Valley, perhaps there's a problem with the array in the ancient lands. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. That must be it. After saying so, he suddenly thought of something and gritted his teeth. Madame Feng, you really took drastic measures to deal with the situation. The space array in the ancient lands couldn't be broken for no reason. The only explanation was that the Luan Feng destroyed it after he left. The Luan Feng did this because she was afraid that he would harass her from time to time in the future. This was understandable, but it made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger. Although it wasn't difficult to arrange a space array, the key was that the ancient lands were far away. However, it would take some time for them to travel. In his opinion, he would have to deal with the ancient lands in the future, so leaving a space array there would make it easier for him to travel. Who would have thought that the Luan Feng would destroy the space array right after he left? Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. She was a woman with a vicious heart. It seemed that the next time he went to the ancient lands, he would have to go to the Rock Spirit Clan's territory to set up a formation to prevent the Luan Feng from destroying it again. After making up his mind, Yang Kai turned to look at Shi Lei and the others and said, "It seems that you have been abandoned by the ancient land." At this moment, Shi Lei and the others also understood why they hadn't been teleported away. Although they were disappointed, they were more than happy. They all smiled and said, it's fine. The Luan Feng master must feel that young Master Yang is very important and wants us to be responsible for protecting him. Since the master has such intentions, young Master Yang can't refuse. Yang Kai said, it's already like this. How can I drive you away? Previously, he was reluctant to leave the 3 Monster King behind. The main reason was because he was worried about the reputation of the 3 holy venerables of the ancient lands. After all, these 3 Monster King were the subordinates of the 3 Saint Venerables. It would be unkind of him to kidnap them. However, now that the Luan Feng had done this, he could only force him to do the same. In terms of sentiment and reason, the ancient land couldn't find any fault. Losing a space array and gaining the 3 Monster King, Yang Kai had made a big profit and had a clear conscience. Xiaowei was grinning from ear to ear. He rubbed his hands and said, young Master Yang, since it's like this, can we also join the High Heaven Palace? I don't ask for anything else. I just want to be a protector. Ying Fei and Shi Lei were both moved. Yang Kai said with a smile, with your abilities, being a protector is a bit of a waste. The High Heaven Palace has only just opened its doors. It will take some time before it opens again and accepts disciples. However, if that day really comes, the three of you can stay in the High Heaven Palace and be a consecrator." Shi Lei and the others looked at each other and were overjoyed. With Yang Kai's words, it meant that everyone would be on the same side in the future. If there were any benefits, Yang Kai wouldn't forget about them. Compared to the other monster kings and saint envoys in the ancient land, they were already ahead of them. A sect that hadn't been officially established yet already had 3 third-order Emperor Realm Foreign Elders. If this news were to spread, who knew how many people in the world would be envious of them? Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. "Congratulations, Brother Yang. When the High Heaven Palace opens its sect in the future, you must inform my Ice Heart Valley. Ji Yao will also come and drink a toast." She was happy that Yang Kai could take root here and establish a sect. After all, Ice Heart Valley and Yang Kai had a good relationship. In the future, if the two sects supported each other, who in the entire Northern Territory could shake the status of these two behemoths? Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course. When the time comes, I will have to trouble Ice Heart Valley's junior sisters." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "By the way, what about the tens of thousands of captives from Ice Heart Valley?" Ji Yao smiled bitterly and said, "Honored Master is also having a headache over this matter. Although they acted as the villain this time and made things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley, in the end, they have no enmity with us. If we kill them all now, it will only ruin my Ice Heart Valley's reputation. If we let them go, it will only make Ice Heart Valley look weak and easy to bully." Yang Kai smiled and said, "If that's the case, you might as well let them come over and help me. The Southern Gate Army will have to rearrange the Seeking Passion sect's sect defending array, so they will need a lot of manpower. Of course, we can't tolerate those whose hands are stained with the lives of Ice Heart Valley's disciples." Ji Yao nodded and said, "Those people have already been killed. Those who are still alive are just cheers. However, Brother Yang's proposal is not bad. When Grandmaster Nanmen returns, let's see how many people he needs." After the discussion, everyone began to wait. Fortunately, the earth vein here was excellent and the world energy was rich. While waiting, they could sit in meditation and cultivate. There was also a good palace nearby that could provide a place to cultivate. 2 days later, the Southern Gate Army rushed back and gave a long list to Yang Kai, asking for all kinds of precious materials. Yang Kai glanced at it and was not stingy, filling his space ring with a few things. Not only that, Ji Yao also returned to Ice Heart Valley and continued to bring back the captives from there, ordering them to work for the Southern Gate Army. For a period of time, Towering Palace instantly became lively. Voices could be heard everywhere, and the crowd bustled about. As time passed, everyone came to know that this guy named Yang Kai had occupied the territory that originally belonged to Seeking Passion sect and established a sect called High Heaven Palace. Many people from Ice Heart Valley also came to help, all of them beautiful women. Lu Qianyun, Ziyu, and the others who were familiar with Yang Kai were also among them. With them overseeing the situation, the tens of thousands of captives did not dare to act sneakily. After all, Ice Heart Valley had previously stated that as long as they could redeem themselves by helping the High Heaven Palace arrange the spirit array, Ice Heart Valley would let bygones be bygones and let them go. With this promise, who would dare to not work hard? On the other hand, there were many scattered cultivators who were interested in joining High Firmament Palace. Some of them even asked the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley about how they could join and become a member. After all, this was Seeking Passion sect's territory, so how could they dare to occupy it if they did not have some ability? Moreover, these people had recently heard that there were 3 third-order Emperor Realm Foreign Elders in the High Heaven Palace. Such a lineup was enough to show that the High Heaven Palace had a bright future. Once it opened, it would definitely become a top sect. If they could become a member, they would benefit endlessly for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, even the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley did not know how to join the High Heaven Palace, so naturally, they could not provide any answers, leaving the captives disappointed. On the best mountain peak of the High Heaven Palace, inside the palace. This should have been Feng Xian's cultivation place. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, surrounded by high-rank source crystals. As he circulated his secret art, these high-rank source crystals turned into powder and converged into a stream of energy that flowed into his body, into his limbs, and into his dantian. Ever since his battle with Shi Hua in the ancient lands, Yang Kai felt an urgent need to improve his strength. Although he was now an Emperor Realm Master, He had not yet reached the realm of being invincible. Moreover, as his strength increased, the enemies he would encounter would also become stronger. If he did not want to feel powerless in the future, he naturally had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. However, after the ancient lands and encountering Ice Heart Valley, Yongkai could not find much time to cultivate. He had refined a lot of pills, but he did not have the time to take them. Now that he had some free time, he naturally went into retreat eagerly, taking one spirit pill after another to assist in his cultivation and using up piles of source crystals. Yongkai's strength slowly and gradually increased. Shilei and the others also knew that Yongkai was cultivating, so no one dared to disturb him. 2 months later, the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was completed, and all the captives who came to help were dismissed. The female disciples of Ice Heart Valley also returned to the valley through the space array. The huge foundation of the High Heaven Palace returned to silence. The Southern Gate Army came to see Yongkai in high spirits, wanting to report the results of their hard work during this period of time. But they were stopped by Ying Fei, who was guarding outside. After some unpleasant exchanges, the Southern Gate Army was unable to persuade Ying Fei to call Yongkai out of retreat, so they could only sullenly study the territory-crossing space array. During this period, Jiao also came to visit several times, but she never saw Yongkai's face. Since his retreat, Yongkai seemed to have been cut off from the outside world. Even the 3 monster kings did not know when he would come out. However, the 3 monster kings also knew that with the cultivation of the Emperor realm, it was common for them to go into retreat for 3 to 5 years, or even 10 to 20 years, so they were not afraid of Yongkai at all. Every day, one of them stayed outside the palace, while the other 2 went out to play. Time flew by. A full year later, a series of crackling sounds suddenly rang out from the palace that had been silent all this time. It seemed like someone was stretching their muscles and bones. Ying Fei, who was guarding outside, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the palace. His eagle-like eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of barriers and see the situation inside. Not long after, a look of joy appeared on his face as he stood up and let out a long whistle. After a while, 2 figures quickly flew over from afar. After landing on the ground, the figures of Xia Wuwei and Shilei were revealed. Chapter 2665. The door to the palace opened and Yongkai stepped out. Shilei and the others' eyes lit up at the sight of him, and they all went up to greet him with joy. Seeing Yongkai in high spirits, Xia Wuwei smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, it seems that your cultivation has improved a lot during your seclusion." Yongkai shook his head and said, "It's just some gains, but I don't know when I'll be able to break through." After breaking through to the Emperor realm, Yongkai increasingly felt that the road to breaking through was still far away. He had been in seclusion for nearly a year, and his strength had indeed improved a little, but he still couldn't feel the shackles of the second-order realm. Ying Fei smiled and said, "The road of cultivation is long and full of obstacles. This matter can't be rushed." Shilei also nodded and said, "Look at the world. Which one of the Emperor Realm's cultivators isn't an old monster who has cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years? Young Master Yang, you have such achievements at such a young age. I'm afraid you won't be able to break through in the future." Yongkai naturally understood this, and also understood that cultivation was not a matter of haste, so he didn't say much and just asked, "How's the arrangement of the spirit array here?" Shilei hurriedly handed a simple and unadorned token to Yongkai and replied, "The Southern Gate Army is really good. It took them 2 months to completely improve the sect defending array. This is the restriction token used to control the spirit array." Yongkai took it and probed it with his divine sense. After a little inspection, he immediately felt that he was connected to some existence in this world. With a single thought, the sect defending array that enveloped the entire High Heaven Palace hummed, and the surrounding world energy fluctuated. Shilei said from the side, "The Southern Gate Army said that the spirit array he improved is much stronger. It's better than the original Seeking Passion sect's spirit array. So please rest assured, young Master Yang." Yongkai nodded casually and didn't doubt this. He just looked outside the mountain gate curiously and asked, "Why are there so many people gathered outside?" When he was inspecting the sect defending array just now, he found that there were actually a lot of cultivators outside the mountain gate. These cultivators had varying cultivation levels. However, most of them were young people. Some were in groups of 2 or 3, and some were alone. All of them were full of heroic spirit. Many of them stared at the 10,000-year-cold heart iron outside the mountain gate and stared at the 3 words towering palace with fascination in their eyes. Ingfei explained, "They all want to enter the mountain gate and enter the high heaven palace, young master." Towering Palace's name had now spread throughout the entire northern region. So in the past half a year, many young people had come here to see if they had a chance to join. However, the mountain gate was now tightly shut, and they could not enter, so they could only stay outside. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He wasn't too surprised. After using his divine sense to scan the outside, he didn't pay much attention to it. Towering Palace's reputation had been completely established. Moreover, there were 3 demon kings guarding this place. Naturally, it was a reflection of their strength. As a newly established sect, it was time for them to absorb new blood. How could those scattered cultivators who had no background and no backing not be tempted by this opportunity? Lu Xianyun was an example. She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but after coming to the star boundary, she couldn't even hunt for cultivation resources. This was the disadvantage of not having a sect background. If she hadn't met Yang Kai again and been introduced to Ice Heart Valley, she would probably still be worrying about cultivation resources. How could she cultivate in peace? Chiyu Guizhu and the others were the same. In the entire star boundary, there were many cultivators like this, but not everyone was as lucky as Yang Kai. For them, as long as they could enter High Firmament Palace, they would at least have someone to rely on in the future, even if they didn't expect to soar in the future. The High Heaven Palace's mountain gate had such an effect even before it was opened. If it was really opened, the entire northern territory would be in an uproar. At that time, the number of people coming would be like carps crossing the river. Shilei asked, "Young Master Yang, are you going to open the mountain gate and accept disciples?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There's no hurry." He occupied this place mainly for his family and friends on Shadowed Star. Now, he didn't even know how to return to Hung Luo Star Field, so how could he open the mountain gate so easily? However, since Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor could go to Hung Luo Star Field back then, he could too. He just didn't know how. Perhaps I should find a way to inquire about Yang Inflammation and ask her about the situation. His mood fluctuating, Yang Kai turned around and said, "I'm going back to the Southern Territory. Which one of the 3 monster kings will come with me?" "Me." Sure enough, the 3 monster kings replied in unison, then glared at each other. Ingfei came back to his senses and said, "Young Master Yang, we'll all go with you." "Why only one?" Shilei and Xia Wuwei also nodded, not understanding why Yang Kai made such an arrangement. Yang Kai said, "You're all monster kings. If the 3 of you travel together, you'll attract too much attention. It's hard to say what kind of twists and turns will occur. In addition, I also need to leave some people here to guard this place. Although High Heaven Palace has a sect defending array and the mountain gate is tightly shut, who knows if there won't be some idiot who will cause trouble. If everyone leaves, this place won't be safe. Since I built the High Heaven Palace here, I will definitely settle down here in the future. There's still a long way to go, so what are you afraid of?" When the 3 heard this, they all felt that it was quite reasonable. Anyway, they had already boarded Yang Kai's ship, and they had also become the High Heaven Palace's consecrators. If they pushed too much, it would seem that they were too eager for quick success, and they were afraid that Yang Kai would be disgusted. Looking at each other, Xia Wuwei smiled and said, "Then young Master Yang should choose one. No matter who you choose, we won't have any objections." Ingfei and Shilei nodded at the side. If they were asked to make their own decisions, they would definitely not give in to each other. It was better to give the choice to Yang Kai. No one could say anything. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then let's go with Ingfei. Ingfei is faster than the Monster King. This trip back to the Southern Territory might need your help." Ingfei heard this and was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang is wise." Shilei said gloomily, "Then Brother Xie and I will stay behind to look after the sect. Then I'll have to trouble you too." Yang Kai nodded lightly. After the discussion, Yang Kai took Ingfei to Ice Heart Valley through the space array to bid farewell to Bing Yun. After returning to Ice Heart Valley after a year, the valley had already changed. After the previous ordeal, the entire Ice Heart Valley had become more united. Most of the disciples were in secluded cultivation, not daring to slack off in the slightest. They didn't stay long in Ice Heart Valley. After half a day, Yang Kai and Ing Fei left through the space array. The Northern Territory was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Southern Territory. It was a long journey with many dangerous mountains and rivers. Even an ordinary person from the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to cross it easily. Space arrays couldn't be connected. So many places could only be crossed by flying. Above the clear sky, atop the white clouds, a giant eagle spread its wings and soared high, its speed as fast as lightning, leaving only faint traces in the air as it turned into a series of afterimages. This giant eagle was naturally the main body of the flying eagle monster king. As the overlord of the sky, speed was his forte. Among the 32 monster king's 8 saint emissaries in the ancient lands, if he said he was second, no one would dare to say he was first. This was also the reason why Yang Kai brought him along. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the back of the flying eagle. Its back was wide and flat enough to accommodate a house. Its flight was fast and stable, not even the slightest wind could be felt. In this world, there were probably only a few people who could make a monster king willing to be a mount. But now, the flying eagle monster king was willing to do all this without any complaints. The journey was dull and lonely, so Yang Kai naturally didn't waste any time. Instead, he meditated and cultivated. The entire journey was safe and sound. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to detect any traces of the flying eagle, and those who could detect the flying eagle didn't dare to provoke him, retreating long ago. After a full 2 months, the flying eagle suddenly sent a sound transmission. "Young Master Yang, we should be in the Southern Territory. Where are we going now?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his mysterious art. He stood up and looked around. "Let's find a city and scout for directions." The flying eagle received the order and began searching below. Half a day later, a relatively bustling city appeared in his field of vision. The flying eagle immediately flapped his wings and flew down. After a short while, he returned to his human form and withdrew his demonic chi, landing in front of the city gates with Yang Kai. The two of them had no intention of entering the city. Yang Kai just casually stopped a passing cultivator and asked, "Excuse me, which direction is the Thousand Leaves sect?" His main purpose for returning to the Southern Territory this time was to visit the Thousand Leaves sect. Ghost Ancestor Chi Yu and the others were still in the Thousand Leaves sect. Now that he had established the High Heaven Palace, he naturally wanted to send them to the Northern Territory. Compared to the Thousand Leaves sect, the current High Heaven Palace had a much better cultivation environment and was much safer. However, the Southern Territory was vast. Although he had returned here, he didn't know the exact direction of the Thousand Leaves sect, so he could only ask around. The cultivator was in a hurry to enter the city and was inexplicably stopped by someone. He flew into a rage and was about to explode with rage because of his Dao Source Realm cultivation when he saw the shining high-rank source crystal in Yang Kai's hand. His eyes immediately lit up and he snatched it away, carefully examining it. After confirming that there was no mistake, he put it away and looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Are you a disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No, why do you ask?" The cultivator looked around, appearing extremely cautious, before whispering, "Since you're not a disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect, don't ask too much. The Thousand Leaves sect is currently in trouble." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, not to the extent that everyone knew about it. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would be able to understand the situation immediately after coming here to inquire, but he never expected that the first person he asked would seem to know a lot about the Thousand Leaves sect. Furthermore, this person even said that the Thousand Leaves sect was in trouble. The cultivator asked curiously, "Friend, did you just come out of seclusion? Why haven't you heard about this?" Yang Kai quickly asked, "What exactly happened?" The cultivator whispered, "The Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed." "What?" Yang Kai turned pale with fright, unable to believe his ears. The cultivator shook his head. The Thousand Leaves sect overestimated themselves and was like an ant trying to shake a tree. They were destroyed a year ago, and now, the Thousand Leaves sect is also in a state of disarray. If friend has anything to do with the Thousand Leaves sect, it would be best for you to withdraw as soon as possible, lest you get into trouble. Chapter 2666. This person seemed to be advising Yang Kai out of goodwill because of the high-rank source crystal. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. A year ago, he led the Three Monster King to destroy Seeking Passion sect, but he never expected that Thousand Leaves sect would also be destroyed at the same time. Back when he was in Maplewood City, Yi Jing Han, the daughter of the Thousand Leaves sect master, had invited him to go to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the space array and reopen that small world for Thousand Leaves sect to retrieve the legacy of their ancestors. However, he had coincidentally bumped into Chi Yu, AIO, and the others who had been separated from him for a long time. Thousand Leaves sect was nothing to him, and he only had some friendly relations with them. However, Chi Yu and the others had stayed in Thousand Leaves sect. Now that Thousand Leaves sect had been destroyed, what happened to Chi Yu and the others? Those who came to the star boundary from Hung Luo Star Field with him were all very close. Chi Yu was Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother, and could be considered his mother-in-law. Aio was Shui Yu's father, and could be considered his father-in-law. Gui Zhu was his High Heaven sect's supreme elder, and had gone through life and death situations with him. The only person he was not familiar with was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Tsong-yun. Upon hearing such bad news, Yang Kai's face twisted and murderous intent instantly filled the air as he glared at the person. "You lied to me?" The person did not pay much attention to Yang Kai at first, but now that he sensed Yang Kai's aura, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, "The Emperor Realm." He did not expect that the young man who had casually stopped him to ask questions was actually a genuine member of the Emperor Realm. If he had known, he would not have dared to act so casually. The cold, murderous intent lingered around him, making him feel like he was about to die in the next moment. He could not help sweating profusely. "Master, this little one did not lie to you. Thousand Leaves sect has really been destroyed. Everyone in the Southern Territory knows about this." "Bullshit." Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Within the Star Territory, there were as many sects as there were hairs on an ox. So how could the destruction of a small sect like the Thousand Leaves sect be known to the world? Only the destruction of a behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect would cause such an uproar in the entire Northern Territory. To put it bluntly, even if Thousand Leaves sect was truly destroyed, it would only be a pebble thrown into the vast ocean that was the Southern Territory. At most, it would cause some ripples that would quickly dissipate. Therefore, Yang Kai instinctively felt that this guy was lying. Being choked by Yang Kai, the man found it difficult to breathe. He kept struggling, but to no avail. "Young Master Yang," Ing Fei called out in a low voice. He could tell that Yang Kai's mood wasn't quite right, and realized that this Thousand Leaves sect held an extremely important position in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai frowned. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he loosened his grip and put the man down. He said in a deep voice, "Tell me what you know. If it's true, I won't make things difficult for you." The man coughed for a long time. He even coughed out tears. However, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction, and only spoke after he had recovered. "Master, what do you want to know?" This person from the Emperor Realm in front of him was quite temperamental, so he didn't dare to casually guess his thoughts. He could only carefully inquire. "Who destroyed the Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "It's said that they provoked the Flowing Shadow Sword sect." The Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering where he had heard of this sect. Thinking about it carefully, he had indeed heard of it. Back in the Four Seasons realm, he had dealt with the disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. In his impression, this sect shouldn't be considered a top sect. However, their strength should be quite good. Why did the Flowing Shadow Sword sect destroy the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai continued to ask, "Is there any deep enmity between the two sects?" The man hurriedly replied, "There isn't any deep enmity, but the Thousand Leaves sect's wealth is its own ruin." A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he subconsciously asked, "Heavenly puppets?" The so-called heavenly puppets were heaven-grade puppets. The Thousand Leaves sect had started off with the art of puppetry, and the Thousand Leaves sect's ancestral founder had extremely high attainments in the art of puppetry. He had left behind 10 heavenly puppets for the sect, each of which was comparable to the Emperor Realm. At its peak, the Thousand Leaves sect was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory and was famous in the Star Boundary. However, the later generations were mediocre and were unable to carry forward the art of puppetry. As the art of puppetry declined from generation to generation, the Thousand Leaves sect eventually became a mediocre sect, and even the art of puppetry was lost. Fortunately, Yang Kai had helped them repair the space array and reopen the small sealed world, retrieving the secret techniques of the Thousand Leaves sect that had been lost for a long time and reactivating the heavenly puppets. Lu Yan's soul puppet body was also obtained from that small world. If not for that, Lu Yan might not have a physical body even now. Hearing Yang Kai mention the heavenly puppets, the man nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. It turns out that Master also knows about the heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. A few years ago, the Thousand Leaves sect used some unknown method to obtain the ancestral founder's legacy and regain control of the heavenly puppets that had been sealed for many years. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect seemed to be interested in this, so they found a reason to destroy the Thousand Leaves sect. So simple? Yang Kai's face turned ugly. The man smiled bitterly. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. The sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect is only at the third order Tao Source realm, but he has a heavenly puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the Emperor realm. It's hard not to be coveted. What he said wasn't wrong. If the Thousand Leaves sect really had a master from the Emperor realm, having a heavenly puppet whose strength was comparable to that of the Emperor realm wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that even the sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, was only at the third order Tao Source realm. Having a heavenly puppet in his hands would naturally attract covetous eyes. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said coldly, each of the 10 heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect has strength comparable to that of the Emperor realm. How could the Flowing Shadow Sword sect destroy them so easily? He was well aware of the strength of the heavenly puppets because Lu Yan had a white tiger heavenly puppet, which could display strength comparable to a first-order Emperor realm master. Although the Flowing Shadow Sword sect wasn't an ordinary sect, it wasn't a top sect either. How could they eat such a juicy piece of meat? The man smiled bitterly. This lowly one isn't sure either. Everyone is curious, but I'm afraid that the heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect don't live up to their name. What he said wasn't wrong. Although the heavenly puppets were powerful, they still needed someone to control them. Without the Emperor realm, the Thousand Leaves sect couldn't display the full strength of the heavenly puppets. However, Yang Kai felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Since the Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, what happened to their disciples? Yang Kai asked nervously. The man replied, they either died or fled. I'm afraid that not many of them survived. However, I heard that some of them were captured, and among them, there seems to be a star master from a lower territory. Is that true? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The man smiled bitterly. How could I dare lie to master? Many people in the star boundary came from the territory of the lower stars, but there aren't many who are star masters. It is said that in order to become a star master, one must refine a star's source. I don't know how that guy managed to obtain a complete star's source. Although his cultivation isn't high, his future is bright. This news was released by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Otherwise, how could it have spread to the entire southern territory? Why did they release this news? Yang Kai asked with a strange expression, his anxious mood calming down. The celestial lord that this person was talking about should be Aio, if he wasn't mistaken. Since Aio was fine, Chi Yu and the others should also be fine. Of course, this was only the most ideal guess. It was also possible that the others had encountered some kind of accident. What else could they do? Naturally, they spread the news so that they could hold an auction and let Master know that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect is preparing to hold an auction in Flowing Shadow City a month from now. The items to be auctioned are the heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect and their Star Master. Can a Star Master be auctioned? Yang Kai was stunned. The man smiled bitterly. Master must be joking. That Star Master contains a complete star's source. If it can be extracted and transferred to a disciple with good aptitude, that disciple's future will be limitless, so it's only natural that people would flock to obtain it. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he first entered the Starlight Corridor and met Yin Lusheng seemed to be very interested in the star's source in his body and even said that there was a secret method to extract it and transfer it. Now, it seemed that Yin Lusheng was not just spouting nonsense. A complete star's source was extremely important to a cultivator's cultivation, so Aio's life was definitely not in danger. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was worried about Chi Yu and the others. A month from now, Flowing Shadow City. Yang Kai muttered to himself, already having a plan in mind. Now that Thousand Leaves sect had been destroyed, and it had been a year since then. It was useless for him to be anxious. Now that things had come to this point, he could only act according to circumstances. One last question. Where is Thousand Leaves Sect and Flowing Shadow City? Yang Kai looked at the man and asked in a deep voice. How could the man dare not answer? He obediently pointed in 2 directions. After a long time of not receiving a response, the man raised his head only to find that the young man had already disappeared. A feeling of escaping death welled up in the man's heart, and it was only at this moment that the man discovered that his clothes were soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a lake. High up in the sky, Yang Kai and Ing Fei flew side by side, their speed as fast as lightning. Seemingly sensing that Yang Kai's mood was not good, Ing Fei did not dare to disturb him casually, but he secretly felt that someone was about to get into trouble. Yang Kai dared to destroy a behemoth like Seeking Passion sect in the Northern Territory, so now that this Flowing Shadow Sword sect had provoked him, it was likely that they would not have a good ending. After a long silence, Ing Fei said, Young Master Yang, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel that something is not quite right. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I feel it too. Monster King, what do you think is wrong? As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the onlooker. Previously, Yang Kai was focused on inquiring about Thousand Leaves Sect, Chi Yu, and the others, so he did not think too much about it. Now that he was flying through the air and the cold wind blowing, his mind calmed down and he noticed many flaws. Now that Ing Fei mentioned it, he immediately understood that he was not being paranoid, but that something was really wrong. Hearing this, Ing Fei asked, since Thousand Leaves Sect was destroyed a year ago, why was the auction only held today? If they really had such intentions, they would have started the auction long ago. Not only that, this matter seems to have been deliberately spread around, as if they were trying to spread the news to someone. This year was the time for the news to ferment, and some people were afraid that this news would not reach them. Chapter 2667. Thousand Leaves Sect. The last time Yang Kai had been here, this place was still considered a majestic mountain with beautiful scenery. But when he came here again today, everything he saw was dilapidated, and the scenery was bleak. Between the mountains and plains were broken walls, and the pavilions that originally stood there had basically collapsed. Traces of a great battle could be seen everywhere, and the blood on the ground had long since dried up. Birds were flying in the sky, and the earth was in ruins. Yang Kai slowly flew through the air with a gloomy expression. Sweeping the entire Thousand Leaves Sect with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that not a single living person could be found. He could only occasionally find a few beasts and birds in the mountains, and there seemed to be a rotting smell lingering in the air. Thousand Leaves Sect had really been destroyed. Although Thousand Leaves Sect was not a great sect, it was still a sect that had existed for several tens of thousands of years. At its peak, it was the overlord of the Southern Territory, with countless disciples and masters as common as clouds. However, today Thousand Leaves Sect no longer existed in this world. An inexplicable anger surged in Yang Kai's chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although it was just his intuition, Yang Kai felt that this matter was somehow related to him. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not figure out how he was related to Thousand Leaves Sect's destruction. Perhaps only by finding the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and asking them would he be able to understand the reason behind all this. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction of Thousand Leaves Sect's main hall, where he could sense the auras of several living people. His eyes darkened as his figure flickered, and he flew in that direction. After a short while, he landed in front of the main hall. A statue had originally been erected in front of the main hall, a portrait of Thousand Leaves Sect's ancestral founder. It was there for future generations to worship. However, this statue had long since collapsed, as if someone had cut it down with a single stroke of a sword. The cut was neat and tidy, indicating that the person who had done this had extraordinary strength. Yang Kai reached out and touched the cut, feeling the aura of the wind from it. The fragrance of meat wafted out from the main hall. He could also vaguely hear the voices of several people inside. Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, bringing with him a burst of cold wind. Inside the main hall, several people were sitting on the ground, cooking some unknown meat soup. They drank large bowls of wine and ate large chunks of meat, looking very happy. Hearing the sound of movement, several people turned around at the same time. An older man stood up and glared at Yang Kai. "Who are you?" Yang Kai glanced at them and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he discovered that they weren't disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. Thinking about it, if they were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect's surviving disciples, they would have long since concealed their names and escaped. Why would they do such a thing in their own sect's main hall? The strongest of these people who were kings and Saint King realm cultivators from the Dao source realm. So, Yang sects and the sect's sect, cultivators lived. To these cultivators, cultivator was a cultivator, and a cultivator had sect been a sect. Yang Kai had no interest in being entangled with them and simply asked, "Is there no one left alive in Thousand Leaves sect?" In case they didn't have good eyesight, he would release a little pressure when he spoke. The few of them immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and the face of the man who was pretending to be imposing changed. His body instantly shrank as he looked at Yang Kai with fear and trepidation. "I've never seen him." This was expected. Yang Kai nodded, looked around, and didn't say anything else. The man's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he stood in place, not daring to move. After a long while, Yang Kai turned around and left. Only then did the cultivators in the main hall feel as if they had been granted amnesty and their bodies went limp. To them, a master like Yang Kai could easily take their lives if he wanted to. Moreover, these so-called masters were temperamental, so no one knew when they would kill. Therefore, when they went out to train, it was best to avoid masters who were more powerful than them and avoid them at all costs. After escaping death, these people hurriedly glanced at each other. How could they still care about the meat soup that was about to be cooked? They all fled out of the main hall at such a fast speed that they wished they had been born with an extra pair of legs. In the nameless valley, Yang Kai looked around for a while before standing at a certain spot with bright eyes. Yang Kai was very familiar with this valley as he had come here the last time he came to Thousand Leaves sect. This was because this was a forbidden area of Thousand Leaves sect. For generations, besides the sect master, no one else had been able to enter this place. On the surface, this was just an ordinary valley, but in reality, there was a large illusory array covering this place, concealing the space array that led to Thousand Leaves sect's independent small world. Emperor Heaven Valley. Yang Kai finally remembered the name of Thousand Leaves sect's independent small world. It was in that Emperor Heaven Valley that Yang Kai had encountered a powerful corpse puppet, and Lu Yen had obtained his soul puppet body. A great battle had probably taken place in this valley on that day, as the surroundings were filled with traces of battle. Dried blood and white bones could be seen everywhere. From the looks of it, quite a few people had died here when Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed. At the center of the valley, where the space array was located, Yang Kai carefully inspected the damaged array. Not long after, his eyes lit up. He could tell that this space array had been destroyed by brute force. Furthermore, the person who had done it was in a hurry, as if they had something urgent to attend to at that time. Yang Kai could not help but wonder if the person who had destroyed this array was Thousand Leaves sect's sect master, Yi Hen. If it was him, then this news was not too bad, because it was very likely that there were still Thousand Leaves sect disciples alive in Emperor Heaven Valley on the other side of the space array. If he was Yi Hen, knowing that his sect was about to be destroyed, he would definitely move his sect's disciples and people close to him into Emperor Heaven Valley before destroying the space array to save their lives. Emperor Heaven Valley was an independent small world. Although it was not very big, as long as the space array was destroyed, it would be very difficult for anyone in this world to enter it. The traces of the array being destroyed in a hurry proved this point. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai stood up and said, "Monster King, protect me." He wanted to reopen this space array and enter Emperor Heaven Valley to take a look. At that time, everything would be clear to him. Ing Fei nodded, and with a leap, he disappeared in an instant. No one knew where he had hidden himself. Yang Kai swept his sleeve, causing a gust of wind to blow away the debris on the damaged space array. He then extended his hand to touch the array in front of him. This space array of Thousand Leaves sect was repaired with the help of Yang Kai last time. Although it was destroyed this time, it was naturally not difficult for Yang Kai to repair it again. It could even be said that he was very familiar with it. The power of the space principles fluctuated, causing the space to vibrate and hum. The place where Yang Kai was at quickly became illusory, as if the space there had collapsed. There seemed to be a mysterious power resonating with Yang Kai, and the broken other side was reconnected with this power. Asterisk Hua. A pitch-black hole suddenly opened, and the interior of the hole was filled with nothingness. It gave off a feeling of devouring everything, causing one's heart to palpitate uneasily. A void corridor. Yang Kai urged his strength to maintain the stability of the void corridor as he stood up and called out, "Monster King." Ing Fei reappeared beside him, staring at the void corridor with a stern gaze. Even someone as strong as him did not dare to underestimate this strange existence, because once he fell into it, it was very likely that he would be lost in the void forever, unable to find his way out. Yang Kai waved his hand casually, and with his emperor chi wrapped around him, he rushed directly into the void corridor. Soon, the two figures disappeared, along with the void corridor that had taken shape. Above the space array of Emperor Heaven Valley, Yang Kai and Ing Fei appeared at the same time. There was not a single person in sight, but Yang Kai's sharp eyes scanned the ground, and soon his eyes lit up. He saw some bloodstains on the ground, as well as many footprints. Ing Fei sniffed and said, "There are quite a few people here." As a monster king, his sense of smell was naturally top-notch. Yang Kai nodded and locked his gaze in a certain direction, over there. He remembered that there was a valley with many caves in that direction. The corpse puppets they encountered back then were also there. If there were any disciples of Thousand Leaves sect who had survived and escaped here, they should have landed in that valley. The two flew towards the valley one after the other. The Emperor Heaven Valley was not big, but it was a small world of its own. Moreover, the world energy here was quite abundant, which was why it became the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect. After a stick of incense's worth of time, the two arrived above the valley. Yang Kai did not hide his figure, and instead deliberately released his aura to descend. Rustling sounds suddenly rang out all around the valley, followed by a crowd of people. One cultivator after another with varying strength emerged from the forest, all of them looking at Yang Kai with pale faces. They had been hiding here for more than a year and had not seen any outsiders come here. They also felt that this was the safest place in the world, as the array outside had been destroyed, making it impossible for anyone to enter this place. But today, two outsiders had actually barged in. This caused the surviving disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to feel uneasy, as they did not know what kind of fate awaited them. The scene of their sect being destroyed a year ago was still vivid in their minds, and the sorrow of that day was still fermenting in their hearts. Could it be that even they, who had been dragging out an ignoble existence, were about to reach the end of their road? Two figures flashed out from the largest cave, one tall and straight, while the other had a graceful figure. "Senior Sister Yi, Brother Du." The numerous Thousand Leaves sect disciples greeted them. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had arrived together. Unlike the panic present on the faces of the other disciples, their eyes were sparkling with joy. That was because Yi Hen had told them when he sent them into the Emperor Heaven Valley that if there was anyone who could reopen the Emperor Heaven Valley, that person would definitely be Yang Kai. Therefore, when they sensed that outsiders had barged into the Emperor Heaven Valley, the first thought that came to their minds was that Yang Kai had come. Now that they had taken a closer look, that was indeed the case. The familiar figure that entered their eyes was simply the best news they had received in the past year. "Young Master Yang." Just as Yi Jinghan's words left her mouth, tears streamed down her face. The last time she saw Yang Kai, Thousand Leaves sect was in high spirits, having regained the legacy of their ancestors and retrieving the secret techniques that had been lost for many years. But now, in just a few years, the world had changed. Yi Jinghan thought of her father, whose fate she did not know, and could not help but feel nostalgic, causing her to be unable to restrain her emotions. Chapter 2668. Brother Yang. Although Du Xian wasn't as emotional as Yi Jinghan, he still cupped his fists in excitement. As long as Yang Kai was here, they would have a chance to leave this place and not be trapped in this Emperor Heaven Valley for the rest of their lives. Although Thousand Leaves sect had been annihilated for no reason and their enemy was powerful, as the eldest brother of Thousand Leaves sect's younger generation, he had the responsibility and obligation to avenge his sect. If he wanted to take revenge, he would first need to increase his strength and then leave this place. Increasing his strength was his own matter, but if he wanted to leave this place, he could only rely on Yang Kai. "Missy, Brother Du." Yang Kai nodded lightly and sighed. "My condolences." He didn't know what to say. Anyone who had suffered the destruction of their sect would definitely be in a bad mood, so he could understand why Yi Jinghan had lost her composure. The three's short exchange allowed the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who didn't know the truth to see some clues. Soon, discussions broke out as everyone guessed Yang Kai's identity. After hiding here, Du Xian had told them not to be disheartened and not to give up so easily. They still had a chance to leave this place and take revenge for their sect. All they had to do was wait for a person called Yang Kai to arrive. Now that this person called Yang Kai had arrived, many Thousand Leaves sect disciples became excited and looked at Yang Kai with fiery gazes. Is everyone here? Yang Kai swept his gaze around, but didn't see the person he was looking for. Although this was within his expectations, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There weren't many people from Thousand Leaves sect who had managed to escape this time, numbering no more than 500. Now, all of them were gathered in this mountain valley. Furthermore, their cultivations were all different. There were also less than 10 Dao Source Realm cultivators. Young Master Yang, let's talk inside. Yi Jinghan recovered a little and wiped the corners of her eyes as she gestured with her hand. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the cave, with Ying Fei following closely behind, concealing his aura. However, no one could see through his strength. Over the past year or so, Yi Jinghan, Du Xian, and the others had been residing in the cave, harboring the desire for vengeance in their hearts as they worked hard in their cultivation, hoping that there would come a day when they would be able to personally slay their enemies. There wasn't much furniture in the cave, so all of them were seated on the ground. Aside from Yang Kai and Ying Fei, there were only Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, who seemed to be among the surviving Thousand Leaves sect disciples. Only the two of them had the highest cultivation and status. What exactly happened? I only heard that the Thousand Leaves sect was annihilated by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Is this true? Yang Kai asked. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exchanged glances, the former nodding her head lightly before the latter spoke up. Brother Yang was right. The one who destroyed my Thousand Leaves sect was indeed the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Rumor has it that the existence of Tian Ho made the Flowing Shadow Sword sect more profitable. Is that true? Du Xian said angrily. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect mainly cultivates the way of the sword. Even if our Thousand Leaves sect has a heavenly Ho, how could we possibly tempt them? There's still a mastermind behind this matter. Yang Kai raised his brow. What do you mean? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exchanged glances again, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Yang Kai replied, There's nothing to hide. Since I'm here, I naturally have to investigate this matter thoroughly. I also have friends in Thousand Leaves sect. Du Xian heard this. Only then did he speak up. Brother Yang, do you still remember Hua Qingxi? Yang Kai frowned. Sister Hua? How could he not remember Hua Qingxi? However, from Du Xian's words, the annihilation of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to be related to Hua Qingxi, which inevitably made him suspicious. Furthermore, after separating from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, they had never seen each other again. Yang Kai also didn't know where Hua Qingxi had gone. Sister Hua knew a lot of his secrets, especially regarding the sealed world bead. However, he felt that Hua Qingxi was trustworthy, so he gave her freedom and even gave her a precious extraordinary treasure pill. Du Xian said, after the Shattered Star Sea incident, Hua Qingxi suddenly came to Thousand Leaves sect. It's said that she had an agreement with Brother Yang to wait for Brother Yang in Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai nodded. That's right, it's true. When he separated from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai had said that if she couldn't find him in the future, she could wait for him in Thousand Leaves sect. Because Qi Yu and the others were still in Thousand Leaves sect, he would definitely return to Thousand Leaves sect. Now, it seemed that Sister Hua had kept her promise and came to Thousand Leaves sect after leaving the Shattered Star Sea. Du Xian asked with a strange expression, then, does Brother Yang know the true background of this Master Hua? Yang Kai replied, a disciple of Star Soul Palace. This wasn't a secret, and he had known about it for a long time. Hua Qingxi had been ordered by her master to go to Maplewood City to investigate the death of Han Lung, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, when she encountered Yang Kai. As a result, she was captured by Yang Kai and taken into the sealed world bead as a soul slave. Du Xian was surprised. Brother Yang actually knows? He thought that Yang Kai knew nothing about this matter. But how could he have known that Yang Kai was as clear as a mirror? Du Xian originally thought that Hua Qingxi had used Yang Kai, which was why he hesitated to speak. But now it seemed that things weren't as he thought. Du Xian didn't know what was going on. Yang Kai frowned. Brother Du, speak frankly. I trust Sister Hua, so the matter of Thousand Leaves sect shouldn't have anything to do with her. If he didn't trust her, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her go free. With the soul seal in his hand, he could control her life and death at any time. Du Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother Yang, when Master Hua returned to Thousand Leaves sect again, she was already an Emperor Realm Master. However, she said that she had an agreement with you and would wait for you in Thousand Leaves sect, so Honored Master invited her to stay in the sect. During this time, she became very close to Qi Yu and the other honored guests. Hua Qingxi naturally knew about the relationship between Qi Yu and the others and Yang Kai, so there was naturally no problem for them to become close to each other. Moreover, Hua Qingxi had also broken through to the Emperor Realm during her trip to the Shattered Star Sea, so the extraordinary treasure pill Yang Kai had given her had not gone to waste. Originally, everything was peaceful. Our Thousand Leaves sect had regained many of our secrets, and with Master Hua from the Emperor Realm as a guest, the sect was naturally thriving. A nostalgic look appeared on Du Xian's face, as if he was reminiscing about that period of time. Unfortunately, things didn't go as we wished. One day, a very powerful master suddenly came to Thousand Leaves sect to look for Master Hua. Although we couldn't see through that person's cultivation, there was no doubt that he was from the Emperor Realm. No one knew what that person said to Master Hua, but it was at that time that we learned that Master Hua was a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and a disciple of a Star Soul Palace elder at that. After that person left, the sect master went to visit Master Hua, but no one knew where she had gone. However, everyone thought that since Master Hua was a member of Star Soul Palace and her cultivation was from the Emperor Realm, no one would dare to make things difficult for her, so they naturally didn't take this matter to heart. However, 1 month after that incident, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect suddenly attacked our Thousand Leaves sect for no reason and exterminated us. Yang Kai listened for a long time before his face sank. So, you're guessing that this matter is related to Sister Hua? How could this be related? Du Xian replied, it's not a guess, because when the sect was in trouble, the master who came to look for Master Hua also took action. I also saw that person from afar. Although I couldn't see him clearly, there was no mistaking his figure. That person was definitely a second-order Emperor Realm Master. If not for that, how could our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven puppets be destroyed? Yi Jinghan nodded. That's right, I also saw that person. Most of our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven puppets were subdued by that person, which is why we were unable to resist the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned ugly. No wonder Thousand Leaves sect wasn't their opponent even with heaven puppets. It turns out that a second-order Emperor Realm Master intervened. But, what exactly is going on here? If that second-order Emperor Realm Master was a member of Star Soul Palace, then he could just look for Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi was also a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and had not betrayed her sect. She had just failed to complete the task given to her by her honored master. So there was no reason for her to use someone else to exterminate Thousand Leaves sect in a fit of anger. Somehow, Yang Kai always felt that there was a conspiracy going on. Raising his head to look at Du Xian, Yang Kai said, the mastermind behind the scenes that Brother Du mentioned, could it be? He pointed his finger towards the sky. Du Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know, but there is no reason for the Flowing Shadow Sword sect to cause trouble for our Thousand Leaves sect for no reason. They must have been instructed by someone. Previously, he had suspected Hua Qingxi and Star Soul Palace. But now that he thought about it carefully, if Star Soul Palace really wanted to harm Thousand Leaves sect, there would be no need for them to go through so much trouble. Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory, the sect of the Great Emperors. They could easily crush Thousand Leaves sect. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Young Master Yang, you came in from the outside, but did you hear any news about my father? Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with some apprehension. Yang Kai shook his head. I just returned to the Southern Territory not long ago, so I only have a rough idea of the situation. Is Sect Master Yi still alive? Yi Jinghan was on the verge of tears. I don't know. When Father sent us into the Emperor Heaven Valley, he destroyed the space array outside, so we don't know what happened outside. Du Xian said, Honored Master wanted to send Qi Yu and the other honored guests in as well, but they didn't agree and instead fought with the other disciples to protect the sect. Now, we don't know if they are still alive. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Qi Yu and the others were all overlords of the Hung Luo star field. Although they couldn't fully display their strength after coming to the star boundary, they were greatly taken care of after entering Thousand Leaves sect. Now that Thousand Leaves sect was in danger, with their nature, they naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. You don't need to care about their matters. Since they did this, it's their choice whether they live or die. Yang Kai sighed. Now he could only confirm that Aio was still alive, and he didn't know whether ghost ancestor Chi Yu and Gu Song Yun were still alive, which worried him greatly. Standing up, he said, "In a month's time, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect will be holding an auction in Flowing Shadow City. The item being auctioned is none other than your Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly hoe. Do you want to go and take a look?" What? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both shocked. Yang Kai sneered, "This auction is the key. As long as we go there, the truth will be revealed." Chapter 2669. Hearing that Flowing Shadow Sword sect was going to publicly auction off Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly puppets, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were furious. Their sect had been destroyed due to their lack of strength, so they couldn't blame the heavens or anyone else. However, their sect's most precious treasure was actually going to be auctioned off. This was simply a humiliation. It was equivalent to digging out their corpses and whipping them after they died. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian wished they could fly to Flowing Shadow City and destroy the auction to snatch back those heavenly puppets. However, after their anger, their faces were filled with disappointment. Their ambitions were high, but their strength was insufficient. Even if they really went to Flowing Shadow City, it would be a one-way trip. Weren't they hiding here to accumulate strength and wait for the day when they could take revenge? Seeing their concerns, Yang Kai said, "No matter what you choose, I'll still have to make a trip to Flowing Shadow City." Du Xian was shocked and said worriedly, "But Brother Yang, Flowing Shadow City is the foundation of Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Since they dare to hold an auction, they will definitely be fully prepared. If you go, won't you be walking right into their trap?" Yang Kai grinned. "Then we'll have to see if their net is bigger or if my head is harder." "Brother Yang, you?" Du Xian was absent-minded, admiring Yang Kai's heroic spirit. His eyes lit up. "Could it be that you're already an emperor?" Hearing this, Yi Jinghan's expression also brightened. The two of them hadn't paid attention to Yang Kai's cultivation. After all, when they met Yang Kai that day, his cultivation was about the same as theirs. However, seeing Yang Kai's confidence, they couldn't help but release their divine sense to investigate. Their divine sense was like a stone sinking into the ocean, without the slightest ripple. However, there was a faint trace of emperor intent lingering around Yang Kai's body. Sure enough, he was already an emperor. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both shocked. They were shocked by the speed of Yang Kai's cultivation and growth. However, when they thought about it, weren't there many geniuses in this world who could climb up the martial Tao at an extremely fast pace? It was precisely because there were so many geniuses in this world that it became so brilliant and varied. Du Xian said solemnly, "But Brother Yang, even if you are an emperor, Flowing Shadow City is still a tiger's den." In other words, it was impossible to break through. Not to mention that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had a sect master from the Emperor realm. Just the mastermind behind the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect was not someone an ordinary emperor could afford to provoke. If this matter really involved Star Soul Palace, then Thousand Leaves sect would have no choice but to suffer in silence. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "If it wasn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, wouldn't it be boring?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian stared blankly at Yang Kai, not knowing where he got his confidence from. However, when they thought about the destruction of their sect and the tragic deaths of countless of their disciples, the two of them felt their blood boil. Nodding their heads, they replied, "Good. Let's go too. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must snatch Tian Ho back." Although the aura was not bad, both of them knew that with their strength, it was impossible for them to achieve such a feat if they really went to Flowing Shadow City. Once their identities were exposed, they would probably be besieged from all sides. The enmity between Flowing Shadow Sword sect and Thousand Leaves sect had already been formed. They would definitely have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Yang Kai smiled. That's how it should be. Bringing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian along wasn't because he expected them to be of any help. Two Dao Source realm cultivators wouldn't be able to accomplish much in such a chaotic battle. However, they were still members of Thousand Leaves sect. One was the daughter of the Thousand Leaves sect master, while the other was the eldest disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect's younger generation. Yang Kai bringing them along to Flowing Shadow City to cause trouble could be considered justifiable. Otherwise, as an outsider, if he were to intervene in the matters of Thousand Leaves sect, it would be akin to him drawing his sword to help when he saw injustice. To put it bluntly, it would be seen as him meddling in other people's business. For the time being, he did not want to expose his relationship with AIO and the others. Since they had already made their decision, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian no longer hesitated. They summoned a few of their trusted disciples and carefully instructed them to stay in Emperor Heaven Valley and cultivate properly. If they did not return, the task of reviving Thousand Leaves sect would fall on their shoulders. Naturally, these Thousand Leaves sect disciples tried their best to persuade them. However, since the two had already made up their minds, how could they change their minds with just a few words? Half a day later, Yang Kai brought the two of them out of Emperor Heaven Valley and returned to the nameless Valley of Thousand Leaves sect through the space array. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both born and bred in the Southern Territory, so they were naturally familiar with Flowing Shadow Sword sect and Flowing Shadow City. They had also been to Flowing Shadow City a few times, so they immediately gave Yang Kai directions as they traveled at lightning speed. In a short 3 days, the group of 4 arrived at Flowing Shadow City. Looking at it from afar, Flowing Shadow City could be considered to be vast and majestic. The city walls were several dozen meters tall, and a giant sword was suspended above the city gates. The giant sword seemed to be forged from copper and was extremely thick and imposing. Hanging above the city gates, it looked as if it would descend and slice the earth in two at any moment. However, the cultivators entering and exiting the city were used to such a sight. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian followed behind Yang Kai with uneasy expressions as they landed outside the city gates. According to the two's plan, since they were going to invade the enemy's lair, they naturally had to change their appearances. At the very least, they had to put on some disguises to avoid attracting too much attention and causing unnecessary trouble. After that, they would wait for an opportunity to act in secret. However, Yang Kai did not allow them to change their appearances. Instead, he allowed them to show their true faces to others. The two of them were on tenterhooks throughout the journey. When they arrived outside Flowing Shadow City, their bodies stiffened and their hearts were filled with unease. Although they were already mentally prepared to die, their deaths had to be of value. If they were to die for no reason, then they might as well stay in the Emperor Heaven Valley and endure hardships, spending several hundred years of bitter cultivation. However, Yang Kai's confident appearance made it difficult for the two of them to ask him about it. At the city gates, there were many cultivator queues waiting to enter the city. Every slightly prosperous city was like this. Flowing Shadow City was already a good place to begin with, and with the upcoming auction, who knew how many people in the Northern Territory were interested in the Thousand Leaves sect's puppets. There was even a star master who possessed a complete star's source, so naturally, it attracted an endless stream of cultivators from all over. The current Flowing Shadow City could be said to be filled with Dao sources, Emperor Realm Masters, and Masters. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect's sect master, Li Qingyun, personally oversaw it. As a First-Order Emperor Realm Master who majored in the Sword Dao of Slaughter, Li Qingyun could be considered an extremely powerful master in the Northern Territory. With his status, there was no need for him to be here. However, as the auction was being held, more and more cultivators from the Emperor Realm arrived in Flowing Shadow City. Many top sects had sent their masters to participate, and the other members of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect were unable to handle the situation. As the sect master, he could only do it himself. During this period of time, Li Qingyun had lost count of how many masters he had visited, and none of them were people his Flowing Shadow Sword sect could afford to provoke. Now that they were in Flowing Shadow City, his territory, as the city lord, he had to pay them a visit. Normally, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect would not have the opportunity to befriend so many masters. However, after a few visits, Li Qingyun was tired of dealing with them and did not even have time to cultivate. Furthermore, as the date of the auction approached, he could vaguely feel his heart palpitating. Although his cultivation was not very high, because he majored in the Sword Dao of Slaughter, he was extremely sensitive to danger. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen at this auction. If something went wrong, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect could be destroyed. However, he had no choice but to hold the auction. Faced with the orders of the master, Li Qingyun could not muster up any thoughts of resisting. Letting out a long sigh, the Emperor Artifact illusory jade sword in front of him hummed slightly, as if it had sensed the change in its master's mood. "Sect Master." A voice came from outside the door. "What is it?" Li Qingyun raised his eyes, a trace of exhaustion appearing on his face. If he had a choice, he would rather cultivate in seclusion in the sect. The sword Dao had a long history, and with his ability, he would not be able to comprehend it even if he devoted his entire life to it. How could he be in the mood to stir up trouble? However, in the eyes of the master, he and the entire Flowing Shadow Sword sect were nothing more than a chess piece. They had no choice but to place themselves on the chessboard. "A disciple has reported that 2,000 Leaves sect remnants have been discovered," the voice replied. "Moreover, they seem to be the daughter of the 1,000 Leaves sect's sect master and the eldest disciple of this generation." "Where?" Li Qingyun lowered his eyes. "At the city gates. They are about to enter the city." Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly as the feeling of unease grew even stronger. It was as if an invisible mouth was about to bite him, and the intense sense of danger caused his skin to turn cold. How many years had it been since he last had such a feeling? The illusory jade sword hummed incessantly, making him even more certain of his senses. The person outside the door waited quietly for a long time, but did not receive any response from the sect master, so he could only wait bitterly. At the same time, outside the city gates, the crowd was panicking and running in all directions. A group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples surrounded Yang Kai's group of 4 from the sky and on the ground. Those who had nothing to do with them retreated and watched from afar. Although the destruction of 1,000 Leaves sect by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was very sudden, since they had formed a blood feud, they naturally had to investigate the other party's background, especially those who had escaped. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian's status in 1,000 Leaves sect was not low, and their portraits had long been circulated outside. Furthermore, Yang Kai had led them on a rampage, with no intention of queuing up to enter the city. He acted as if he was the boss and did not place the cultivator guarding the city gates in his eyes at all. Therefore, the moment they entered the city, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were immediately recognized by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples guarding the city gates. Their enemies had come to kill them, yet they still dared to provoke them in such an arrogant manner. There was no need for any instructions, as the dozens of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples immediately set up an inescapable net, eyeing them covetously. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They never thought that Yang Kai would actually be so bold. Not only did he not allow them to hide their identities, he even took the initiative to provoke them. What exactly was Yang Kai planning? Was he so confident that he could come and go as he pleased in Flowing Shadow City? But now that things had come to this point, there was no point in regretting it. Recalling the actions of these Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples in 1,000 Leaves sect a year ago, the eyes of the two gradually turned red as killing intent slowly filled the air. Even if they were to die, they would drag a few people down with them. Only then would they live up to the name of 1,000 Leaves sect disciples. "The two of you have guts to actually dare to barge into my Flowing Shadow City. It looks like the people from 1,000 Leaves sect really don't know how to write the word death." The Dao Source Realm leader looked at Yi Jinghan and Du Xian with a sneer. However, when his gaze swept past Yang Kai and Ing Fei, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. He did not know where these two came from, to actually be together with the people from 1,000 Leaves sect. Chapter 2670. Although the existence of Yang Kai and Ing Fei had raised this person's suspicions, he did not take it to heart. 1,000 Leaves sect was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, far inferior to their Flowing Shadow Sword sect. So what if they had some connections? This was Flowing Shadow City, the base of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so who could act presumptuously here? His gaze lingered on Yang Kai for a moment before he coldly snorted. "Who are you? If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Don't make a mistake." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his words and simply looked at Du Xian and Yi Jinghan. "Do you want to collect some interest first?" Yang Kai did not even have the mood to take action against a bunch of small fries. But to Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, who had a deep hatred for them, they were the best targets to vent their anger on. Hearing this, Du Xian's expression shook and he shouted, "Good, then we'll have to trouble Brother Yang to protect us." Yang Kai simply nodded and stood quietly in the same place. Impudent. Seeing Du Xian act so arrogantly, the flowing shadow sword sect disciple was enraged, and he waved his hand. "Take him down!" Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk sword cries rang out and sword lights danced as the figures of the dozen flowing shadow sword sect disciples intertwined, covering each other as they charged forward. Sword chi filled the air as sword intent filled the air. "Brother!" Yi Jinghan shouted. Du Xian understood and immediately turned around to stand back to back with Yi Jinghan. The two's hands danced in the air as round ball-like objects shot out one after another. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk after a series of crisp sounds, the round ball-like objects actually started to change under everyone's gazes. In the blink of an eye, they turned into lifelike monster beast. The world energy fluctuated as 4 puppet beasts suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A python, a lizard, a wolf, a bird. Every single one of them was like a living creature. If not for the fact that there was no sign of life coming from them, anyone would have thought that they were real monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at the sight of this. Although he had gone to the Thousand Leaves sect before and had interacted with them before, many of the Thousand Leaves sect's secret techniques had been lost at that time, and it was all thanks to him opening the Emperor Heaven Valley. Only then did he manage to find the secret manual that had been lost for many years. At that time, he hadn't seen the true strength of Thousand Leaves sect. Now that these 4 puppet beasts had appeared, Yang Kai knew that the Thousand Leaves sect had developed quite a bit over the past few years. Each of these 4 puppet beasts possessed strength comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm Master, so they should be the Earth-grade puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. With the secret arts and secret tomes that Yang Kai had obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley, the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect were far superior to those of the past, whether it was in terms of refining puppets or controlling them. He had originally thought that it would be difficult for Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to face so many opponents with just 2 fists, but from the looks of it now, he had underestimated them. Chi 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 chi. Sword light flashed as they slashed towards Yi Jinghan and Du Xian. Each and every one of them was so condensed that if they were to be struck, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian would definitely suffer. However, the 2 of them didn't even show any signs of activating their protective source chi, instead focusing solely on controlling the 4 puppet beasts. The scales on the giant python-like puppet beast were bright and distinct. Its body suddenly curled up. Wrapping around Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, it blocked all of the incoming sword chi, causing dazzling sparks to fly out. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk at the same time, the lizard-like puppet beast's body suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, before the ground beneath it loosened up. It leapt into the air and drilled into the ground, disappearing from sight. No one knew where it had gone. A wolf's howl rang out as a green light radiated from the body of the wolf puppet. Pouncing towards the 2 flowing shadow sword sect disciples closest to it, it bared its fangs, scaring them so much that they hurriedly raised their swords to defend themselves. However, right at this moment, the most delicate and nimble puppet bird drew a beautiful arc in the air. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced right through the chest of the flowing shadow sword sect disciple. His protective source chi was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Asterisk poo. Asterisk the flowing shadow sword sect disciple coughed out a mouthful of blood as he felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something was missing. Lowering his head, he saw a bloody hole in his chest, through which his internal organs could be faintly seen. Despite being besieged by more than a dozen people, the flowing shadow sword sect disciples were the first to die. The spectators in the distance turned pale with fright, shocked by the strength of the Thousand Leaves sect's puppet beasts. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this wasn't a mistake, but a suppression of strength. Although the flowing shadow sword sect had the advantage in numbers, each of the 4 puppet beasts was comparable to the 3rd order Dao source realm. The strength of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples varied greatly, making it impossible for them to resist. Retreat. The leading disciple turned pale with fright at the sight of this, a look of disbelief on his face. With the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect, the flowing shadow sword sect had naturally obtained a lot of spoils of war, with the puppet beasts being the most abundant. Currently, there were quite a few flowing shadow sword sect disciples who possessed Thousand Leaves sect's puppet beasts, but none of them could compare to the 4 puppet beasts before them. The Tao of puppetry not only required the strength of the puppet beasts themselves, but also the corresponding secret arts and secret techniques to control them. In other words, the same puppet beasts in the hands of others and Thousand Leaves sect disciples would display completely different levels of strength. Even though the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had obtained quite a few puppet beasts as spoils of war and had studied them for a period of time, they were unable to display the full strength of the puppet beasts, leading them to believe that these puppet beasts were nothing special. Only after seeing them now did they realize how wrong they were. The disciples were already trembling with fear, so when they heard the order, they naturally displayed their sword arts to protect themselves as they retreated quickly. But right at this moment, the puppet python protecting Yi Jinghan and Du Xian suddenly swung its whip-like tail, causing a series of killing sounds to ring out. Its tail was as thick as a water bucket, and no one knew what material it was made of. The strength of its tail was akin to the collapse of a mountain, and a few of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who were unable to dodge in time were struck by its tail. Their abdomens instantly caved in as blood and internal organs spurted out from their mouths. Some of them were lucky enough to escape this calamity, but before they could even catch their breaths, a large hole suddenly appeared beneath their feet. The puppet lizard that had disappeared earlier actually broke through the ground and opened its mouth, biting down on one of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples before dragging him into the hole. Extremely mournful screams rang out from the ground, causing everyone who heard them to feel their hair stand on end and their hearts turn cold. With this as an example, the disciples immediately flew into the air. How could they dare to remain on the ground? However, the air wasn't safe either. The puppet wolf was constantly on the move, while the puppet bird was as fast as lightning. Every time it swooped down, blood would be spilled. Sword array! The leading Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared with a pale face. Originally, he had thought that these two trivial Thousand Leaves sect disciples would be easy to deal with, so he didn't place them in his eyes. However, after exchanging blows with them, he finally understood who was the wolf and who was the sheep. In just a short period of time, 6 or 7 of his own side had already died. If this continued, wouldn't they all die? With this order, the remaining Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples immediately split into several groups and set up sword arrays, working together to resist the terrifying puppet beasts. With the protection of the puppet python, Du Xian and Yi Jinghan were able to kill 6 or 7 people without suffering any injuries, causing them to feel extremely satisfied. The anger and frustration they had accumulated over the past year seemed to have been released at this moment, allowing them to control the puppet beasts with greater ease. Du Xian laughed heartily. Flowing Shadow Sword sect is only SOO. Although his tone was arrogant, he was actually controlling the puppet beasts to engage the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples in close combat. Sect exterminators, don't be impudent. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared in anger. 6 or 7 of their own had been killed in front of their city gates, and they were even provoked in such a manner. If they didn't regain their face, their Flowing Shadow Sword sect would no longer be able to establish itself in the Northern Territory. After experiencing the initial panic, they gradually regained their footing. Their hearts were filled with hatred, and they only wanted to tear Du Xian and Yi Jinghan into 1,000 pieces to wash away their previous humiliation. Sect extermination? Du Xian's expression turned ruthless as he clenched his teeth. If not for the help of others, how could your Flowing Shadow Sword sect possibly have the ability to exterminate my Thousand Leaves sect? I, Du Xian, have come here today to seek justice for the many disciples of my Thousand Leaves sect that have died. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Kill! Kill! The numerous Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples roared in unison as their sword intent broke through the clouds. Under the sword array, sword chi shot out like a waterfall, seemingly wanting to shatter space itself. Brother! Yi Jinghan's face turned solemn as she formed a seal with one hand. The puppet python abruptly shrunk its body, wrapping around her and Du Xian tightly. As the sword chi slashed down, sparks flew from the puppet python's body, causing it to tremble violently. However, it did not harm Yi Jinghan or Du Xian in the slightest. Since you want to be a coward, why come to my Flowing Shadow City and make a fool of yourself? The Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple sneered as he waved his hand and shouted, "Slash again! Asterisk chi 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 chi!" Asterisk sword chi after sword chi slashed down continuously, causing the puppet python to be unable to move at all. Even the sturdiest puppet python could not withstand such an attack, and countless cracks quickly appeared on its body. Discussions broke out amongst the surrounding onlookers, all of them feeling that these two from Thousand Leaves sect had been a little too careless. Since they had managed to escape this calamity, why did they have to come here and throw themselves into a trap? Now, it was likely that their futures would be bleak. If they were really smart people, they would find a place to hide and increase their cultivation, so that they could make a comeback in the future and take revenge. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian being beaten to the point where they were unable to retaliate, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple immediately burst into laughter. Let's see how long you can last. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the ground suddenly split open as the puppet lizard that had disappeared all this time suddenly appeared, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it charged towards the sword array. On top of the puppet lizard's head was a person standing with his head held high. Who else could it be but Du Xian? What? Many of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were shocked. Although they did not know why Du Xian had charged over with such a disregard for his life, it was clear that he was up to no good. Immediately, they sent out their attacks towards Du Xian. However, Du Xian did not bother to dodge and simply sneered. Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques are actually so exquisite. Suddenly, someone in the air exclaimed in admiration, seemingly having discovered some clues. It was not just one person who had discovered the clues. At this moment, pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness were focused on Du Xian, who was standing on the puppet lizard's head, with looks of disbelief and shock filling their hearts. Chapter 2671. Sword light flashed and sword chi filled the air as the power of the sword array erupted. The dazzling light seemed to be able to illuminate the past and present, completely covering a large area around the city gate. Du Xian, who bore the brunt of this attack, could not avoid it. Countless raging energy turned into a strangling force, wrapping around him. In an instant, Du Xian's body was torn apart. Ha ha, you overestimate yourself. The leading Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple had thought that Du Xian had some kind of trump card when he saw him coming over so aggressively. But who would have thought that after a round of sword array attacks, Du Xian's head was already separated from his body, causing him to burst into laughter. As soon as his laughable voice sounded out, he instinctively noticed that something was wrong, and his face went grim as he stared his eyes wide open at Du Xian that was split into pieces. He seemed as if he'd seen an unbelievable scene, and he said with astonishment, "A puppet." This Du Xian, who had charged at them without hesitation and had faced death with equanimity, was actually not a living person, but a puppet. However, this puppet was refined so exquisitely that it was no different from a real person. During the battle, he did not have time to carefully distinguish it, and only after dissecting Du Xian's body did he notice it. Explode! A low roar, like the sound of the yellow springs, sounded in everyone's ears. The pieces of Du Xian's corpse that had been chopped into pieces suddenly flickered with a scorching light and instantly became extremely bright. An extremely dangerous aura spread out like a tsunami. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple's expression changed greatly as he roared with all his might, "Run." While speaking, the sword in his hand rotated, releasing layers of impenetrable sword chi to protect his body as he tapped his foot. He quickly retreated. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a loud noise sounded. Outside the city gate, a dazzling white ball suddenly burst open, covering an area of 1,000 feet, and a violent energy shock wave swept up a strong gust of wind, sweeping through the void. A series of muffled groans sounded, but then came to an abrupt stop as the vitality was suddenly extinguished, symbolizing the fall of a cultivator one after another. It caused the onlookers to shudder in fear and their faces to turn pale. After a short while, the dust settled. At the city gate of Flowing Shadow City, there was a large pit that was more than 100 feet deep and 1,000 feet wide. Next to the pit was a mess, with a large section of the city wall broken. On the ground, there were charred corpses and severed limbs. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk it continued to hover in place. The puppet python guarding Du Xian and Yi Jinghan coiled its body, raising its head slightly as it flicked its scarlet forked tongue. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were still standing at its curled-up abdomen, completely unscathed. On the messy ground, a figure staggered up. It was the leading disciple of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Among the many disciples, he was the strongest and the quickest to react to the situation. Therefore, although he had suffered some injuries from the explosion of the puppet, he had managed to keep his life. Just as he stood up, the light in front of him dimmed. Someone was blocking his path. Looking up, it was Du Xian. Staring at each other, the flowing shadow sword sect disciple roared, "You cheated." He brandished his sword, intending to slash at Du Xian. He felt unbearable pain all over his body, and his energy circulation became sluggish. His face became even paler. The self-destruction of the puppet Du Xian was extremely powerful, almost equivalent to the self-destruction of a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator. Many of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples were close to it at that time, so almost all of them were wiped out. Even though he had managed to keep his life, he was not in a good state right now. Du Xian's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. Compared to the matter of flowing shadow sword sect being in my Thousand Leaves sect, what does this matter? It's just interest. The enmity of the destruction of his sect was absolutely irreconcilable. Regardless of whether the flowing shadow sword sect disciples were under someone else's orders, they were all murderers. Du Xian naturally would not show any mercy to them. Saying so, he sent a palm strike towards the head of the flowing shadow sword sect disciple, intending to kill him. "Impudent Junior. This is Flowing Shadow City. How dare you commit murder?" At the same time an angry roar rang out, an old figure suddenly appeared in the sky, waving his hand and grabbing towards Du Xian. An emperor intent spread out, causing Du Xian to feel his body turn stiff. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. The Emperor Realm. Du Xian's expression changed, knowing that his actions just now had drawn out a master. However, this person did not seem to be the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so he did not know what the other party's intentions were and what relationship he had with Flowing Shadow Sword sect. "You're already so bloodthirsty at such a young age. What will happen when you grow up? This old master will bring you back to cleanse your sins." The old man seemed to be explaining his actions, and by the time he finished speaking, his hand had already grabbed onto Du Xian's head. In the air, a few other figures flashed, charging towards Yi Jinghan, who was still standing on the spot. Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect, and if it was in the past, no one would pay them any attention. However, the recent uproar was due to Flowing Shadow Sword sect's unbridled promotion. However, the Tao of puppetry was an unorthodox Tao, so even if it had some uses, it would not attract much attention. However, after witnessing the puppet techniques displayed by Du Xian and Yi Jinghan today, the hidden forces of the Emperor Realm no longer dared to underestimate them. These two remnants of Thousand Leaves sect were actually able to slaughter so many people in Flowing Shadow City just by relying on a few puppets. If they could obtain such treasures, they would definitely be able to increase the strength of their sect. Therefore, in an instant, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had become highly sought after. Many people had made up their minds to bring the two of them back and uncover the secret behind Thousand Leaves sect's puppetry. Where did this shameless old thing come from? A cold snort rang out as an elite aura suddenly appeared, blasting towards the old man like a dragon emerging from the sea. The old man's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively sensed danger. He no longer cared about grabbing Du Xian and hurriedly pushed his strength towards the incoming aura, instantly pushing his strength to 70 to 80%. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, a muffled bang rang out as the old man's figure staggered backwards, his face turning pale as the blood and qi in his chest churned, almost causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His heart filled with shock as he stared in the direction of the source of the attack and roared, "Who are you?" Yang Kai sneered and did not reply, instead sending a few palm strikes towards where Yi Jinghan was standing. Pa pa pa. A few figures stealthily moving towards Yi Jinghan suddenly appeared with ugly expressions on their faces. Without the suppression of the old man, Du Xian's source qi began to circulate once more, smashing the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple, who was still alive, into meat paste with a single palm strike. Feeling extremely satisfied, he roared towards the sky. Yang Kai swept his gaze across the people from the Emperor Realm and asked, "Which one of you is the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect?" Silence filled the air as no one replied. Yi Jinghan walked over and said in a low voice, "He's not here." Back when Flowing Shadow Sword sect had invaded Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Jinghan had seen Li Qingyun once and recognized his appearance. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "Are you a coward now?" He was also curious as to why the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect was still not showing himself after so many of their people had been killed. This situation was a little different from what he had expected, causing him to feel slightly irritated. "Brat, who exactly are you?" The old man had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Kai and had asked Yang Kai for a reply, causing him to feel extremely embarrassed. Yang Kai was in a bad mood as he swept a cold glance at the old man and snorted, "You should go back and enjoy your retirement at such an old age. Be careful not to break your back if you keep jumping around." Impudent. The old man flew into a rage. No matter what, he was the sect master of a sect, yet he was being humiliated in such a manner by a young man. This was simply intolerable. If not for the fact that he was wary of Yang Kai's extraordinary strength, he would have definitely exchanged a few blows with him and taught him what it meant to be strong with age. Which family's disciple are you? How can you be so arrogant? Didn't your family's elders teach you how to behave? A middle-aged man frowned. He couldn't stand Kai Yang's arrogant attitude. Yang Kai grinned. "You want to teach me how to behave?" The middle-aged man snorted. "Young man, it's not a good thing to be too arrogant. You should know that there is always a mountain taller than the one before it." Yang Kai waved the myriad sword and pointed it at him. "If you're not convinced, then let this young master see how tall your mountain is." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in anger. Unreasonable. The other people from the Emperor realm also shook their heads, thinking that this young man was like a mad dog, biting whoever he caught. What they didn't know was that Yang Kai had come here to cause trouble, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do so. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, how could he hold back? However, after messing around for so long, Yang Kai still hadn't shown up, causing him to feel a little dispirited. Letting out a long laugh, he put away the myriad sword and said, "It seems that all of you are just talking. If that's the case, then scram to the side and don't waste this young master's time." He called out to Yi Jinghan and Du Xian before sweeping out with his divine sense. Locking his gaze in the direction of the city lord's mansion, he said in a clear voice, "Since Sect Master Li is avoiding me, then this young master will pay him a visit." Saying so, his figure leapt forward, leading Yi Jinghan and Du Xian towards the city lord's mansion. The people from the Emperor realm exchanged glances, all of them guessing his intentions. However, they were also puzzled in their hearts, wondering where the two remnants of the Thousand Leaves sect had found this person from the Emperor realm, who actually dared to charge into the dragon's lair alone. Furthermore, he seemed to possess extraordinary strength. From the looks of it, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was in big trouble this time, and they didn't know if the auction would be held as scheduled. After witnessing the puppet techniques displayed by Du Xian and Yi Jinghan, these people from the Emperor realm were extremely interested in that heavenly hoe. They all felt that if they could buy one or two back, this trip would not have been in vain. It wasn't easy to raise the level of a puppet from the Emperor realm, but if they could buy one that was comparable to a puppet from the Emperor realm, it would be ready-made and could be used. The only difference was that they would need to spend some source crystals. For a moment, many people were worried that Yang Kai would ruin the auction. But then again, this was an outsider's matter after all. At most, they would just watch the show. They had no intention of interfering in this matter. In front of the city lord's mansion, a group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were on high alert, all of them trembling as their faces turned pale. It wasn't that they hadn't received the news that several dozen of their brothers had died in battle in front of the city gates. Originally, they thought that their sect master would definitely not let this matter rest, and would definitely take action to teach those two remnants of the Thousand Leaves sect a lesson. However, they never expected that their sect master would show no reaction even now. Seeing Yang Kai walking towards them with his group, the palms of many of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples began to sweat as they vigilantly and fearfully sized him up. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying with it waves of killing intent, causing everyone's hands and feet to turn cold. Chapter 2672. Get into formation. With a shout, the figures of the 300 Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples began to move, forming a shocking sword array in an instant. Their auras were linked together, layer after layer of sword intent stacked on top of each other. Blocking the entrance of the city lord's mansion did not seem to be 300 cultivators, but a shocking sword. The chilling sword intent radiating from it could be clearly felt by all the cultivators in Flowing Shadow City. Yang Kai looked at the sword array in disdain and sneered. "Sect Masterly, is this how you treat your guests?" If the other party said yes, he would not mind killing all 300 of them. Although this sword array was powerful, it could not stop him. A gentle voice rang out from within the city lord's mansion. Let them in. With Yang Kai already at the entrance, there was no way Li Qingyun could avoid him. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Qingyun did not intend to make things difficult for Yang Kai and instead ordered the disciples to let them in. Sect Master. The third order Dao Source Realm disciple in charge of the sword array turned around and looked at the city lord's mansion in disbelief, thinking that he had heard wrongly. With this sword array and the combined strength of 300 disciples, even those from the Emperor realm would lose a layer of skin. Yang Kai's group had committed murder at the city gates, and their enmity with the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was irreconcilable. How could they let them go so easily? Let them in. Li Qingyun's voice rang out once again, but this time it was much more dignified. The expression of the disciple in charge of the sword array fluctuated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let them in!" Walala. The crowd took the initiative to disperse, and the shocking sword intent weakened significantly. The crowd moved. Naturally, the sword array could not be maintained. A wise choice. A strange look flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he secretly felt that this Li Qingyun was quite interesting. Under the hateful gazes of the crowd, Yang Kai led Yi Jinghan and Du Xian inside. In contrast to Yang Kai's calm and collected demeanor, both Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were feeling nervous in their hearts, causing them to secretly gulp down their saliva while circulating their source qi. He was afraid that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect would go back on their word and launch a sneak attack. But when they walked into the city lord's mansion, nothing happened. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but exhale. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, a figure was sitting cross-legged. That figure was as straight as a sword and had the demeanor of a master. For some reason, a 3-foot-long green peak was constantly emitting clanging sounds. As Yang Kai approached, the sounds became more and more urgent and concentrated. It was as if it was warning him of something. Yang Kai could not help but take a few more glances at the sword. Li Qingyun's eyes were still tightly shut. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and the sword calmed down. He said, "The Jade Void sword is the treasure of my Flowing Shadow Sword sect, and only the sect master can wear it. It has the ability to warn others, and the stronger the enemy, the more urgent its warning sound will be. I have avoided many dangers with it, but I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid it this time." Sect Masterly. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him and nodded lightly. Standing behind Yang Kai, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian's eyes were bloodshot. They gnashed their teeth and glared at him, looking as if they could not wait to kill him. "Who exactly are you?" Li Qingyun raised his head and looked at Yang Kai. "A nameless junior. Even if I told you, Sect Masterly wouldn't know," Yang Kai replied indifferently. Li Qingyun said, "Fame is something that can only be gained through hard work. After today, your name will definitely spread far and wide." Yang Kai smiled. "False fame is nothing but dust. Life is like a dream, and the martial Tao is eternal." Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed as he looked towards Yang Kai. He felt as if every word he said was a gem, like a heavy hammer pounding on his heart. He seemed to have caught on to something, giving him a feeling as if the clouds had cleared up and he could see the moon. But when he thought about it carefully, he could not find anything, causing him to frown. Sighing softly, he said, "Sure enough, there are new talents in every generation, with the new replacing the old." A dejected look appeared on his face, as if he had suffered a blow. Pausing for a moment, he said, "Is your excellency here to stand up for Thousand Leaves sect? If that's the case, then make your move. Although this Li knows that he's not a match for you, he's not a person who will sit and wait for death." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, asking, "Do you want me to kill him? Nod your heads, and I'll take his life." Du Xian and Yi Jinghan clenched their teeth, the red in their eyes turning even more intense as the chilling killing intent within them condensed into a solid state. It was this person who had led a large group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples into Thousand Leaves sect a year ago, wantonly slaughtering countless Thousand Leaves sect disciples who had died at his hands. Over the past year, there hadn't been a moment when the two of them didn't want to kill this person to avenge their dead brothers and sisters. But now, their enemy was right in front of them, and even though they believed that Yang Kai would do as he said and take his life, they just couldn't bring themselves to do it. As if their minds were connected, Yi Jinghan closed her eyes and said softly, "Big brother." Du Xian also took a deep breath and said, "The enmity of annihilating my sect must be avenged with my own hands." Yang Kai smiled and looked at them. Then the two of you will have to work hard in your cultivation. He's from the Emperor realm. Du Xian gritted his teeth and said, we're younger than him. Youth was the greatest asset one had. Li Qingyan nodded lightly, looking at the two of them with a complicated gaze. This king awaits your arrival at any time. Du Xian pointed at him and said, don't worry, there will be a day when Flowing Shadow Sword sect will be destroyed by my hands, and your head will also be mine. After saying this, Du Xian seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief as a complicated expression appeared on his face. Li Qingyan said slowly, Sect Master Yi isn't dead. What? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were shocked upon hearing this, the former trembling in excitement. Is that true? Li Qingyan nodded. Sect Master Yi is currently in my Flowing Shadow Sword sect. If you want to see him, you can pick him up at any time. Yi Jinghan was stunned for a moment before bursting into tears. Du Xian pulled her into his arms and asked with a cold expression, why is that? Li Qingyan frowned and said, there is no deep enmity between our sects, and this sect was forced to deal with Thousand Leaves sect. Someone got what they wanted, so it doesn't matter whether Sect Master Yi lives or dies. What do you mean? Du Xian looked at him blankly. Yang Kai's expression changed. So someone really ordered you to do this. Was it Star Soul Palace? Li Qingyan's expression changed, and he immediately shut his mouth, as if he was afraid of something. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that he was afraid and immediately changed the topic. You just said that someone got what they wanted. What did that person want? Li Qingyan shook his head and did not answer. Yang Kai snorted. Does Sect Masterly think that this young master is easy to talk to? A mere Flowing Shadow Sword sect is something that this young master can destroy with a flip of his hand. Li Qingyan said solemnly, Flowing Shadow Sword sect and this king are just pawns. Why is your excellency making things difficult for me? If your excellency wants to destroy my Flowing Shadow Sword sect, if I satisfy your excellency, anyone else wants to destroy my Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Either way, death is the only outcome. Yang Kai sneered. It seems that the person behind Sect Master Li is quite extraordinary, to be feared to such an extent. Li Qingyan shook his head. There is no need for your excellency to probe me. Yang Kai snorted. All right, since Sect Master Li is so straightforward, I won't make things difficult for you. I will ask you some things that you can reveal. Where is the Star Master that you captured in Thousand Leaves sect now? Li Qingyan said, since your excellency has already guessed, why bother asking? My Flowing Shadow Sword sect is just a pawn that has been pushed to the forefront. The person that was captured and the item that was stolen is not in my sect's hands. Yang Kai's expression sank when he heard this. Although he had guessed as much, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he heard Li Qingyan's answer. If AIO had been imprisoned in Flowing Shadow City or the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, he would have been able to save him immediately. However, AIO wasn't here, and Li Qingyan probably didn't know where AIO was imprisoned. The so-called auction was nothing more than a ploy by someone using Flowing Shadow Sword sect's territory and identity. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, besides the Star Master, who else did you capture that day? Li Qingyan thought for a moment before replying. There were a few cultivator from the lower realm, but none of them were as important as the Star Master. Are they alive or dead? Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked. Li Qingyan shook his head. I don't know. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before asking. One last question. What does the person behind the scenes want? Li Qingyan still shook his head. I don't know. In a loft in Flowing Shadow City, a pale-faced old man sat cross-legged. This old man looked like he had one foot in the grave, as if he could die at any moment, but the vitality in his body was extremely vigorous, and the aura he was exuding had reached the terrifying level of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Beside the old man, a beautiful woman in palace robes knelt on the ground. Her hair was disheveled and her face was pale, as if she had been tortured. From time to time, a look of extreme pain would flash across the beautiful woman's face. Asterisk deng deng deng. Asterisk the sound of footsteps could be heard, followed by a knock on the door. Come in, the old man called out. The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man entered. He glanced at the beautiful woman kneeling beside him before quickly looking away and cupping his fists. Honored master. The old man looked up at him and asked, How was it? The middle-aged man replied, The fish took the bait. As soon as he said this, the beautiful woman in palace robes who had been kneeling on the ground trembled. The old man's eyes flashed and he chuckled. Good, good, very good. This old master's year of planning was not in vain. He finally came. The middle-aged man said, "Honored master, that little brat is only a first-order Emperor realm master. Since he is here, let this disciple take him down. He won't be able to cause any trouble." The old man smiled and shook his head. "Don't underestimate that little brat. He is someone who is proficient in the Tao of space. Although he is only a first-order Emperor realm master, if he is not fully prepared, even this old master may not be able to take him down." The middle-aged man didn't seem to care. He felt that his honored master was overestimating that little brat. He was a second-order Emperor realm master. The other party was just a first-order Emperor realm master. He could easily take him down, so why bother? How could the old man not know what he was thinking? He glanced at the beautiful woman in palace attire kneeling beside him and said, "Your junior sister Qingxi has been by his side for quite some time. She knows best how strong that kid is. If you don't believe me, you can ask her." Chapter 2673. When the middle-aged man heard this, he turned his head to look at the beautiful woman kneeling beside him and asked, "Junior sister Hua, do you think I can take down that boy if I do it myself?" This beautiful woman was none other than Hua Qingxi, who had separated from Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. When they separated, she was only in the third-order Tao Source realm, but she had obtained some opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea and had now advanced to the Emperor realm. However, at this moment, she did not have the honor of being in the Emperor realm at all. Instead, she looked like a prisoner. Hearing the middle-aged man's question, Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and did not answer, turning her head to the side. "Junior sister Hua, you're not being honest again." When the middle-aged man saw this, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth and his hands suddenly formed a strange seal. In the next instant, a miserable shriek rang out from Hua Qingxi's mouth. She felt as if she had been subjected to the most unbearable torture in the world. Her pretty face instantly distorted from the pain, and large drops of sweat rolled down her forehead, drenching her clothes in an instant. "Honored master!" She forced herself to crawl to the old man's feet, kneeling and shouting. The old man, however, was as motionless as a mountain. He did not even raise his eyebrows, as if he did not hear or see anything. The middle-aged man sneered, "As honored master's disciple, you are actually so protective of an outsider. If it weren't for honored master's mercy, I would have already taken your life. Now, I'm letting you live to make up for your mistakes, but you are so stubborn. As your brother, I really can't stand it anymore. Perhaps I will have to give you some punishment." "Honored master." Hua Qingxi's voice trembled and her face was extremely pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "If you want that thing back, I will go and tell him." "Honored master, please stop. Let him live. He is not an unreasonable person. Disciple has some friendship with him, so I can persuade him. Honored master, please give disciple a chance." Presumptuous. The middle-aged man was furious when he saw that she was not begging for mercy despite being tortured, but was instead exonerating someone else. She changed her hand seals again, and Hua Qingxi shrieked as she curled up into a ball. The elder softly sighed and helplessness appeared on his face. Girls truly cannot be kept at home when they are of age. You are siding with outsiders. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand seal. The old man stretched out his hand and lifted Hua Qingxi up, saying, "This old master knows. It was all thanks to him that you were able to break through to the Emperor realm, but don't forget who taught and raised you." "Yes, yes, master. Disciple will never forget master's kindness in raising me." Hua Qingxi opened her weak eyelids and said. The old man nodded and said, "It's good that you know. If it was something else, this old man might not necessarily refuse you. After all, you are now in the Emperor realm. As this old man's disciple, this old man also has honor on his face, but this matter is of great importance, so the fewer people who know about it, the better. Back then, I sent you to scout for information because I thought highly of you, but you disappointed me." Hearing this, a look of guilt flashed across Hua Qingxi's eyes. Although she had no choice at that time, having been implanted with a soul seal by Yang Kai and taken into the sealed world bead, she had indeed failed to live up to her master's expectations. Later on, although Yang Kai gave her her freedom, she had no intention of reporting this matter because Yang Kai had shown her kindness, so she naturally couldn't repay his kindness with enmity. She only wanted to conceal her identity and never return to Star Soul Palace again. She wanted to pretend that the previous Hua Qingxi was dead. But she never thought that her master would send her brother Wu Ming to Thousand Leaves Sect. Not only did he capture her, he even caused the destruction of Thousand Leaves Sect. She had been implanted with a secret technique, so she couldn't remember revealing anything to her master. However, she knew that she was the cause of Thousand Leaves Sect's destruction, and that it was also her master's method to lure Yang Kai out. Because there were several people in Thousand Leaves Sect that Yang Kai valued highly, as long as they were captured, Yang Kai would definitely not let this matter rest. Facts proved that this move was not a mistake. Now, Yang Kai had indeed been lured to Flowing Shadow City and was caught in a trap. That little brat dared to steal this old master's treasure, so how could this old master tolerate him? Qingxi, don't worry too much. Once this matter is over, follow this old master back to Star Soul Palace and enter secluded cultivation. The old man waved his hand. Although his tone was calm, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. A year ago, when Wu Ming brought Hua Qingxi back to Star Soul Palace, he used a secret technique to force Hua Qingxi to reveal many secrets. Not only did he find out who had the treasure he had lost, he also found out that that person had a space artifact that occupied a vast area. If that was all, it would have been fine. Although the space artifact was precious and rare, it was still just a space artifact. If one did not cultivate the space divine technique, they would not be able to use it at will. More importantly, there were many rare treasures in the space artifact. What he was particularly interested in were the 2 divine trees, one of which was full of vitality, while the other was gold and silver. As an elder of Star Soul Palace and a powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, the old man had lived for most of his life and had seen many things. After carefully examining the characteristics of the 2 divine trees, he could almost conclude that one of them was the legendary Immortal Tree. The Immortal Tree. It was rumored that if one could refine it, they could achieve an immortal and indestructible body. It was a great temptation to any cultivator. He was old and had thought that there was no hope for him to break through in this lifetime. But who would have thought that an opportunity would suddenly fall from the sky? If he could obtain the Immortal Tree and refine it, it was very likely that he would become one of the great emperors. At that time, he would be able to stand on equal footing with the great emperors of Bright Moon. As for the gold and silver divine trees, he had some vague guesses, but he did not dare to be too sure. In any case, these 2 divine trees were supreme treasures of heaven and earth. Anyone who obtained one of them would have a great fortune, but he did not expect that they would be gathered in the hands of a single person. As long as he could kill that person, these supreme treasures would be his. After refining the Immortal Tree, where in the world could he not go? The old man did not reveal such a secret to anyone, including Wu Ming, who he relied on the most. Wu Ming only thought that his honored master was scheming for a treasure that had been lost many years ago. How could he have known that his honored master was scheming for more? At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that after this, even Hua Qingxi would be silenced. Hua Qingxi's face darkened. She knew that it was useless to say anything now. Wu Ming stood aside, glanced at Hua Qingxi, sneered and ridiculed. "Junior sister Hua, you haven't taken a fancy to that boy, have you?" Hua Qingxi raised her head and glared at him, gritting her teeth and saying, "Don't talk nonsense." "Bitch, you still dare to talk back?" Wu Ming's face twitched. He straightened his palm and was about to cast a seal to teach Hua Qingxi a lesson. Hua Qingxi had been implanted with a heart-urging insect, so her life and death were all in his hands. How could he allow Hua Qingxi to be so presumptuous in front of him? Enough. The old man raised his hand slightly and stopped Wu Ming's intention. Go to the auction venue and arrange it carefully. This time, there can be no mistakes. Dealing with a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space, even a character like the old man didn't dare to be careless. That day, when Yin Lusheng wanted to deal with Yang Kai, he had to first set up a large spirit array to isolate the world. So how could the old man be careless? An accident was enough to make Yang Kai escape. Although he had the person Yang Kai wanted in his hands, he couldn't guarantee that Yang Kai would obediently comply. Wu Ming resentfully retracted his hand and coldly stared at Hua Qingxi, thinking to himself, "I'll let you have some peace for a while. After this matter is over, I'll ask honored master for you and treat you well." After Wu Ming left, the old man said, "Your brother has always been arrogant, so don't blame him." Hua Qingxi said she didn't dare, but her heart was bitter. Now that she was like this, with this treatment, where was the slightest bit of brother and disciple relationship? Honored master guarded against her like a thief, and her brother also didn't like her. The world was so big, so where should she go? Her cultivation had broken through to the emperor realm, but the direction of her life had suddenly become confused. Boy, what's your name? Outside the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai's group had just walked out when they were stopped by someone. The person in front of them was a young girl, about 17 or 18 years old. She had a petite figure and wore a clean light blue dress. Although she wasn't very tall, her figure was extremely good. Her breasts were swollen, as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Her waist was slender, and her buttocks were round and full. The young girl's face was elegant, but she had a vigorous, heroic spirit. Standing in front of Yang Kai, she looked up at him with an old and experienced look. Yang Kai was stunned. He looked left and right, then pointed at his nose and said, "Are you talking to me?" He was sure that he didn't know this young girl. When he entered the city, he didn't see her, so he didn't know why she suddenly blocked his path. The young girl frowned and said angrily, "Who else could it be? Do we know each other?" Yang Kai looked at her with a strange expression. The young girl said impatiently, "Just answer me. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "If I answer when you ask me, won't I lose face?" This little girl was also inexplicable. For no reason, she blocked in front of Yang Kai and gave him an arrogant look. This really didn't make Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Flying Eagle on the side grinned. "Yang Xiaofeng is handsome, a dragon among men. I'm afraid that someone fell in love with you at first sight, Qi." Before Flying Eagle finished speaking, a fist suddenly brushed past his cheek. If Flying Eagle hadn't seen the opportunity and dodged quickly, this fist would have hit him in the face. The one who punched was naturally the young girl. When this attack came out, whether it was Yang Kai or Flying Eagle, they couldn't help but change their expressions. This was because the power of this punch was so terrifying that it seemed like the void was going to explode. On the other hand, the young girl seemed to have just casually punched and didn't use any strength at all. Flying Eagle's face darkened, and he was a little frightened. Although he was a monster king and had great strength, if he really took a punch like that, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The young girl was petite and dainty, but he didn't expect her to have such great strength. A trivial monster king. If you dare to mention that word again, I'll immediately take your dog life. The young girl warned Flying Eagle and slowly withdrew her fist. Flying Eagle was really frightened this time. His eagle-like eyes bloomed with a terrifying light that enveloped the young girl, as if he wanted to see into the depths of her soul. He had been hiding his aura and following Yang Kai without revealing any flaws. Even an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master might not be able to see through his depths. But this young girl not only saw through him at a glance, but also knew that he was a monster king. This eyesight was terrifying. Chapter 2674. Hesitating for a moment, Ying Fei asked, "Which word?" The girl's words puzzled him. He didn't know what he had just said to anger her. But Ying Fei wasn't scared. He was one of the 32 monster king of the ancient land. Even if the girl's cultivation was good, he wasn't that easy to deal with. If they really fought, Ying Fei wasn't afraid of her. While asking, he released his divine sense and scanned the girl, wanting to see what her cultivation was like. Yang Kai was also doing this, but what shocked the two of them was that the girl was clearly standing there, but when they used their divine senses to probe her, they found nothing. Forget about probing her cultivation, they couldn't even detect her presence. There were only two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the girl's cultivation was much higher than Ying Fei and Yang Kai's. The second was that she had a treasure that prevented others from prying. The first situation was unlikely. Ying Fei was still a monster king. Those who were stronger than him were either holy spirits or great emperors. This girl was so young, her cultivation definitely hadn't reached that level yet, so she must have a treasure protecting her. This girl's background wasn't small, Yang Kai thought to himself, wondering what sect she came from. "You'll understand when you say that word." The girl sneered, not answering Ying Fei's question directly, as if she didn't put him in her eyes. She turned to Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" She seemed to be insisting on Yang Kai's name, insisting on getting a clear answer. But before Yang Kai could answer, she suddenly waved her hand and said, forget it, You don't need to answer. Are you playing with me? Yang Kai's veins on his forehead jumped, thinking that this girl wasn't crazy, right? She stopped him for no reason. Saying these words without rhyme or reason, he couldn't help but feel angry. The girl coldly snorted. Who do you think you are to be played with by this girl? Yang Kai's face darkened. Then I don't know who this girl is. He had seen a lot of arrogant and domineering people, but he had never seen someone like this. This could no longer be described as arrogant. He was simply too self-centered and did not care about the thoughts of others. Someone who wants your life. The girl coldly replied. Yang Kai was shocked. You want to kill me? Isn't this the first time we've met? What grudge do you have? The girl seriously frowned. She nodded. Although this is the first time we've met, you have something that doesn't belong to you. You shouldn't have refined it, or you'll die. What? Yang Kai's confused. You'll know when I break your bones. After she said Yang Kai's like a girl, her fists hers, SSSS, her, SSS. But the power of this fist caused Kai Yang's face to change. A pitch-black mark was left in the void. Space suddenly shattered, and the violent fist energy was like a huge whirlpool, pulling Yang Kai towards the center of the whirlpool, wanting to smash him into pieces. Yang Kai didn't feel anything when the little girl threw her fist at Ying Fei. He only knew that the little girl looked small and delicate. In fact, he had extraordinary strength. But when he really bore the brunt of it, he realized that he had underestimated her. This kind of power was simply not something a little girl like her could possess. If the Rhino Monster King hadn't transformed into its true form, Yang Kai wouldn't have been surprised. However, this kind of power actually appeared in a little girl who was no more than 17 or 18 years old. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he thought to himself, sure enough, the world is full of talented people. This little girl that suddenly appeared is already so amazing. This world is so big, and there are so many talented people. Young Master Yang, be careful. Ying Fei's expression changed drastically. He stretched out his hand to grab the girl's fist. I can't block it. Yang Kai's face sank as he pushed his full strength to meet the girl's fist with his own. The sky was instantly filled with fist afterimages, and with a muffled groan, Ying Fei was sent flying back dozens of meters, his claw slightly twisted and trembling. Yang Kai also felt the blood and qi in his chest churn, as the sound of bones cracking rang out from his arm. Even with the two of them joining forces, they were still unable to block this violent power. The girl did not stop after sending out her fist. Instead, with a twist of her waist, she sent another fist rumbling out, smashing straight towards Yang Kai's head. From the looks of it, she wanted to take Yang Kai's life in a single strike. Although her moves were ferocious, her expression was as calm as an ancient well, without much killing intent, which was extremely strange. However, this didn't mean that the girl didn't want to kill Yang Kai, but rather that it was just a casual display. When a butcher slaughters cows and sheep, would he have a murderous look on his face? The vortex of power swept out once again, causing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to cry out in alarm, their bodies involuntarily rushing towards the girl's fist. From the looks of it, they seemed to be actively seeking death. This was not what they wanted. The girl's cultivation was extremely high, and she did not care about their lives when she sent out her fist. The two of them were just fish in the pond caught in the crossfire. Unable to circulate their source qi, the two of them were like drowning children amidst the raging waves of power, unable to escape no matter how hard they tried. Just as his body was about to collide with the pink fist, and in the next moment, his body would be smashed into pieces. Suddenly, another fist came from behind him. On that fist, a 5-colored light bloomed, and waves of biting cold sword qi swept out. Yang Kai pushed his 5 elements indestructible sword qi to its limits, causing his emperor qi to surge out violently. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk as a loud bang rang out, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards. His fist was badly mangled, revealing the white bones underneath. However, he managed to borrow the rebounding force from the collision between his fists to pull Yi Jinghan and Du Xian back. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk behind Yang Kai, a surging wave of power erupted, turning his clothes to dust, revealing his muscular back. Not only that, the majestic city lord's mansion was also razed to the ground in an instant, killing many of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples who were still inside. Lunatic. Yang Kai glared at the girl. The girl frowned, but did not continue to force him. Instead, she glanced at Yang Kai's bloodied fist, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as a look of disdain appeared on her face. Young Master Yang. Ing Fei's figure flickered as he stood side by side with Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had followed Yang Kai back to the southern territory mainly to ensure Yang Kai's safety. After all, Yang Kai's involvement was too great. If anything were to happen to him, even the monster king of the savage, desolate ancient land would not forgive him. However, he never expected that someone would actually injure Yang Kai right in front of him. If news of this were to spread back, how could Xia Wuwei and Shilei take this lying down? They would definitely give him a good scolding. Take good care of them. Yang Kai tossed Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to Ing Fei before turning his head to scan his surroundings. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of quite a few people from the Emperor realm. At this moment, all of them flew over and observed from afar. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had actually gotten into a fight with someone and was even injured, all of their faces lit up with joy and joy. After all, Yang Kai's actions at the city gates had been far too arrogant and despotic, provoking the anger of the masses. Now that they had seen Yang Kai suffer a loss, how could they not be happy? This was especially so for the old man and middle-aged man who had been humiliated by Yang Kai. However, what caused everyone to be even more surprised was the identity of the young girl. Despite her young age, she was actually able to injure Yang Kai, a truly shocking fact. If you want to fight, come out and fight, Yang Kai called out and took the lead to fly out of the city. After all, this was Flowing Shadow City. With the strength of this young girl, if they were to really fight here, many innocent people would be implicated. Furthermore, Yang Kai did not want to reveal too much of his strength in front of so many people. All right, I'll let you die with a clear understanding, the young girl nodded, her petite body flickering as she followed closely behind Yang Kai. Young Master Yang. Ing Fei's face turned black and his figure flickered as he tried to chase after them. However, Yang Kai's voice rang out from afar. You don't need to follow me. Don't let anyone else follow me. It's just a little girl. Wait for this young master to deal with her, and I'll return. Ing Fei's footsteps paused. He could hear the anger in Yang Kai's words. No one would be in a good mood if someone came looking for trouble for no reason. However, Yang Kai's order really put him in a difficult position. If he did not follow, he was afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai. But if he did, he would make Yang Kai unhappy. After a moment of hesitation, many people from the Emperor realm moved, wanting to follow them to watch the show. Ing Fei coldly snorted, his demonic qi rolling out in an instant. Hiss, Monster King. The faces of many people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. It was as if a spell had been cast on them, causing them to freeze in place. Most of them were First-Order Emperor realm masters. So how could they not be terrified when a Monster King-level master suddenly appeared in the city? The Monster King was comparable to a Third-Order Emperor realm master. If he really wanted to start a massacre, no one in Flowing Shadow City would be able to stop him. If you want to die, then go out. Ing Fei coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone from the Emperor realm who was targeted by him kept quiet out of fear. Those from the Emperor realm who did not like Yang Kai and had some conflicts with Yang Kai were even more terrified. Previously, at the city gate, this Monster King had been following Yang Kai the whole time. There was nothing special about him, but only now did they realize that even though Yang Kai was domineering and arrogant, he had the capital to back it up. Fortunately, they did not really have any conflict with Yang Kai at that time, otherwise they would have died. This is troublesome. In a hidden corner, Wu Ming furrowed his brows and stared in Ing Fei's direction with a puzzled expression. Why is there a Monster King here? This auction in Flowing Shadow City was mainly for Yang Kai. If it was just Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, he believed that with his honored master's arrangements, nothing would go wrong. But now, with the sudden appearance of a powerful Monster King, things might have changed. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Ming hurriedly turned around, wanting to report this matter to his honored master and see what he would do. A Demon King-level powerhouse was no longer someone he could ignore. This master. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were also stunned. Although they had been together with Ing Fei for a few days, they never expected that the person who had been following Yang Kai like a bodyguard was actually a Monster King. Only now did they understand why Yang Kai was so confident and dared to barge into Flowing Shadow Sword Sect alone. Now, it seemed that his greatest reliance was not his own strength, but the Monster King. With the Monster King in charge, what was there to worry about? Chapter 2675. Two figures flew through the void, one after the other, like a sudden clap of thunder. Yang Kai was leading the way, the wounds on his fists gradually healing thanks to his powerful regenerative ability. He was secretly shocked by the girl's brute strength and wondered where she had come from. Scanning her with his divine sense, he found that she had her hands behind her back and was calmly following behind him, like a shadow, never leaving his side, her face calm and peaceful. Her expression was as if she had come out to play, not to fight with him. Yang Kai was immediately angered to the point of laughter. Gently taking a deep breath, the irritation and anger in his heart gradually calmed down, his expression becoming as calm as an ancient well. Although the other party didn't look old and was unreasonable, it was indeed enough to deal with him. Although there was no enmity between them, and it could even be said that this was the first time they had met, since the other party wanted to kill him, Yang Kai wasn't going to back down. Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you. Let's see who dies first. Leaping tens of thousands of kilometers, far away from flowing Shadow City, he rushed into a continuous mountain range. Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned around. The girl's figure also stopped 300 meters in front of him. Looking around, she opened her tender red lips and said, "This is the place you chose to bury yourself? Your eyes aren't very good." Huh. Yang Kai laughed. "Little girl, you think you're so great just because you have a little brute strength? You really don't know how high the sky is." It had always been others who spoke to him like this, and this was the first time he had been ridiculed like this. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was the bad guy, not to mention how uncomfortable he felt inside. And generally speaking, those who dared to speak to him like this didn't have a good ending. The girl said, "It doesn't matter. You won't be able to use them anyway. If you dare to refine those things, I'll break every bone in your body and let you die without a burial place." As she spoke, she actually stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her red lips. She looked like she had seen something delicious, and her appetite was aroused. Her pure appearance suddenly added a flirtatious charm. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help imagining what it would feel like if this little tongue licked his body, his mind rippling. Damn it, in front of a great enemy. How could he be bewitched by her beauty? Sure enough, it was because he couldn't find a release after so many years in the star boundary. Yang Kai's mind instantly cleared. "Are you ready?" The girl looked up and asked with a smile. Harmless to humans and animals. Yang Kai laughed and beckoned. "Come here. Today, this young master will respect your parents." Before he could finish his words, Kai Yang felt his abdomen being struck by a huge force. 300 feet away, there was no trace of the young girl. All that was left was a faint afterimage. In a flash, she had closed the distance between them. His little body. He threw a punch forward. It was as if an Emperor Realm Master had just self-destructed in front of him. Yang Kai felt his stomach convulse as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the young girl's head and face. His whole body flew backwards like a cannonball, directly crashing into a mountain peak. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk rocks rolled, and the 1,000-meter-tall mountain slowly collapsed, leaving a huge hole in the middle of the mountain. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. The girl retracted her fist and stared at the hole in the mountain and sneered, "You overestimate yourself." Just by relying on her strength. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't feel good after taking a hit from her. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master actually dared to be presumptuous in front of her. He really didn't know how to write the word death. This time, she had come to the Southern Territory under the orders of her family's elder to investigate the whereabouts of a family treasure. She had gone to many places but still couldn't find any clues. When she passed by flowing Shadow City, she suddenly discovered something strange about Yang Kai. If it was an ordinary the Emperor realm, it would be fine, but the key was that Yang Kai had actually refined a taboo item. As a disciple of her family, she naturally had the responsibility and obligation to erase it. It was laughable that this human was so arrogant that he dared to fight her alone without even knowing her true identity. His courage was commendable, but his intelligence was limited. She stretched out her tender little hand and wiped her face. There was a trace of blood on her hand. She looked down and frowned. It's golden. This was the first time she had encountered a human with golden blood. Moreover, the blood contained the power of chi and blood, which moved even her. Sticking out the tip of her tongue and licking the golden blood, the girl's expression changed slightly, demonic nature and spirituality. How strange. She tasted an aura from this blood that she deeply hated, but also felt close to. Yang Kai's golden blood originated from the demon mystic tome he obtained in the past. He used his demonic secret art to refine his blood into pure golden blood, so it naturally had a rich demonic nature. However, he had also refined the golden divine dragon source, so his blood had a strong restorative ability and a pure spirituality. The two perfectly combined and blended together. Logically speaking, the demonic nature refined from the demon mystic tome should not be able to resist the spirituality of the golden divine dragon source. But now Yang Kai had a pure ancient demonic chi sealed in his body. Although it was still sealed, it had affected his physique imperceptibly after several attempts, allowing him to reach a balance with the golden divine dragon source. Just as the girl was wondering, a muffled thunderous explosion came from the cave and a stream of light shot out from it, transforming into Yang Kai's figure and standing in front of the girl again. "You." The girl was startled and looked forward in amazement. She had thought that after taking her punch, Yang Kai would be seriously injured even if he did not die. How could she have known that he would still be able to move? Not only that, he seemed to have been stimulated by something, his fighting spirit soaring, his emperor chi roaring as his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. It hurt so much. Although Yang Kai said so, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he grit his teeth and said, "Little girl, it seems I have underestimated you. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Eat this old master's fist as well." Saying so, Yang Kai's aura sank, and his whole body seemed like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Gathering all his strength into his fist, space principles fluctuated as he arrived in front of the girl in a flash and punched towards her chest. If this punch landed, her full breasts would burst open in an instant. It was not that Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of her, but because this girl was so petite, Yang Kai's punch could only reach her chest. Just like how she had chosen Yang Kai's abdomen as her target just now, it was not deliberate, but natural. In front of such a powerful enemy, who cared about her body, even if a stunning woman stripped naked and danced in front of him, Yang Kai's punch would still land. A five-colored glow blossomed as the five elements' indestructible sword chi lingered around his fist, increasing the power of his blow. Inexplicably, Yang Kai only felt an indescribable joy in his heart. It seemed that this kind of simple and crude battle was the most in line with a man's ferocious instincts. What secret techniques or artifacts? They were simply too weak. A vortex of strength suddenly appeared, and a brand was formed in the void. What flew out was no longer a fist, but a lifetime's comprehension of the martial Tao, the condensation of Yang Kai's essence, chi, and soul. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously a little surprised. She had not expected that Yang Kai, a trivial first-order Emperor realm human, could possess such violent strength. Coupled with his vigorous golden blood, the girl secretly felt that Yang Kai must have cultivated some kind of body-tempering technique. Otherwise, how could he reach such a level? In her heart, she sneered. Such a young man actually dares to call himself an old master in front of me. Don't judge me by my appearance. I have lived for hundreds of years. You will regret not dying so easily just now. The young girl's red lips parted slightly as she stood motionless in her original position. Raising her hand slightly, she placed her delicate palm in front of her. Facing Kai Yang's full-powered punch, this delicate little hand was like a delicate piece of art that had been intercepted by a violent storm, ready to shatter at any moment. Asterisk paw, asterisk fist and palm collided, but the girl didn't move at all, only her clothes fluttering in the wind. Yang Kai's confident strike was blocked in such a bizarre fashion, as if what she had blocked was not a violent blow, but rather a brainless fly flying towards her. A gust of wind blew, and the girl's black hair fluttered, her beautiful eyes filled with ridicule. Fuck! Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing great storms, he could not help but stare at this moment. The conflict between his ideals and reality at this critical moment was too abrupt, making him somewhat unable to accept it. Although he knew that this girl's strength was immense, Yang Kai did not expect it to be so great. It was a height that he could not reach. It's my turn. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Her bell-like laughter spilled over the ground, but to Yang Kai's ears, it made his hair stand on end. The palm that opened to block Yang Kai's fist suddenly clenched. It felt warm and soft like jade, and Yang Kai instantly felt that his fist was firmly locked, unable to break free. Then the girl's other arm bent back, like a bow being pulled back. Her body leaned back slightly, and her full chest became even more prominent. Her light blue dress almost could not support it. Hong, the bowstring was pulled back, and the arrow flew. Her fist was wrapped in an aura that could destroy all things. Yang Kai's eyes were bigger than a cow's. His other fist was like a dragon, and it turned into a sky full of fist shadows. The sound of explosions rang out one after another, accompanied by Yang Kai's muffled groans. Asterisk chi, asterisk Yang Kai tapped his foot and retreated, his 5 elements indestructible sword chi collapsing as the fist he had used to meet his opponent's attack was twisted and mangled. His other fist had a deep 5-finger imprint on it, and a large chunk of flesh had been scraped off, revealing the white bones underneath. Blood tumbled in his chest, and Yang Kai could not hold back. He spat out another mouthful of blood, but he still wanted to save face. He slanted his eyebrows and said, "Just as so. Is that so?" The corners of the girl's mouth curled into a sneer. Humans were really pitiful. They were clearly at death's door, yet they still did not repent. What they said was different from what they thought. She was afraid that he would die from regret right now. She did not know if he would kneel down and beg for mercy. Perhaps he would immediately turn around and run away. After all, he knew that he was no match for her. No one would be stupid to such an extent. Again, Yang Kai roared, gathering his strength again, and without waiting for the girl's reply, his figure flickered as he rushed towards her. He actually rushed over. The girl's heart skipped a beat. She felt that the development of the situation was a little different from what she had imagined. Had this person been beaten silly? Chapter 2676. Yang Kai's heart was filled with anger. The battle with the girl reminded him of the helplessness he felt when he faced Shihua in the ancient lands more than a year ago. Even if I can't kill Shihua, can I kill you, little girl? This anger was like magma gushing out of Yang Kai's mouth, making his blood boil. Although he still couldn't compare to the girl's terrifying brute force, defending more than attacking, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The more he fought, the more his fighting spirit soared, and the more he was able to use his strength freely. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the 2 figures crisscrossed and entangled, constantly leaping through the mountains. Countless mountains collapsed, birds flew, and beasts fled. From time to time, Yang Kai would be blasted away, leaving behind a trail of blood, but every time, he would stubbornly rush back without hesitation. His clothes were in tatters, tattered and tattered, his upper body was bare, and only a few pieces of cloth were left on his lower body to cover his vital parts. He had never had a defensive artifact like artifact armor, but it was not that he did not have one. Over the years, he had killed many masters, and there were always some artifact armors in the rings of those masters. But Yang Kai did not refine them because he felt that he did not need them. Although artifact armors could provide a layer of protection, they could also isolate a trace of danger. Relying too much on external forces was not a good thing. How could ordinary clothes be able to withstand such a violent battle? If the battle continued, Kai Yang would be naked from head to toe. The girl, however, acted as if she did not see him, not showing much embarrassment. She had never eaten pork, but she had seen pigs run. In any case, it was just like that. Moreover, for someone who was about to die, she did not think it was a big deal to look at him. Compared to Yang Kai's sorry state, the girl could almost be said to be taking a leisurely stroll. No matter how fierce Yang Kai's attacks were, she could still easily deal with them. She was able to easily neutralize it. That terrifying brute force was simply not something that a human could possess. Even the strongest demon might not necessarily be able to compete with her in terms of strength. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out another mouthful of blood, his whole body flying backwards, plowing a deep gully in the ground. The piece of cloth covering his crotch was completely destroyed. The girl frowned slightly. He felt that this person was unbelievably tenacious. If it had been any other cultivator from the Emperor realm, they would have been smashed into meat paste by her long ago. But this guy was actually still alive and kicking. Although he looked extremely disheveled, his fighting spirit was rising steadily. If not for the surging vitality contained in his golden blood, this person would have died long ago. His golden blood was indeed a bit strange. Yang Kai got up shakily. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he looked at the young girl with an unruly expression, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. Unyielding in the face of adversity and desperate struggle, it was as if he had returned to the moment he had obtained the demon mystic tome many years ago. It was because of this unyielding pride. In the past, he was able to obtain the recognition of the demon mystic tome. It would open up a path to martial arts. How similar was it to back then? However, the world had changed, and he had almost forgotten that feeling. However, this bitter battle had finally allowed him to regain the capital that he had abandoned. Proud and unyielding, who can stop me? His heart trembling slightly, Yang Kai vaguely gained some enlightenment. The blood in his body surged more and more violently as the blood on his wounded body began to coagulate. Almost in the blink of an eye, a powerful restorative force began to appear. After all his wounds were healed, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped the blood away, revealing new skin. So that's how it is. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Over the years, he had relied on his secret techniques and artifacts to fight, causing him to almost forget the unyielding nature in his bones. Today's epiphany had given him a great harvest. You. The young girl frowned slightly, instinctively feeling that Yang Kai had changed a little, but she couldn't tell what this change was. Yang Kai took out a set of clothes from his space ring and put them on again, his eyelids flashing a brilliant light. Beckoning to the young girl, he said, "Again." The young girl became angry and ground her teeth. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." She didn't seem to make any movements, but she suddenly rushed in front of Kai Yang and threw out a simple punch. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to block, but the moment they touched, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he erupted with all his strength. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk Yang Kai was sent flying again, but the young girl also involuntarily took a step back. What happened? The young girl was shocked. Before, no matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he couldn't shake her in the slightest, but after this blow, she was actually forced to take a step back. The power behind this punch was many times greater than before. In such a short time, what kind of changes had happened to him? Why was he able to grow so much? Ha! A burst of laughter rang out as Kai Yang flew back. Like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, he attacked from the sky and said, "I give you 3 points of color, and you want to open a dye house. So soft and soft, you really are a sissy." The young girl was furious and threw out a punch towards Yang Kai. In an instant, the sky was filled with fist shadows. After a short while, the two figures separated and the ground under the young girl's feet cracked open. Yang Kai's brand new clothes were torn apart again, and his skin cracked. Streams of golden blood flowed all over his body like streams. Although he looked embarrassed, he didn't care and instead fought bravely. The young girl finally became serious as she looked Yang Kai up and down and asked, "What's your name?" She had asked this question before in front of the city lord's mansion, but at that time, she had just casually asked and disdained the answer because she didn't put Yang Kai in her eyes. Because she felt that Yang Kai would die without a doubt, and that a dead man had no need to know his name. But now, she was asking the same question again. This human she didn't put in her eyes was already qualified for her to know his name. The strong were always respected. "Yang Kai." The young girl's red lips squirmed as she whispered, "Zhu Qing." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he realized that it was her name. He nodded and said, "I'll remember it." Zhu Qing looked at him in surprise and asked, "Don't you have any thoughts after hearing this young lady's name?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously and said, "This name is very good. It's simple and catchy. Not bad, not bad." Zhu Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking that this guy really didn't think of anything. Sure enough, the ignorant had nothing to fear. How did he cultivate to the First Order Emperor realm? Although she felt that this guy was a promising talent, since he had violated the taboo, there was no place for him in this world, and he would die without a doubt. "Forget it." Zhu Qing waved her hand dispiritedly and said, "I'm going to get serious." "Humph, this young master didn't use his full strength. Just now I saw that you were a woman, so I went easy on you. What does this little girl mean? Is she saying that she was just playing around? Her tone is bigger than the heavens, but I can't show any weakness." "I know." Zhu Qing smiled slightly, appearing harmless to humans and animals. Yang Kai thought that she would argue with him and use her poisonous tongue, but he didn't expect that she would give such an answer. "What do you know?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Zhu Qing brushed her black hair behind her ear and said slowly, "You refined those things, but I didn't see you use them. Naturally, you didn't use your full strength." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Those things you keep talking about, what are they?" Earlier, Zhu Qing had also said that he had refined something that he shouldn't have refined. That was the reason why this battle had started. However, he hated it when people played riddles with him. If it weren't for the fact that this little girl was curvy, he would have slapped her already. Zhu Qing's expression turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "You refined them and don't remember anything?" Her aura changed dramatically in an instant. If she was a harmless little girl before, she was now a fierce dragon that went out to sea. Yang Kai sneered and said, "I refined many things. How would I know if you don't tell me?" "I see." Zhu Qing touched her red lips and said with a sweet smile, "Then let me help you remember." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly approached Yang Kai. She formed a claw with one hand and grabbed at his chest. Her speed was so fast that no one could react. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to hear a dragon's roar. Zhu Qing's little hand seemed to have turned into a dragon's claw in an instant, tearing through all his defenses and grabbing Yang Kai's heart out. This girl really didn't use her full strength before. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But Zhu Qing followed him like a shadow and couldn't get rid of her. She was so close to him that her breath smelled like orchids. If you don't use it now, you won't have another chance. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai's mind was suddenly enlightened, and he shouted, "Dragon transformation." Yang Kai's already powerful aura soared to a new height, and his aura was comparable to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Scales suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's exposed skin, and at the same time, Yang Kai's hands transformed into dragon claws. A golden light flashed behind his back, and the phantom image of a golden divine dragon flashed. Zhu Qing felt her heart palpitate for no reason. She raised her head and looked behind Yang Kai, but she didn't see anything. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had been struck dumb. However, this momentary delay caused her momentum to plummet. Yang Kai reached out to grab her hand. Not good. Zhu Qing's pretty face paled as she hurriedly tried to pull back, but with such a close distance, how could she retreat? Her hand was caught by Yang Kai's dragon claw, and an irresistible force surged from it, causing Zhu Qing to feel a rare sense of pain. "Got you." Faintly discernible dragon scales appeared on Yang Kai's face, and his entire temperament changed drastically, becoming extremely strange and evil. "Let go," Zhu Qing shouted, her other hand clenched into a fist and punched towards Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't move, allowing this punch to land on his chest. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and sparks flew everywhere as his chest caved in a few centimeters. His figure staggered, but he still held onto Zhu Qing's hand tightly. Zhu Qing was stunned. She didn't expect her attack to be so weak. No, it wasn't that she was weak, but that her opponent had become stronger. When she wanted to punch again, Yang Kai had already grabbed her arm. In an instant, both her arms were restrained and she couldn't move. The two were very close, only 3 inches apart. Chapter 2677. A scorching hot aura rushed towards her, making Zhu Qing feel extremely uncomfortable. Looking up, Yang Kai's eyes were actually flashing with a lustful light as he looked at her with interest. Zhu Qing's beautiful face instantly turned pale. How could she not know that Yang Kai was under the influence of the dragon transformation secret technique? If an ordinary person approached him like this, he might not have such a big reaction, but she was different. Her existence would definitely allow him to dig out the most primitive desires hidden in his heart. Dragons were inherently lustful. Perhaps he himself did not realize this, but this was an instinct that could not be erased no matter what. Yang Kai also felt very strange. He had clearly made up his mind to teach Zhu Qing a lesson, but when he grabbed her like this and smelled the fragrance coming from her delicate body, the hostility in his heart inexplicably dissipated by a lot. Instead, it was another kind of feeling that surged like boiling water. This was a kind of feeling that he had suppressed for many years, a kind of manly instinct. Looking at Zhu Qing up and down with a critical gaze, Yang Kai couldn't help secretly praising this little girl's figure. Her chest was full and round, her breasts bouncing up and down like a mountain, and the snowy white skin peeking out from under her lapel was enough to dazzle anyone who looked at it. Her deep white lust was even more enticing, like a vortex that attracted the eyes of others, making them unable to extricate themselves. The fragrance lingering at the tip of Yang Kai's nose made him even more restless, making the blood in his body surge. He took a deep breath and revealed an extremely intoxicated expression. He lowered his head slightly, and his burning gaze was even more unbridled and bold as he stared at the snow-white skin that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. The hands that grabbed Zhu Qing's fists and arms were no longer satisfied with restraints, and even began to gently rub them. They were as soft as jade and felt wonderful to the touch. 2 clear streams of heat spurted out from his nostrils and rushed to Zhu Qing's neck, making her feel numb all over. Presumptuous! Zhu Qing's beautiful face turned pale as she shouted. A mere human dared to look at her with such a presumptuous gaze. This was simply unforgivable and should be cut into pieces. What made Zhu Qing even more shocked was that she was actually affected by his aura. If it was someone else, let alone a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, even if a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master were to grab her like this, her state of mind would not fluctuate in the slightest. However, when his aura hit her, Zhu Qing clearly felt some subtle reactions involuntarily arise in her body. This shocked and angered her. "What's wrong with this person?" she shouted. A vigorous and powerful leg was quickly lifted up, mercilessly kicking towards Yang Kai's crotch. This attack did not succeed, because Yang Kai opened and closed his legs, directly sandwiching her round and straight thigh between his legs. In an instant, brute force burst forth, and Zhu Qing was unable to break free. Zhu Qing's legs were not slender because of her height, but they were well proportioned. The muscles on her legs were soft and firm. The touch was also very wonderful. Under this clamp, Yang Kai showed an expression of enchantment. With both arms restrained and one leg clamped, Zhu Qing looked as if she was hanging from Yang Kai's body. This posture was very ambiguous, especially since Yang Kai's clothes were ragged and he was half naked. Although this intimate contact was not at the level of skin-to-skin contact, it was not far from it. It was just a layer of clothing separating them. Zhu Qing's beautiful face changed again, and she finally panicked. Yang Kai took a deep breath again, his expression both happy and conflicted. He frowned and said, "What did you do to me?" He instinctively thought that Zhu Qing had used some kind of trick on him. He really did not expect that this woman not only had extraordinary strength, but was also proficient in charm techniques. He did not know when she had used this trick, but it had unknowingly affected his lust. However, he also felt a little strange. He had come into contact with many women who cultivated charm techniques, and which one of them was not coquettish and charming? This Zhu Qing did not seem to have cultivated any kind of charm techniques. When Zhu Qing heard this, she could only grit her teeth and said, "What can I do to you? Let go of me or you will die." Yang Kai used his strength and directly pulled her into his arms. In an instant, the two of them were tightly hugging each other. Those full and straight breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's chest, giving him an amazing feeling of elasticity. Kai Yang could clearly feel the two protrusions, pushing against his chest, causing his heart to suddenly expand a bit. Gently blowing into Zhu Qing's delicate earlobes, Yang Kai said, "Do you know what it means to play with fire and burn yourself?" Zhu Qing felt a strange numbness all over her body. She couldn't help but shiver. Although she didn't know what she looked like right now, she knew that her ears must have turned red. Sure enough, Yang Kai tilted his head back slightly and stared at her earlobes with interest for a while before grinning and saying, "So sensitive?" Zhu Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, she coldly looked at Yang Kai, who was close at hand, and said, "Let me go, I won't joke with you. Otherwise, although the star boundary is big, there will be no place for you." Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand, grabbed her hair, and pulled her back. Zhu Qing screamed. She couldn't help but lean back a little. Her face was filled with pain. "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Yang Kai's face was full of hostility, as if he was a completely different person. "You unilaterally came to make trouble for me, unilaterally wanted to kill me, and now that I have captured you, you dare to threaten me? Is there something wrong with your head? You forced me to do this." Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. When she opened them again, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Yang Kai clearly saw a huge fiery red dragon phantom suddenly flash behind Zhu Qing. Immediately afterward, Zhu Qing's delicate body filled with the pressure of a dragon. Her long black hair suddenly turned fiery red. Not only that, 2 small dragon horns grew out of her head. The dragon horns were also fiery red and looked very delicate. This change happened in a flash. After the dragon's roar, Zhu Qing's aura suddenly became extremely dangerous. Yang Kai was stunned, but soon curled his lips and said, "Dragon source? I have one too." No wonder when Yang Kai first saw Zhu Qing, he felt a little strange. At that time, he didn't realize it himself, but now that he thought about it, he did feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, Zhu Qing's bossy attitude made Yang Kai not think too much about it, and this sense of familiarity quickly turned into disgust. Only now did he know that this sense of familiarity was not an illusion, because the other party also had a dragon source. This explained everything. This little girl looked to be young, and her figure was petite and exquisite, yet she possessed boundless strength. Obviously, it was because she'd refined the quintessence of a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook. A loud dragon's roar pierced the sky and shattered everything. The huge golden divine dragon phantom suddenly descended and floated behind Yang Kai. Its eyes, which were as big as a house, were filled with endless majesty as it stared ahead. Ancestral dragon. Zhu Qing's aura stagnated as she stared blankly at the golden divine dragon phantom behind Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief, shock, panic, and joy. The golden divine dragon slowly glanced at her, and Zhu Qing's delicate body trembled. Under that glance, she found that she felt a sense of inferiority for no reason. In the next moment, the golden divine dragon phantom entered Yang Kai's body and disappeared. "What did you say?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. He found that after activating the golden divine dragon source, he suddenly had an extremely absurd feeling that he could kill Zhu Qing in front of him. This feeling was inexplicable, but it made him believe it without a doubt. While he was in doubt, Yang Kai did not hear what Zhu Qing was muttering. However, when he looked around, Yang Kai was slightly startled because Zhu Qing's aura, which had suddenly changed because of activating the dragon source, had returned to normal. Her fiery red hair had also become pitch black again, as if suppressed by some inexplicable force. Even the 2 dragon horns on her forehead had disappeared. Jian Shui's pair of watery eyes stared blankly at Yang Kai, reflecting an indescribable emotion. The blood in his body surged, and his breathing became heavier and heavier. Yang Kai felt that he could no longer suppress the evil thoughts in his heart. Being stared at by those watery eyes and feeling the warm and fragrant jade in his arms, the last trace of reason in his mind was shattered. He hugged Zhu Qing with great force, as if he wanted to crush Zhu Qing into powder. Zhu Qing could not help but let out a muffled groan as her plump body involuntarily clung to Yang Kai's body. Leaning over, Yang Kai caught her red lips and kissed her in a tyrannical and overbearing manner. "Oh!" Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly widened as a feeling she had never felt before swept through her body. The shame of being violated shrouded her heart. She tried her best to resist, but under the innate suppression, she could not even use 30% of her brute force. "Even now, you're still playing the game of seduction." Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. Feeling that Zhu Qing's strength was much weaker than before, he was certain that Zhu Qing was using her charm technique to seduce him. Otherwise, how could he, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, not be able to suppress her? "Since you want to play with fire, this young master will play with you. Let's see who will suffer in the end." The red lips of the woman in front of him were scorching hot, like flames, giving Yang Kai an unimaginable pleasure. Just as Zhu Qing was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already opened his mouth and captured her small tongue, greedily sucking on it. Yang Kai was still not satisfied. He simply let go of her hands and grabbed her waist from behind with one hand, climbing up her round buttocks and kneading them wantonly. His other hand covered her peak and played with it vigorously. Having lost control of her hands, Zhu Qing naturally struggled to resist. However, she couldn't even exert 30% of her strength. Even though she hammered Yang Kai, she still couldn't stop him from violating her. On the contrary, her actions only served to stimulate his ferocious nature. Gradually, the strength of her resistance weakened, and the suppressed nature in her bones gradually revealed itself. Zhu Qing hugged Yang Kai back, her 10 fingers scratching deep bloody marks on Yang Kai's bare back as she let out strange murmurs. A drop of crystal-clear tear fell from the corner of her eye and silently fell down her cheek. Pain and pleasure coexisted, the confrontation between nature and reason, making one feel at a loss. Chapter 2678. Nothing will happen to young Master Yang, right? That woman doesn't seem easy to deal with. Yi Jinghan asked with a worried look on her face. Thinking back to the scene in front of the city lord's mansion, she still felt some lingering fear. Since Brother Yang took the initiative to lure her out, he naturally has the confidence to do so. Although Du Xian said so, he didn't dare to be certain and could only look towards Ying Fei with an inquiring gaze. Ying Fei did not say a word, but a trace of hidden worry appeared on his cold face. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were only in the third-order Dao source realm, so they were completely unable to understand how terrifying that woman was. However, as a monster king, he could naturally clearly feel the strength of that young girl. Her performance in front of the city lord's mansion was just the tip of the iceberg. If she used her full strength, Ying Fei didn't have the confidence to defeat her. Although Yang Kai was extraordinary, he was still a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, even though Yang Kai told them not to follow, Ying Fei still chased after them to prevent any accidents from happening. Following the aura left behind by Yang Kai, they didn't go in the wrong direction. After entering the mountain range, they saw traces of a great battle everywhere they went. Mountains were broken, forests were collapsed, and the smell of blood filled the air. It was obvious how dangerous this battle was. Ying Fei couldn't help but furrow his brow as he secretly prayed that Yang Kai was fine. After taking a sniff and confirming the direction, Ying Fei's monster qi surged, wrapping Yi Jinghan and Du Xian in a certain direction. After a short while, Du Xian suddenly pointed and said, "Over there." Although they were separated by a distance of dozens of li, Du Xian was still keenly aware that there were two figures on the ground there. He did not know what the situation was at the moment, but there was no sound of fighting. Instead, the two people were closely entangled together, as if they were wrestling with each other. Ying Fei's eyes narrowed, and he immediately flew over. The distance of several dozen kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. "Young Master Yang," Ying Fei exclaimed, but just as the words left his mouth, his jaw dropped. He stared blankly at the ground in front of him. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were also stunned, and their expressions gradually turned strange. Along the way, they saw traces of great battles everywhere. Although they did not see it personally, however, they could almost foresee the difficulty of this battle. They had thought that Yang Kai's situation was bleak, but the scene in front of them made them unable to think. On the ground, Yang Kai and the girl were hugging each other tightly. Yang Kai's upper body was almost naked. He pressed the young girl on top of his body and groped her from top to bottom. The young girl also hugged Yang Kai back. Her 10 fingers drew lines of blood on Yang Kai's back. It looked extremely violent. Murmurs that could not be determined whether it was pleasure or pain entered the ears, making one's mouth dry. Ying Fei was speechless. He only wanted to ask what the F***CK was going on. See no evil, see no evil. Du Xian hastily extended his hand to cover Yi Jinghan's eyes. But he himself was watching with great interest, unable to take his eyes off it. Yi Jinghan's face turned red as she slapped Du Xian's hand away in annoyance. Twisting his ear, she pulled his head to the other side. Du Xian laughed dryly. "Let's go." In the end, he was still a monster king. Ying Fei immediately reacted and whispered to Du Xian and Yi Jinghan. Then, he immediately turned around and returned to where they came from. Although he did not know what had happened, Yang Kai was undoubtedly not in any life-threatening danger. Instead, he seemed to have subdued the rude young girl. How could Ying Fei continue to stay and disturb Yang Kai? Unfortunately, the trio's arrival still attracted the attention of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, who was originally immersed in her natural instincts and bloodline suppression, suddenly regained a sliver of clarity in her mind, causing her to grit her teeth fiercely. SSS. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if his tongue was about to break from biting down. He hurriedly raised his head. Zhu Qing stretched out her hands and placed them before his chest, blocking him and increasing the distance between them. Gasping for breath, her face was flushed red. With a lingering look, she said coldly, "That's enough." Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai found it quite amusing and smiled. "It's not enough." Zhu Qing said angrily, "Don't push your luck." Glancing at him from the corner of her eyes, she glared at his hand that was still kneading her chest and said, "Take your dirty hands away." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and pinched them fiercely, causing Zhu Qing to furrow her brows. Only then did he get up. After being interrupted by Ying Fei and the others, Yang Kai didn't want to act recklessly anymore. His skin wasn't thick enough to do such a thing, and after doing so, he felt that he had vented a lot of his inner energy. Although it was still uncomfortable to hold it in, seeing the other party's unwilling appearance, Yang Kai didn't want to force it. After breaking free from Yang Kai's control, Zhu Qing immediately jumped up and pulled a distance of 300 feet away from Yang Kai. Only then did she look at him coldly with an extremely complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She only felt that Yang Kai had refined some forbidden items, so she came to find trouble with Yang Kai. Who would have thought that she would be the one to suffer such a big loss in the end? The feeling of being taken advantage of still lingered, making her feel uncomfortable all over. First time, Yang Kai reached out and tore off his tattered clothes, then took out a new set of clothes and put it on. He did not even raise his head as he asked. He was puzzled, since Zhu Qing had practiced the art of seduction and even did not hesitate to use her body. How could it be her first time? However, that feeling of unfamiliarity could not be faked. Vaguely, Yang Kai felt that Zhu Qing did not practice any art of seduction. Thinking back to his performance just now, it did not seem to be because of the art of seduction. It was a kind of instinct that originated from his body. Did he lack women to such an extent? It could not be. What? Zhu Qing was stunned, but soon understood Yang Kai's meaning. The blush on her cheeks deepened as she said angrily, "It's none of your business. Are you going to take responsibility?" Yang Kai winked at her and secretly circulated his emperor qi, gradually calming down. "Get lost." Zhu Qing was furious and said hatefully, "This is not over. Just you wait." She turned around and ran away. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Thank you for your patronage. You are welcome to come again." Zhu Qing's running body staggered and she almost fell from the sky. Yang Kai's presumptuous laughter came from behind her, making her feel even more ashamed. After flying for a while, she saw the Monster King standing to the side with two humans. Seeing her flying over, the Monster King smiled and nodded at her with a friendly look. If it was in the past, she would have already thrown a punch at him. However, the embarrassing situation just now had been exposed. So how could Zhu Qing still have the face-to-face with Ying Fei? With a flash, her body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Young Master Yang's luck with women is not bad. Ying Fei looked at Zhu Qing's flying figure and said with raised eyebrows. Although this woman was a bit rude, she was truly powerful. He didn't know what kind of shocking method young Master Yang had used to capture her in such a short period of time. As a fellow man, Ying Fei couldn't help but admire Kai Yang from the bottom of his heart. "That's right." Du Xian expressed his agreement. Yi Jinghan cast a sidelong glance at him and snorted, "Why do I smell something sour?" Du Xian was shocked and said with a flattering smile, "How could that be? Such a rude woman is not even fit to carry junior sister's shoes. In Big Brother's eyes, only junior sister is unique." Yi Jinghan shivered and rubbed her arms. All right, I'm getting goosebumps." The corner of Du Xian's mouth twitched, and he shook his head and sighed. "Didn't I tell you not to come over?" Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in front of Ying Fei. Ying Fei smiled embarrassedly. "I was originally here to support young Master Yang. If I had known that this would happen, I would not have come over. Please forgive me, young Master Yang." If he had not brought Yi Jinghan and Du Xian along, the two of them would not have separated so quickly. What's done can't be undone. At that time, that woman would have become Yang Kai's woman. Ying Fei felt ashamed of himself. "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and stared at the void in front of him. Today's matter was really strange. Zhu Qing had mysteriously come to him, and he had mysteriously made love with her. It was like a dream that had disappeared without a trace. Licking his lips, there seemed to be a trace of her fragrance left. "Young Master Yang, that woman, what's her background?" Ying Fei asked carefully. Such a powerful woman definitely had a great background. If he could subdue her, she would be a great help. "I'm not sure." Yang Kai shook his head. Although he had a physical relationship with Zhu Qing, he only knew her name. He did not know anything about her background. Young Master Yang is amazing. Ying Fei was filled with admiration. He had subdued her without even knowing her background. He was simply a role model for men, a role model for his generation. Haha, her charm is too great. There's nothing I can do about it. Yang Kai laughed. Yi Jinghan immediately shot him a look of disdain. Flowing Shadow City in an inn. Zhu Qing hurriedly returned and activated the restrictions in the room. She fell onto the bed in a daze. Today, she had gone for wool and come home shorn. This was the greatest humiliation in her life, a stain on her life. However, when she recalled that the other party possessed the source of the ancestral dragon, she felt much better. That kind of natural suppression was not something she could resist. Fortunately, She did not get completely lost in the source chi and managed to escape this calamity. However, the implications of this matter were too great, and it was not something she could deal with casually. After pondering for a while, Zhu Qing took a deep breath and calmed her tumbling emotions. She then took out a jade pendant from her space ring. The jade pendant was in the shape of a dragon and looked extremely lifelike. Looking at it, it looked as if a giant dragon was pouncing towards her. Zhu Qing bit her finger, and a drop of blood instantly seeped out. Strangely, the blood was like a ball of flame, burning fiercely. The blood imprinted itself on the jade pendant and quickly disappeared, causing the entire jade pendant to emit a dark red glow. Suddenly, the dragon eye on the dragon-shaped jade pendant moved, and an aura as deep as the sea descended. "Elder!" Zhu Qing's expression turned solemn as she spoke out respectfully. "Is there any news?" An aged voice rang out from the jade pendant. This voice seemed to contain a great majesty, causing even someone as strong as Zhu Qing to stiffen. "No," Zhu Qing hurriedly replied. "Since there is no news, why did you use the dragon talisman?" Zhu Qing said, "I saw the source of the ancestral dragon." As soon as she said that, the dragon symbol suddenly flickered, and the aged voice asked anxiously, "What did you say?" Chapter 2679. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and replied, "I saw the ancestral dragon source." "Is that true?" The old voice suddenly became very excited. "Yes." Zhu Qing nodded. "I saw it with my own eyes. It's definitely not wrong." "Where did you see it? When did you see it? Quick, tell me everything you know." Zhu Qing immediately told him what happened after she met Yang Kai today, but she hid the fact that she was severely molested by Yang Kai. After all, she was a woman, and it would be too disgraceful to talk about it. Recalling Yang Kai's rough treatment, Zhu Qing couldn't help but gnash her teeth in hatred. She never thought that her first contact with a man would happen under such circumstances. After listening, the dragon eyes on the dragon talisman flickered for a while before saying, "He can easily suppress your source strength and is golden in color." Sure enough, it is the ancestral dragon source. The old voice was very excited, as if he had encountered something that made him very excited. After a pause, he asked, "Are you sure that person is human?" "I'm sure," Zhu Qing replied, "but he seems to have refined a few dragon artifacts and knows some basic dragon transformation secret techniques." The old voice said, "Since he has obtained the ancestral dragon source, what's so strange about him refining a few dragon artifacts?" "Elder, the ancestral dragon source is of great importance. Do you want me to bring him back to the island?" Zhu Qing asked. The old voice said, "Do you have the ability to do so?" Zhu Qing was speechless. Although Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, she could easily crush him under normal circumstances. But the ancestral dragon source in his body was too strong for her. The previous entanglement with Yang Kai also proved this point. She was subdued by Yang Kai before she could even display half of her strength. Against such a person, unless an elder personally took action, no one could resist the suppression of the ancestral dragon source. "Then what should we do?" Zhu Qing frowned. The ancestral dragon source was different. Her clan had been searching for it for tens of thousands of years, and now they had finally found it. How could he ignore it? Long Fu was silent for a while before he said, "Follow him and try to build a good relationship with him. When the time is right, invite him to the island as a guest." "Befriend him?" Zhu Qing was stunned. She frowned and said, "He's just a human being. What right does he have?" "The ancestral dragon's origin is his qualification." The old voice interrupted Zhu Qing before she could finish her sentence. His tone was unquestionable and carried a hint of anger. "Are you questioning me?" Zhu Qing's body trembled. She lowered her head and said, "Zhu Qing wouldn't dare." "Yes," the old voice said, "no matter what price we have to pay, we must invite him back to the island." "Then my mission?" Zhu Qing asked hesitantly. "Continue the investigation. There's no need to force it." The old voice replied. Compared to the appearance of the ancestral dragon's origin, Zhu Qing's original mission was nothing. It was just a token. "Yes." Zhu Qing nodded respectfully. The light from the dragon eye on the dragon talisman gradually dimmed. The profound aura also slowly disappeared. Zhu Qing put it away and sat on the bed with a frown. Her mind was in a mess. This time, she had suffered such a big loss at Kai Yang's hands. According to Zhu Qing's plan, she needed to find an opportunity to tear his body into 10,000 pieces to wash away the hatred in her heart. However, the elder's order was to maintain a good relationship with him. A lowly human being actually wanted this young lady to lower herself and befriend him? This was simply a great humiliation. Pleasant Arrival Inn, the largest inn in Flowing Shadow City, was the property of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Yang Kai would return here in a while. After booking a few rooms, he went downstairs to the main hall to have a meal. At his level of cultivation, there was naturally no need for him to eat. His body was the furnace, his fortune was the fuel, and the world energy was the best food. It was fine for him to eat it occasionally. The main reason was that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had been feeling rather gloomy and worried. Yang Kai did not know how to console them, so he brought them here to drown their sorrows in wine. Jar after jar of strong wine was brought up, and Yi Jinghan did not reject any of it. In just a short while, she was completely drunk and fell into a deep sleep in Du Xian's arms. Du Xian cast an apologetic look at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, indicating for him to take Yi Jinghan away to rest. Yang Kai and Ying Fei were left alone to drink. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai suddenly spoke. "Monster King, that girl said she was called Zhu Qing. You might have thought of something." He suddenly recalled that when Zhu Qing had introduced herself, she had said something very strange. At that time, Yang Kai did not think too much about it, but now that he thought about it, those words seemed to have a deeper meaning. However, no matter how Yang Kai thought about it, he was still unable to figure it out. Although Ying Fei had lived in the ancient desolate lands for a long time, he had cultivated for a long time, so his knowledge and experience were not something he could compare to. Perhaps he would be able to find some clues by asking him. At the very least, he had to figure out Zhu Qing's background. He did not think that the girl would give up so easily. After all, she had said some harsh words before leaving. Ying Fei raised his wine cup and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. "You said, her name is Zhu Qing? What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Ying Fei's reaction seemed to be a little too big. Ying Fei's expression changed for a while. Then he suddenly showed a look of understanding. He drank the wine in one gulp and said solemnly, "On the eastern sea's Dragon Island, the great elder of the dragon race is called Zhu Yan." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Monster King, you mean she is a member of the dragon race?" Ying Fei said, "It's just a guess, I can't be sure. But before that Zhu Qing said that if I said that word again, she would kill me. After thinking about it carefully, I did not know which word violated her taboo. But now it seems that there was one word that really annoyed her." "Which word?" Yang Kai asked. Ying Fei said, "Young Master Yang, do you remember what I said at that time?" Yang Kai thought about it and said with a grin, "You said that I was handsome, and His words suddenly stopped, and he said, "So that's how it is." Ying Fei also nodded and said, "If she is a member of the dragon race, then it makes sense. The dragon race has always been wild and arrogant. They don't even put other divine spirits in their eyes, let alone me, a member of the monster race." If I praised young Master Yang, it would have indeed annoyed her. At this point, Ying Fei's face turned pale and he felt a little scared. Although he was a monster king, the other party was a divine spirit. No wonder she was so strong. The strength of the dragon race could not be estimated with common sense. No wonder he could not see through her cultivation. Zhu Qing was actually a member of the dragon race. Thinking of this, his admiration for Yang Kai grew. That was a member of the dragon race. What kind of method did young Master Yang use to subdue her in such a short time? Furthermore, he took advantage of her from head to toe. On the other hand, she did not seem to have any intention of resisting. If he had not brought Yi Jinghan and Du Xian over, they might have already given birth to those little dragons. How could such a thing happen? The dragon race was arrogant and regarded themselves as the leader of all living things. They did not put any race in their eyes, let alone the lowly human race. How could Zhu Qing, a member of the dragon race, endure such blasphemy by a human? Young Master Yang, you can't be a member of the dragon race, right? Ying Fei suddenly thought of a funny idea. Thinking back to the various inconceivable things about Yang Kai, it seemed that only a member of the dragon race could explain it. The only way to subdue a member of the dragon race was to be a stronger member of the dragon race. Yang Kai laughed and patted his chest, a genuine member of the human race. Ying Fei smiled bitterly. not knowing whether to believe it or not. "May I ask, are you Yang Kai? Lord Yang?" Right at that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly approached the table and asked in a trembling voice. Ing Fei swept a glance at him and found that he was just a member of the First Order Dao Source realm, so he did not pay much attention to him. Unexpectedly, under Ing Fei's gaze, the man suddenly cried out and knelt on the ground, wailing, "Master, please spare me, Master, please spare me. This lowly one is only here to deliver a letter." Previously, although Yang Kai was extremely presumptuous in Flowing Shadow City, he did not attract much attention. However, when Ing Fei revealed his identity and cultivation, everyone was shocked and knew that this guy was a genuine monster king. At this moment, the middle-aged man who came to deliver a letter was not afraid of Yang Kai. Instead, he was terrified of Ing Fei. "No one wants your life." Yang Kai glanced at him and raised his chin slightly. "What letter are you delivering?" The middle-aged man quietly glanced at Ing Fei and found that he was not looking at him at all. So he took a deep breath, reached into his bosom, took out a gilded page, and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and grinned. "An invitation?" The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, "Yes." "Who told you to deliver this?" Yang Kai asked. "It's..." The middle-aged man was about to answer when his eyes suddenly became blank. After thinking for a while, he still could not remember what it was and instead felt a splitting headache. "Young Master Yang, someone used a secret technique to erase that part of his memory." Ing Fei's eyes flashed as he saw the clues. Yang Kai nodded slightly and waved his sleeve, sending the middle-aged man out. Since someone had done something to the messenger, there was no point in continuing to ask. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Picking up the invitation in his hand and carefully examining it, Yang Kai could not help raising his brow. "Young Master Yang, what kind of invitation is this?" Ing Fei asked. Yang Kai casually handed over the invitation and took a sip of wine. "It looks like someone can't wait." "An invitation to the auction?" Ing Fei looked at the contents of the invitation and frowned slightly. They had come to Flowing Shadow City for this auction, but they did not expect that before they could do anything, someone would take the initiative to hand over an invitation, as if they were afraid that they would not go. "Young Master Yang, this is a trap and it is very dangerous." Today, he had already exposed his identity and cultivation, yet the person hiding in the dark still dared to take the initiative to deliver an invitation. There was no doubt that they had a way to deal with a monster king like him. "I'm not a fool. How could I not see through something so obvious?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Should we call Old Ox and Wu Yu as well?" Ing Fei quietly asked. Chapter 2680. Since the unknown enemy had considered him as a threat, their arrangements must have been very thorough. But even if the enemy had calculated everything, they probably wouldn't have been able to predict the existence of Shi Lei and Xia Wuwei. Yang Kai only needed to arrange a space array to bring the two monster kings from the Northern Territory. When that time came, in front of absolute power, no matter what kind of scheme they had, they would be nothing more than illusions. And he did have this ability. There was still some time before the auction began, so Yang Kai only needed to arrange a space array somewhere to bring the two monster kings over without anyone noticing. After thinking about it seriously, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. No need. Firstly, he didn't have many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades left, so he didn't want to waste them. Secondly, if he really brought the two monster kings over, he might inadvertently alert the enemy. After all, the four of them had entered Flowing Shadow City. If two more suddenly appeared, he was afraid that anyone would be suspicious. He could hide Shi Lei and Xia Wuwei in the Sealed World Bead, but the fewer people who knew about the Sealed World Bead, the better. Seeing Yang Kai like this, Ing Fei couldn't persuade him anymore and could only secretly make up his mind to keep him safe no matter what. Let's go for a walk," Yang Kai said, throwing some source crystals as payment for the food and wine, and walked out of the inn with Ing Fei. Before coming to Flowing Shadow City, he vaguely felt that this auction was a conspiracy, as if it was deliberately arranged, waiting for someone to walk right into the trap. And after arriving in Flowing Shadow City and seeing the Flowing Shadow Sword sect master, this guess became even more confirmed. Now that he suddenly received an invitation to the auction, he couldn't help but wonder if this conspiracy was targeted at him from the beginning. He couldn't think it through, but he didn't want to act according to someone else's arrangements. Since the auction was to be held in Flowing Shadow City, the items to be auctioned would naturally appear in Flowing Shadow City. He wanted to see if AIO and the others were in the city now. If they were, he could just directly snatch them. Along the way, Yang Kai's powerful divine sense covered the surroundings like a tide, concealing himself to the extreme. He was very familiar with the auras of AIO and the others. If they were really in Flowing Shadow City, he would have sensed them. However, half a day later, Yang Kai sighed. Sure enough, the enemy was not that stupid. He didn't find anything. He brought Ing Fei back to his residence and entered the Pleasant Arrival Inn. The waiter walked up and stood in front of Yang Kai, saying, "Master, a guest is waiting for you." Who? Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know anyone in Flowing Shadow City. It's a woman. The waiter revealed a meaningful smile. He's waiting in front of your room now. Yang Kai frowned and scanned the area with his divine sense. He immediately understood who was waiting for him and couldn't help but ask in surprise, how could it be her? Ing Fei also noticed this and whispered, "Young Master Yang, be careful. This woman is not to be trifled with." I understand. Yang Kai nodded. It was fine if he didn't know her origin, but now that he knew her origin and identity, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. After giving the waiter some source crystals, Yang Kai strode upstairs. Outside the room, a petite woman was pacing back and forth in front of a room, muttering something under her breath with an impatient expression. She seemed to be in a daze and didn't even notice when Yang Kai and Ing Fei scanned her with their divine senses. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps nearby that the woman suddenly stopped and looked up. What entered her sight was a face that made her want to smash it with a single punch. "Qing, are you looking for me?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with a smile and walked towards her step by step. Zhu Qing's face sank. She shouted in a low voice, "What did you call me? This is too presumptuous. A mere human dares to call me by my name." Ing Fei's face was also full of black lines, secretly admiring Yang Kai's courage. Knowing that the other party was a dragon race cultivator, he still dared to provoke her like this. He secretly circulated his monster qi, ready to attack at any time. Although he was unwilling to become an enemy of the dragon race, Yang Kai's safety was the most important thing right now. "Why are you so cold?" "I still like your previous appearance." Yang Kai came to stand in front of her. Looking at her with a smile, his eyes swept over her full breasts. When that obscene light swept over, Zhu Qing's body trembled for no reason. The feeling of being taken lightly again hit her heart, making her feel both ashamed and angry. Suddenly, she threw a punch at Yang Kai's face. She immediately regretted it after she attacked. The elder had ordered her to build a good relationship with Yang Kai and invite him to the island as a guest. She had come here to bury the hatchet with him, so how could she not hold back and attack him? Her fist immediately shrank by 70%. Immediately afterwards, it was grabbed by a big hand and gently stroked. A strange feeling swept through her body, making her feel limp and numb. Zhu Qing's face turned red as she said, "Let go." She shouldn't have held back. Smashing that hateful face into a pulp was the best choice. As she spoke, she raised her other small fist, as if she wanted to perish together with Yang Kai. Okay, I'll let go. Don't be so irritable." Yang Kai reluctantly stroked her a few more times before letting go. Zhu Qing immediately jumped back, putting some distance between her and Yang Kai. Her breasts heaved up and down as she fiercely shook her small hand a few times, as if she wanted to get rid of something dirty. Ing Fei was already covered in cold sweat. When Zhu Qing attacked just now, he almost couldn't hold back. Fortunately, he found that Zhu Qing had held back some of her strength, but this made him even more confused. This dragon race. What was she trying to do? Could it be that she really fell in love with young Master Yang at first sight? Otherwise, why would she hold back her strength in a fit of rage? But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she had fallen in love with young Master Yang. Instead, it seemed like she wanted to kill him. Ing Fei's head was filled with confusion. Yang Kai laughed mischievously. His laughter was indescribably wretched and obscene. He took out the room token, opened the restriction, and pushed open the door. He leaned against the door frame and said, "What do you want to say? Come in and talk." He didn't know why Zhu Qing was looking for him, but since she was already here, there must be something. Yang Kai wasn't afraid that she would shrink back. After all, this was a proud dragon race. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai hatefully, as if she wanted to cut Yang Kai into pieces, but her feet didn't move. Yang Kai's smile didn't fade, nor did he urge her. His contemptuous smile undoubtedly provoked Zhu Qing's pride. She clenched her teeth and rushed into the room. "You have guts." Yang Kai grinned, thinking, "Since you took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms, you can't blame me if I eat you up this time." He turned around and was about to close the door. Ying Fei blocked the door and looked like he was going to follow in. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes and said, "Young Master Yang, get out." Yang Kai pursed his lips. The door slammed shut, almost flattening Ying Fei's nose. "Young Master Yang, you?" Ying Fei was anxious and shouted, "Young Master Yang, there is a knife above lust. Don't fall for the beauty trap." There was no response from inside the room. Ying Fei was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pot. Du Xian heard the noise and poked his head out of the next room, asking, "Master, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Ying Fei replied angrily. He was anxious, but he didn't dare to break in. However, on second thought, Yang Kai could conquer Zhu Qing last time. This time, there shouldn't be any big danger. Besides, Zhu Qing didn't have any intention to kill him from the beginning to the end. It seemed that he was a little nervous. In the room, Yang Kai turned around and hugged Zhu Qing's waist. He put his head on her shoulder and sniffed her intoxicating fragrance. He stared at her white neck and whispered, "Qing, you miss me so soon?" Zhu Qing was stiff. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would be so bold as to touch her. When she reacted, it was too late. She shouted angrily, "Take your dirty hands off me." Yang Kai ignored her and licked Zhu Qing's earlobe. The delicate body in his arms suddenly shivered and her head, which was full of flying black hair, suddenly tilted back. With a bang, Yang Kai was hit and saw stars. 2 streams of golden blood flowed out of his nostrils. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Qing immediately jumped away and stood in the corner, glaring at him fiercely. She gritted her teeth and said, "Please have some self-respect." Yang Kai reached out and wiped his face. The pain calmed his agitated mood a little. He stared at Zhu Qing and sneered, "I didn't expect that a member of the dragon race would practice the charm technique." Zhu Qing frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I practice the charm technique?" Yang Kai snorted and said, "If you didn't practice the charm technique, why couldn't I control myself when I saw you? You were born lecherous. How can you blame me?" Zhu Qing felt wronged. How can you blame a dog for eating feces? No, how can I think like that? Isn't this humiliating? Bullshit. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Although this young master is not a gentleman, I can still keep my composure. When have I ever been lecherous?" Zhu Qing sneered and said, "Your behavior is frivolous. If it isn't lecherous, then what is?" Yang Kai stared at her. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman." Taking a deep breath, he silently operated his secret technique to suppress the restlessness in his heart. He looked up and said, "Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me that you really like me. Although I am a responsible man, if you don't want to, I won't force you." Zhu Qing sneered and said, "Have you always felt so good about yourself?" Yang Kai casually said, "I don't know who is holding this young master so tightly. Speaking of which, this young master still has fingerprints on his back. As expected of the dragon race, their strength is so great." "Shut up." Zhu Qing couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. She fiercely stomped her foot, and the violent brute force almost destroyed the inn. What happened before was the biggest humiliation in her life. Yang Kai just had to touch the pot that didn't boil. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qing said in her heart, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. The clan's affairs are the most important. My sacrifice is just a small matter." After a while, she finally calmed down. Looking at Yang Kai, she said, "You know that I'm a member of the dragon race?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, but his heart was in turmoil. When he was chatting with Ying Fei earlier, although he speculated that Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race, it was just speculation. Chapter 2681. Now that she took the initiative to admit it, even though Yang Kai was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked. The dragon race, the leader of all spirits. Although this title was a little self-proclaimed, it was not far from it. In ancient times, there were countless holy spirits, but the dragon and the phoenix still reigned supreme. Even now, most of the holy spirits had gone extinct, but the dragon race was still able to occupy an island in the Eastern Sea and reproduce. It could be said that this sacred and powerful race had witnessed the changes of heaven and earth and the passing of the endless flowing time great emperor. The dragon race was not just a title, but also a symbol of inheritance and strength. Yang Kai had the power of the golden divine dragon in his body, so when facing Zhu Qing, a living dragon race member, he did not feel much restraint or fear. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. This sense of intimacy quickly turned into greed and covetousness. He was thinking that if he could really subdue this dragon girl and make her his exclusive property. TSK, if life was like this, what more could he ask for? How do you know? Zhu Qing asked again. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This young master is proficient in the art of divination, so I just casually divined." Zhu Qing glared at him, thinking that she would be a fool to believe him. However, when she was fighting with Yang Kai before, she revealed a lot of information. So it was not surprising that Yang Kai could guess her identity as a dragon race member. It's fine if you know, but please keep it a secret. After all, the identity of a dragon race member is a little too shocking. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Although there was a rumor that there was a dragon island in the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory, and many dragon race members lived on the dragon island, it was still a rumor. The world did not know the details. However, if a living dragoness was exposed to the eyes of the world, then it would definitely cause an unimaginable shock. No problem. Yang Kai agreed readily. I'm not a person who likes to gossip. Zhu Qing had a grateful look on her face. She thought that this person was actually not bad when he talked to her nicely. Perhaps she had a bad first impression of him, so no matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was a little annoying. It was time to change her opinion of him. But what benefits can you give me? Yang Kai changed the topic. That invasive gaze once again swept past the sensitive parts of Zhu Qing's body, as if a large hand was about to strip her naked. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Her body trembled slightly. I was really naive when I thought he was a good person. What do you want? Zhu Qing opened her eyes and asked through gritted teeth. The more she looked at this face, the more she hated it. That depends on what you can give me. Yang Kai rested his cheek on his hand and looked at her calmly. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with his condition. Ever since he met Zhu Qing today, that long-suppressed and forgotten desire had been constantly surging. After separating from her, that feeling had disappeared. Now that they met again, they were once again alone in a room. That desire once again surged up, even though he told himself that this dragon girl was not to be trifled with. But this kind of thrill of playing with fire made him unable to stop himself. Zhu Qing stared deeply at him. After a while, she opened her red lips and said, "Friend." What? Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and said, I said, I can be friends with you. Although her tone was calm, there was an unconcealable pride between her brows, as if this matter was a kind of blessing. Yang Kai was stunned and stared at her in a daze. Zhu Qing met his gaze without any hesitation. For a long time, Yang Kai didn't respond. Zhu Qing frowned and said, You heard what I said. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai laughed loudly and slapped his thighs. Zhu Qing said angrily, What are you laughing at? Yang Kai stopped laughing. He looked at Zhu Qing mockingly and said, The arrogance of the dragon race is indeed worthy of its reputation. Zhu Qing also sneered, It's still better than the treachery of you humans. Yang Kai muttered to himself and nodded, And you're right. Humans are indeed very treacherous. No one can deny this. But you said you want to be friends with me. Do you know what a friend is? Zhu Qing proudly said, I don't need to know. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked at her. You don't have any friends, right? Why would the powerful dragon race need friends? Zhu Qing snorted in her heart as a look of disdain flashed across her face. But then she suddenly noticed that there was a trace of pity and sympathy in Yang Kai's expression, causing her to become annoyed. A trivial human actually dared to look at her with such an expression. Zhu Qing's slender fingers twitched as she suppressed the urge to dig out his eyes. Because she was not his opponent. If she rashly fought with him, she would only be asking for humiliation. Elder, the task you gave me is really difficult. Qing really doesn't know how to complete it. Perhaps this is a test from the clan for me? Why do you want to be friends with me? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Of course, it's because of the Elder's order and the ancestral dragon's source. Zhu Qing thought in her heart and replied, Do I need a reason? Don't you need a reason? Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing showed an impatient expression. She gritted her teeth and said, "Just tell me if you agree or not." She, a dignified member of the dragon race, wanted to be friends with him. It was simply a blessing from his ancestors. He actually dared to make excuses. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. "So what if I agree? So what if I don't agree?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. His expression suddenly became serious, and he said, "Being friends is not as simple as just saying." He had never met such a person who said she wanted to be friends with him, and even showed an expression of "you're lucky." Yang Kai didn't know whether to say that Zhu Qing didn't know the ways of the world, or that she was too arrogant. "Then what should I do?" Zhu Qing frowned and pondered for a moment. She actually showed an expression of asking shamelessly. Yang Kai glanced at her and waved his hand. He said in a deep voice, "For a friend, I should be willing to risk my life to share my worries and difficulties. For a friend, I should be honest with you and treat you with sincerity. For a friend, be more specific." Zhu Qing impatiently interrupted him. "What do you want me to do for you to be willing to be friends with me?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. He patted the bed next to him and said, "I'm lacking someone to warm my bed. If you can take off your clothes and accompany me for a night, I can consider it." "Get lost." Zhu Qing only said one word. He was really a pervert. Every 3 sentences he said didn't deviate from his profession. Moreover, this kind of thing wasn't something a friend needed to do. Although Zhu Qing didn't have any friends, how could she not understand common sense? Yang Kai shrugged and looked helpless. Zhu Qing tilted her head and said reluctantly, "Change it to something else." "Then there's nothing else." Yang Kai spread his hands. "What do you want?" Zhu Qing was so angry that her face turned red. She angrily looked at him. Yang Kai slapped the table in front of him and smashed it to pieces. He angrily said, "This young master wants to ask you, what do you want?" It was really strange. She ran over and said she wanted to be friends with him. Yang Kai had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How could the word friend be bought and sold by force? Zhu Qing pursed her red lips and said, "I just want to be friends with you." Yang Kai looked her up and down. After confirming that this woman's mind was normal and she wasn't crazy, he shouted, "Okay, I heard that there is a wine sword manor in the Western Territory. The wine they make is the best in the world. Even the great emperors praised it. If you can get some." Zhu Qing's eyes lit up. She said, "You want to be friends with me?" Yang Kai touched his chin and said, "We'll see when the time comes." "You." Zhu Qing flew into a rage. "You've gone too far." Yang Kai sneered again and again. "I'm like this. If you can't stand it, then get lost." "Okay, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. You'll regret it." Zhu Qing bitterly glared at him. After leaving behind these words, she turned around and walked out. Yang Kai turned around and said with a smile, "It's already late." "Qing, don't you want to stay for the night?" Zhu Qing had just walked to the door and was about to open it. When she heard this, she suddenly threw a punch forward. In an instant, a big hole was broken through the door. Zhu Qing turned around and looked at Yang Kai. Then she turned around and rushed into the darkness. Outside the door, Ying Fei's head was dripping with cold sweat. After Zhu Qing was far away, he poked his head out to take a look. When he found that Yang Kai was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Young Master Yang, what happened to her?" "Who knows?" Yang Kai laughed happily. He also felt a lot more relaxed. After this incident, Zhu Qing wouldn't bother him again, right? Although it was a good thing to be liked by a dragon girl and forced to be friends with her, Yang Kai couldn't suppress the desire in his heart when he was with her. This was a big problem. He was afraid that one day he couldn't control himself and forced himself on her. If that happened, he would offend the entire dragon race. In short, although Zhu Qing didn't seem to have any evil intentions, her existence was too dangerous for him. Yang Kai was puzzled. Zhu Qing didn't cultivate any kind of bewitching technique, and her face wasn't so beautiful that he couldn't control himself. So why was it that when he smelled her scent, he couldn't control himself? This. A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe, who looked like an old landlord, suddenly ran up, but after seeing Yang Kai's broken door, he was immediately shocked and exclaimed in shock. Every room here was reinforced with a barrier and spirit array. Even an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master would not be able to break through it. But now, a large hole had suddenly appeared on the door. He really didn't know who did it, but it was simply too daring. "Who are you?" Ing Fei glanced at him and asked. The old man seemed to know Ing Fei's identity and replied respectfully, reporting to Master, "This one is the shopkeeper of this inn. I didn't know that just now. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Ing Fei glanced at him indifferently, took out some source crystals from his space ring, and tossed them over. "This is compensation for my young master." Yes, yes, yes. The inn shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and hurriedly went to work. If it was someone else causing trouble in this inn, he wouldn't have let it go. Although he was just an inn shopkeeper, he had the support of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, and was also part of an organization in Flowing Shadow City. But who was Ing Fei? He was a powerful monster king, and the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was nothing in front of him. After a while, he arranged a new room for Yang Kai and respectfully left. Chapter 2682. The next day, Yang Kai was still meditating when knocking sounds suddenly rang out from the door. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he discovered that it was actually Yi Jing Han and Du Xian. Yang Kai opened the door and looked at the two. "What's the matter?" Yi Jing Han said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yang, Flowing Shadow Sword sect has sent my father over. He's currently outside the inn." "Sect Master Yi?" Yi Hen's appearance appeared in Yang Kai's mind, and he nodded lightly. "Li Qingyun is tactful. Since he sent him over, I'll accept it." Du Xian said shamefully, "Li Qingyun personally sent him over." Li Qingyun was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, while Du Xian and Yi Jing Han were only Dao Source Realm cultivators, so they weren't qualified to speak to him on equal terms. Furthermore, they didn't know what Flowing Shadow Sword sect's intentions were, so they could only ask for Yang Kai's help. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded. "Then I'll accompany you." "Many thanks, Brother Yang," Du Xian said gratefully. "No need to be so polite." Yang Kai had a faint smile on his face, but he was sighing in his heart. If his previous guess was correct, then the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect this time was probably caused by him. The three of them walked out, with Ing Fei appearing out of nowhere and following closely behind Yang Kai. When they arrived outside the inn, they saw Li Qingyun standing there, dressed in white and carrying a long sword, giving off the aura of a swordsman. Standing in front of him was Yi Hen. Although his expression was somewhat dispirited, he didn't show any signs of torture. It was probably due to the destruction of his sect and the deaths of countless of his disciples that had taken a heavy blow to his heart. "Father! Honored Master!" Yi Jing Han and Du Xian shouted in unison, before glaring angrily at Li Qingyun. Raising his head, Yi Hen glanced at the two of them and revealed a bitter smile. Thousand Leaves sect had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and now that it had been destroyed in his generation, he was truly ashamed to face his ancestors. Seeing his daughter and eldest disciple again after a year, Yi Hen felt rather complicated. Li Qingyun didn't say anything, simply cupping his fists towards Yang Kai before leaving without looking back. It was as if he had made this trip just to send Yi Hen over. It was just as he said. The mastermind had already gotten what he wanted, so it didn't matter whether Yi Hen lived or died. It was because of this that Yi Hen was able to keep his life after being captured by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. "Father!" Pouncing forward, Yi Jing Han carefully inspected Yi Hen's body. After confirming that he was not missing any limbs, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Sect Master Yi." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Young Master Yang." Yi Hen and Yang Kai could be considered old acquaintances. Seeing him together with her daughter and eldest disciple, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Young Master Yang." How could he not know that it was all thanks to Yang Kai that he was able to escape so easily this time? He couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. "Let's talk inside." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Nodding his head, Yi Hen walked step by step into the inn with Yi Jing Han and Du Xian supporting him. After entering the room, Yang Kai asked the waiter to serve them a banquet. Several people sat cross-legged and drank until they were injured. After learning that Yi Hen had not been tortured in the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and had only been placed under house arrest, Yi Jing Han's hatred for the Flowing Shadow Sword sect dissipated quite a bit. However, after this blow, Yi Hen seemed to have aged quite a bit in an instant, appearing somewhat senile as he downed cup after cup of wine with a desolate expression on his face. He had long been a cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source realm. After Yang Kai brought back the many secret techniques and ancient records of the Thousand Leaves sect that had been lost for many years from the Emperor Heaven Valley, Yihen was confident that he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm in his lifetime. However, before he could display this ambition, his sect was exterminated by a powerful enemy. Sure enough, the heavenly Tao was unpredictable. Now that his will had suffered such a blow, he didn't know if he would ever have the chance to become an emperor in this lifetime. Yang Kai raised his cup, Sect Master Yi. What happened to the Thousand Leaves sect this time may have something to do with me. Yihen looked at him in surprise, as if he had misunderstood something. With a bitter smile, he said, "It's because of that flower master. It has nothing to do with young Master Yang." Yang Kai shook his head. Sister Hua's matter is just a trigger. Chiyu, Aio, and the others are the real targets of those guys. Yihen asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian also looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't know how to explain it either. It's just a feeling. This may be a plot against me, and the Thousand Leaves sect is just a coincidence. Everything was done to lure me to Flowing Shadow City." Yihen was stunned. If that was really the case, then the Thousand Leaves sect was really too unlucky. "My apologies." Yang Kai looked at Yihen and said in a deep voice. Yihen smiled bitterly. "Young Master Yang, there's no need to apologize. My Thousand Leaves sect deserves this. This Yihen has never dared to forget young Master's great kindness to my Thousand Leaves sect. Even if this matter was caused by young Master, I, Yihen, have no complaints. I only hate that my Thousand Leaves sect is too weak to defend against such strong enemies." Yang Kai said, "Rest assured, Sect Master Yi. No matter who the mastermind behind this is, I will definitely avenge your Thousand Leaves sect." Yihen smiled. With young Master Yang's words, this he can rest assured. However, the enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light. Does young Master have confidence? Yi Jinghan glanced at Ing Fei before whispering something into Yihen's ear. Yihen's body shook when he heard this. Raising his head to look at Ing Fei, he said in shock, "So it's the Monster King, Master." Yihen has been impolite. Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, and now that he had the Monster King by his side, there was indeed nothing to worry about. Ing Fei smiled and waved his hand. Yang Kai said, "The auction will be the time when the dagger will be revealed. When that time comes, no matter what the mastermind behind this has in mind, he will definitely bare his fangs. When that time comes, I will definitely kill him." Yihen stood up and said solemnly, "Please accept my bow, young Master Yang." Thousand Leaves sect no longer had the ability to take revenge. If Yang Kai could avenge Thousand Leaves sect, he would truly be their benefactor. Yang Kai reached out and lifted Yihen up, shaking his head. "Sect Master Yi is too serious. I can no longer stay out of this matter. Let's see who is stronger when the time comes." After drinking for a while more, Yang Kai took his leave and returned to his room. The next half a month passed peacefully. Sure enough, Zhu Qing seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, no longer bothering him, which greatly satisfied Yang Kai. Although this woman was incredibly beautiful, pleasing to the eye, and flirting with her was quite pleasing, she was still a dragon girl in the end, so Yang Kai really didn't want to provoke her. During this time, many people from the Emperor realm had come to Flowing Shadow City, most likely for Thousand Leaves sect's Heaven's Ho. After all, each Heaven's Ho was equivalent to an entire the Emperor realm, so buying them to guard their sect would be an excellent choice. Perhaps the star's source in Aio's body would also be attractive enough. Yang Kai had also investigated Flowing Shadow City many times, but he couldn't find the auras of Chiyu, Aio, and the others, so he could only give up. However, it was unlikely that the enemy would be so stupid. Before the auction began, these chips would naturally not be exposed so easily. On this day, the silent Flowing Shadow City suddenly became noisy, and the entrance of the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce was filled with people gasping for breath. As one of the two top chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce naturally had a branch in Flowing Shadow City. This time's auction would be held in the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's branch. All the masters from the Emperor realm who had received an invitation arrived on time. In front of the Chamber of Commerce, 2 rows of young girls were waiting respectfully, but when an honored guest arrived, one of them would greet him with a smile and lead him into the Chamber of Commerce. These young girls were all as beautiful as flowers, with graceful figures. Wearing thin gauze, All kinds of wonderful things were faintly discernible, attracting the eyes of those who saw them. Without a doubt, they had also undergone professional training. Every smile made people feel at home, and their soft and gentle voices made people feel good about them. The flowing shadow sword sect master Li Qingyun also stood outside the Chamber of Commerce, hugging the void jade sword and standing there with his eyes closed like a statue. His sword intent was restrained, and from his appearance, he looked like an ordinary person. However, those who knew him knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, he was like a sheathed sword. Once unsheathed, he would transform into a powerful sword cultivator, and his killing intent would soar to the sky. Suddenly, Li Qingyun's eyes opened and he looked forward, a trace of fear and helplessness flashing across his sword-like eyes. In front of him, a group of 5 people was walking forward, rampaging through the crowd. The surrounding guests all glared at them angrily, but when they saw the faces of this group of people, they all paled and retreated to the side, as if they were avoiding a fierce tiger. This group of 5 was led by a young man, followed by a man with an aquiline nose, a young man, a young woman, and an old man. It was Yang Kai's group. Walking straight to the Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai glanced at Li Qingyun and grinned. Sect Master Li is also here to welcome guests? What a big deal. The helplessness on Li Qingyun's face became even stronger as the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing an indescribable expression. Haha, this should be Yang Kai, young Master Yang, right? Young Master Yang's arrival is a great honor for this humble one. Please come in. A hearty laughter rang out from the side, filled with enthusiasm. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man walk out from the side, smiling as he greeted him. Seeing this smile, Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Who are you? Yang Kai asked as he narrowed his eyes. It's you. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exclaimed in low voices as they looked at the middle-aged man, fear filling their faces. Yi Hen's body trembled as her eyes spat fire. You know him? Yang Kai asked in astonishment. Yi Jinghan gritted her teeth. He was the one who subdued my 1,000 Leaves sect's Tian Ho. He was also the one who went to look for Master Hua. This humble one is Wu Ming. The middle-aged man smiled as he stared intently at Yang Kai, completely ignoring the 3 from 1,000 Leaves sect. These 3 ants were indeed not worthy of his attention. Yang Kai's gaze turned cold as he said indifferently, So it was you who did this. Wu Ming smiled faintly. Young Master Yang must be joking. How could this humble one? What are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, Wu Ming was greatly shocked as Yang Kai had actually sent a palm strike towards him. Emperor Qi surged as the surrounding world energy surged. Although there was a small gap between them, Wu Ming was shocked to find that he was unable to dodge this attack. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so bold as to attack him right from the start, catching him completely off guard. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Chapter 2683. What made Wu Ming even more uneasy was that the Monster King, who had always been by Yang Kai's side, suddenly attacked. A powerful pressure comparable to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master poured out, pressing down on him like a mountain. Wu Ming was immediately immobilized, unable to circulate his Emperor Qi properly. Asterisk with a crisp sound, Wu Ming's head was slapped to the side, his cheek burning with pain, and his mouth filled with the taste of blood. The many cultivators from the Emperor Realm who came to participate in the auction all stared at the scene with wide eyes, horrified. Wu Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was slapped in front of so many people. How arrogant was this young man named Yang Kai? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had a Monster King behind him? How dare you? Wu Ming clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and growled at Yang Kai like an enraged beast. Before he could finish his words, a palm rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, slapping him hard on the other side of his face. With a loud sound, a few teeth flew out. Wu Ming was dizzy and his head was in a daze. Firstly, he was angry, and secondly, he was hit. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and a deacon of Star Soul Palace. He had always been superior to others, but who would have thought that he would be humiliated like this in this small flowing shadow city? Enraged, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi madly and managed to break free from the suppression of Ing Fei's aura, leaping back a few steps and shouting, "Enough! How dare you shout? Come here!" Yang Kai's expression turned ruthless as he opened his hand. Under the influence of space principles, Wu Ming was horrified to find that he couldn't control his own movements, and he took the initiative to meet Yang Kai. Yang Kai swung his fist and smashed it hard on Wu Ming's face, causing it to bleed. But this wasn't the end. Yang Kai jumped up high, bent his elbow, and slammed it into Wu Ming's back. A violent force poured out, and Wu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked to the ground. What greeted him was a storm of punches and kicks. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. She stared at him blankly. The young man named Yang Kai was like a street gangster, pinning Wu Ming to the ground and beating him up. As he beat him up, he kept cursing him. He was extremely arrogant. On the other hand, Wu Ming tried to resist several times, but before he could gather his strength, it was defeated. After trying a few times, he seemed to know that he was a fish on the chopping board. She covered her head with her hands and curled up, allowing Yang Kai to do whatever he wanted. They had never seen a fight in the Emperor realm like this before. Today was an eye-opener for them. The group of people clicked their tongues in wonder and trembled with fear. In a short while, Wu Ming was beaten black and blue. His whole body was covered in blood, and it was almost impossible to see his human form. Fortunately, his cultivation was not bad. Otherwise, he would have to endure Yang Kai's venting. He had probably lost his life long ago. Yang Kai breathed heavily and kicked him a few more times before stopping. He turned around and glanced at Yi Hen and the others. "Do you want to collect some interest?" Yi Hen smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Young Master Yang, you can make the decision." He knew that Yang Kai was helping Thousand Leaves sect vent their grievances. Now that Wu Ming was lying on the ground, unable to fight back, Yang Kai could indeed go up and collect some interest. However, borrowing someone else's strength to intimidate others, what was the meaning of this? Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't force the issue. Instead, he bent down and grabbed Wu Ming's hair, lifting him up and bringing his face closer. Almost touching Wu Ming's face, he said in a deep voice, "This young master knows that there are people behind you. Tell the people behind you that if my friends lose a single hair, I will break their bones one by one and make them into wine to drink." Wu Ming chuckled. With a terrifying expression, he replied, "That depends on whether you know what's good for you." Yang Kai stared at him and said lightly, "Do you want to die?" Wu Ming's body trembled as a chill suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing his hands and feet to turn cold. He originally thought that since he had a bargaining chip in hand, Yang Kai would hesitate to attack him. But how could he have imagined that this guy would act so unscrupulously? He wanted to kill him, he really wanted to kill him. Although this murderous intent was concealed, it still stabbed into Wu Ming's heart like a sharp sword, causing him to remain silent out of fear. He had no doubt that if he tried to provoke this young man again, he would become a corpse in the next moment. "I can fulfill your wish." Yang Kai grinned. "I've always been a soft-hearted person. If you beg me, I'll immediately give you a quick death." Wu Ming remained silent, not daring to speak. Yang Kai coldly snorted and casually tossed him aside, as if he was a piece of trash. When Wu Ming landed on the ground, he saw that Yang Kai had already led the people behind him into the auction hall. "You little bastard, just you wait. You dare to be so presumptuous with me just because you have a monster king as your bodyguard? Today's humiliation will be repaid 100, 1,000 times over." As if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai kneeling and begging for mercy, Wu Ming felt a burst of joy in his heart. He sneered, attracting the attention of the people from the Emperor realm who came to participate in the auction. They all wondered if this Wu Ming had been beaten silly. The auction hall was designed like a staircase, with each level spiraling upwards. It was large enough to accommodate thousands of people without feeling crowded. Looking up, the oval-shaped lid of the cauldron was engraved with the drawings of ferocious beasts, making the entire auction hall look like a beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing all the cultivator who entered. Yang Kai and his group were led by a beautiful servant girl into a side room. This side room seemed to be at the top of the auction hall. Standing in the side room and looking down, it was like looking down from a bird's-eye view. Everything in the auction hall was clearly imprinted in one's eyes. The servant girl had seen Yang Kai display his invincible might at the entrance and his violent appearance. At this moment, she was trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. After leading Yang Kai and his group in, her small face turned pale as she said, "Dear guests, please wait a moment. The auction is about to begin." Although she was only a little servant girl, she could feel that the purpose of Yang Kai and his group was to destroy the auction hall. After saying that, she ran out of the side room as if she was escaping. One by one, the people from the Emperor realm were led into different side rooms by the servant girl. The hall below was gradually filled with people. Although the majority of the people who had come did not have enough wealth to participate in the auction, the more people there were, the better it would be for an auction. Yang Kai's powerful divine sense swept across the entire auction hall without restraint, causing the noisy hall below to instantly fall silent. Feeling the power of his divine sense, no one dared to make any noise. Yingfei was also doing the same. A moment later, the two of them retracted their divine senses. "Young Master Yang, did you discover anything?" Yingfei asked. Yang Kai shook his head and sat down on a chair. "It's hidden very deeply." "Where's the Monster King?" Yingfei shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had not discovered anything. Frowning, he said, however, "Since we can confirm that this is a trap, young Master Yang should be careful. The deeper something is hidden, the more dangerous it is." Yang Kai nodded his head. Beside him, Yi Jinghan was brewing tea. Her movements were skilled, but there was a trace of worry between her brows. Du Xian and Yi Hen were similarly worried. "Master, everything has been prepared." Wu Ming, who had been beaten black and blue by Yang Kai, had appeared at some point and was standing respectfully in front of an old man. It was unknown what kind of pills he had taken, but although there were still some bruises on his face, it was obvious that he was much better than before. However, there were some internal injuries in his body that could not be healed so quickly. Every time Wu Ming circulated his emperor qi, his internal organs would ache faintly. "That little bastard was too heavy-handed." The old man nodded his head lightly. "How many people from the emperor realm have come?" Wu Ming replied, "More than 30. The old man said with satisfaction, "That's enough." After a pause, he waved his hand. "Since all the guests are here, let's begin." Wu Ming said respectfully, "Yes." Turning his head to the side, Wu Ming extended his hand and said, "Junior sister, please." Hua Qingxi slowly got up and looked at the old man with a complicated gaze. "Master, this disciple will take her leave." "Go." The old man waved his hand. After taking a few steps, Hua Qingxi suddenly turned around and knelt in front of the old man, respectfully kowtowing 3 times. The old man's eyes flashed as he seemed to understand Hua Qingxi's intention. Instead of stopping her, he closed his eyes. "Your life is your own, and you choose your own path. Since you want to be my enemy, there's no need to talk about friendship between master and disciple." Wu Ming stood to the side and sneered. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Hua Qingxi was unmoved. After kowtowing, she stood up and took a light breath as if she had unloaded a burden. Her body and mind were much lighter, and she walked out. When she passed by Wu Ming, she paused and said, "Wu Ming, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. You'll die a horrible death." "You traitorous bitch." Wu Ming was furious. He slapped Hua Qingxi's face, leaving a palm print on her fair face. Hua Qingxi touched her cheek and smiled. "What's wrong? You were hit by others, and now you want to get back at me? That's all you've got." These words instantly angered Wu Ming. The scene of him being humiliated by Yang Kai replayed clearly in his mind. Surging his emperor qi, he raised his hand and slapped down on Hua Qingxi's head. Instead of dodging, Hua Qingxi puffed up her chest and took the initiative to meet him head-on. "Enough!" The old man who had his eyes closed shouted faintly. Wu Ming was startled. His raised hand froze in midair as he looked Hua Qingxi up and down and grinned. "Junior sister, you're courting death. This big brother won't let you have your way. You're a precious chess piece." Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, "Despicable." Wu Ming smiled. "Whatever you say, honored master has promised to reward you to me after this matter is over. Don't worry, this big brother will definitely treat you well." He emphasized the word love with a meaningful expression on his face. Hua Qingxi's expression changed abruptly as she looked at the old man in disbelief, only to find that the old man did not react at all. Knowing that Wu Ming was telling the truth, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. She had never thought that her honored master would have such an unknown side. Perhaps her strength was too low in the past, and she could not come into contact with too many secrets, so she did not understand this so-called honored master at all. But after advancing to the Emperor realm, everything became clear. "Go, don't let the guests wait too long." The old man waved his hand. "Yes." Wu Ming replied respectfully, glaring at Hua Qingxi before walking out with her. Chapter 2684. With the sound of the gong and drum, the auction officially began. From the backstage area, a beautiful woman in palace robes slowly walked out and stood on the round platform. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, causing many men's eyes to light up. Generally speaking, the auctioneers were all men, and most of them were old men. Women rarely appeared on such occasions, but such a beautiful young woman was extremely pleasing to the eye, causing many people to secretly look forward to this auction. Sister Hua. In the room at the top, Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared in shock at the beautiful woman who had just walked out. Master Hua. Yi Hen and the others also wore complicated expressions. They naturally knew Hua Qingxi as she had lived in Thousand Leaves sect for some time. It was after Wu Ming came to find Hua Qingxi that Thousand Leaves sect suffered a calamity of destruction. Previously, Yi Hen and the others had guessed that this matter might be related to Hua Qingxi. At this moment, Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared in front of them again, and this time, she appeared as the auctioneer, so they couldn't help but think. With a slight gust of wind, a figure appeared on the auction stage. Everyone focused their eyes and found that Yang Kai had run up at some point. Sister Hua. Yang Kai stood in front of her and greeted her with a smile. Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Although she already knew that Yang Kai had come here, she was still surprised to see him appear in front of her. Long time no see, how have you been? Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly and did not answer, but her expression suddenly became solemn. She said, You shouldn't have come here. Yang Kai said, I didn't come here. How can I take you away? Hua Qingxi said, But you can't leave even if you're here. So this matter is really directed at me? Yang Kai's expression sank. Hua Qingxi sighed and said, Do you still remember the Dragon Island command? Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly said, Of course I remember. In fact, he had forgotten about it long ago. If it weren't for Hua Qingxi reminding him, he wouldn't have remembered that there was such a thing in his space ring. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly. When I left the Star Soul Palace back then, I was ordered by my master to go to Maplewood City to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Island token. You know this as well. The Dragon Island medallion is very important. You can head to the Dragon Island with the medallion and make a request that the Dragon Island can satisfy. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and the distant memories gradually became clear. He found the Dragon Island token in the spatial ring of a guy named Han Lung after he killed him. It was said that Han Lung was an abandoned disciple of the Star Soul Palace. He and Hua Qingxi could be considered as brother and sister. It was unknown where Han Lung had stolen the Dragon Island token and escaped from the Star Soul Palace. After he died in the hands of Yang Kai, the Dragon Island medallion naturally changed owners. After that, Hua Qingxi tracked down the Dragon Island medallion and found out that it was Yang Kai. In the end, she was captured. Hua Qingxi told Yang Kai about the function of the Dragon Island medallion at that time. The Dragon Island medallion belongs to my master. 1 year ago, my brother Wu Ming found me. He brought me back to the Star Soul Palace. Although I didn't want to reveal the truth, my master used a secret technique on me, and I couldn't do anything about it. You should know what happened after that. I don't know what I told my master, but he definitely knows that the Dragon Island medallion is with you. That's why he attacked the Thousand Leaves sect and captured Qi Yu and the others. He wanted to force you to show yourself. Yang Kai frowned and said, So, your master might know other secrets about me? Hua Qingxi's expression turned gloomy. She said, I'm sorry. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's fine as long as it wasn't your intention. Although he never doubted Hua Qingxi's character, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to let it go if she really betrayed him. Now that he heard Hua Qingxi's explanation, his mood became much more relaxed. Are my friends still safe? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Hua Qingxi said, Master didn't hurt them. After all, his target is you. Before he takes you down, those people are just pawns. Wasn't it the same for him? All these years of relationship between master and disciple were nothing in the face of absolute benefits. Yang Kai glanced at the place where Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared and said, That space array. Don't be rash. They've all been implanted with the heart-urging insect. Even if you go and find them, you won't be able to save them. Hua Qingxi slowly shook her head. My master can make them wish they were dead with a single thought. Heart-urging insect. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. With the exotic insect scripture, Yang Kai naturally knew what the heart-urging insect was. It was also one of the exotic insects on the exotic insect list. Although it wasn't as famous as the soul-devouring insect, it was still a good thing for killing people. Just as she was speaking, Hua Qingxi suddenly let out a muffled groan, an expression of extreme pain appearing on her beautiful face. Under her fair complexion, it seemed as if something was emerging and swimming through her skin. "Sister Hua, you're also..." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Hua Qingxi endured the pain and said, "Hurry up and leave. My master has always been cautious. If he wasn't absolutely sure, he wouldn't have come to deal with you." Yang Kai's gaze was cold as he looked in a direction. He saw Wu Ming sneering at him and forming a seal. It seemed that the reason Hua Qingxi was in so much pain was because he had used the heart-urging insect. "Sister Hua, I'll save you," Yang Kai said hurriedly and made a throat-slitting gesture at Wu Ming before suddenly disappearing. If he had stayed any longer, Hua Qingxi would have to endure even more torture, so retreating now was the best choice. The two's intimate exchange on the high platform had long been seen by many cultivators, and all of them clicked their tongues in wondering what the relationship between Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi was. After Yang Kai left, Wu Ming stopped tormenting Hua Qingxi. After all, she still needed to host this auction, so it wouldn't look good if he tortured her too much. The heart-urging insect swimming under Hua Qingxi's skin gradually disappeared, and the unbearable pain also slowly subsided. Hua Qingxi was already sweating profusely, but she forced herself to raise her head and expressionlessly said, "The auction will now begin." The first auction item, the 1,000 Leaves Sect's Heavenly Howling Moon Wolf. The starting price is 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals. As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Although they had long known that many heavenly centipedes from the 1,000 Leaves sect would appear in this auction, they never expected that the first one would appear. This was unusual. Generally speaking, the value of the items that appeared in an auction would go from low to high. Only in this way could it arouse the competitive mentality of the people and make them lose themselves in the fiery fighting atmosphere, unknowingly raising the price. A heavenly centipede was enough to be the finale of the auction, yet the first one was actually taken out. This was completely against common sense. However, when they remembered that the 1,000 Leaves sect had more than one heavenly centipede, and that this first item might just be used as a bait, many cultivators felt somewhat relieved. 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was not a small amount. After conversion, it was equivalent to 100 million mid-rank source crystals and 10 billion low-rank source crystals. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to participate in such an auction. However, compared to a heavenly centipede whose strength was comparable to that of the Emperor Realm, 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was definitely worth it. Buying it was equivalent to buying the Emperor Realm, and one that could be used as one pleased. There were many cultivators from the Emperor Realm who had come to participate in this auction, so they had naturally made preparations. At this moment, when they heard the starting price, all of them rubbed their hands together, ready to go all out. "I'll take this 1,000,000. I hope everyone can give me some face." A loud shout suddenly rang out, almost immediately following Hua Qingxi's words. When everyone heard this, they all curled their lips in disdain. Who did this person think he was? Did he think he could take away a heavenly centipede at a starting price with just a few words? If he had so much face, why would he hold an auction like this? Looking towards the source of the voice, many people's expressions changed. This was because they discovered that the one who had spoken was none other than the arrogant and domineering Yang Kai. The bidding voices that had been at the tip of their tongues were instantly swallowed. When Yang Kai had first arrived in Flowing Shadow City, he had led a group of people to kill many disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. But even now, the sect master of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, Li Qingyun, had no intention of taking revenge. Instead, he had taken the initiative to send the 1,000 Leaves sect's sect master back not long ago. If it was just this, it would have been fine, but he had also beaten up Wu Ming at the entrance of the auction venue. Just this boldness and courage alone was enough to make people think twice, not to mention the fact that he had a monster king by his side. This face really couldn't be ignored. The entire auction venue fell into a strange silence. Knowing that Yang Kai was a fierce cultivator, those who didn't know the truth also sensed the strange atmosphere and faintly guessed what was going on. Naturally, they didn't dare to be the first to make a move. As a result, after Yang Kai finished speaking, no one else made a bid. Hua Qingxi looked around and simply said, "Since that's the case, the first heavenly grain will go to the friend in room 1. Hearing this, everyone's minds went blank, thinking that this auctioneer was a weirdo who didn't follow the rules. Generally speaking, the auctioneer would naturally raise the price at this time and ask if anyone wanted to make a bid. It was best to use an exaggerated expression and tone to instigate the bidding. If no one wanted to make a bid, the auctioneer would have to count down 3 times before the transaction was completed. However, this young woman didn't even ask before making the final decision. But when they thought of the intimate interaction between Yang Kai and her, everyone secretly felt that she should be acquainted with Yang Kai, which was why she was so straightforward. What was this? Was this still considered an auction? This wasn't the first time that the people from the Emperor realm had attended an auction, but this was the first time they had seen such an auction. From the time Hua Qingxi opened her mouth to the end of the auction, only 5 breaths had passed. At this time, a maidservant came out from the back with a tray in her hand. Before she had time to show the heavenly grain in front of everyone, the auction was already over. The maidservant seemed to be in a daze, but she still carried the tray straight to room 1. When she arrived in front of the room, the door opened and the maidservant stood at the door and said, "Guest, this is your auction item. Please pay 1 million high-rank source crystals." You're tuning in to the Blimay's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.